for president. We could be in for a long night. Polls have closed in 6 states, including 2 of the battlegrounds that will decide the presidency.
They are Virginia and Georgia, and it is too soon to project a winner in either state. But in Virginia, Hillary Clinton has an edge over Donald Trump based on the exit polls.
Sample precincts from the early count is how we're determining that on the exit polls. Trump has the edge in Georgia. The peach state has been low-hanging fruit for Republicans in every election since 1996.
Both candidates are on the board with wins. We project Clinton will get Vermont's 3 electoral votes.
Trump rakes in 8 in the bluegrass state of Kentucky.
And he gets 11 more in his running mate's home state of Indiana.
We're just getting started. It's election night on CBS.
We want to defend our most cherished values.
This is a movement like no one has ever seen before.
I want this election to be about something, not just against somebody.
We will make America great again.
Let's make history together.
Get out and vote, 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 vote.
America's best days are still ahead of us.
We are going to drain the swamp of corruption.
Let's go out and prove love trumps hate.
Good evening. I'm Scott Pelley with Nora O'Donnell at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. With us tonight are John Dickerson and Charlie Rose, Gayle King and Bob Schieffer, and Elaine Quijano. The nastiest presidential campaign in our lifetimes has finally come to an end. More than 4 out of 5 voters told us they were disgusted by it.
That's right, and tonight voters are deciding whether the 45th president of the United States will be the first woman to hold the office. That is 69-year-old Democrat Hillary Clinton, the former Secretary of State, New York Senator and First Lady, or 70-year-old Donald Trump, the New York businessman and former reality TV star making his first run for office. I think everybody knows who the candidates are. They have both had historically high disapproval ratings above 50%.
Voters are also deciding which party will control Congress. Will the Republicans hold on to both the House and the Senate? The Democrats need a net gain of only 5 seats to take the Senate back, or just 4 seats if Clinton wins the presidency and Vice President Tim Kaine becomes the 50-50 tiebreaker.
In the presidential election, it's all about the electoral votes. Each state gets as many of those as it has senators and representatives in Congress. D.C. gets 3 votes for a total of 538. And to win the presidency, you need a majority. That's 270 electoral votes. So let's look at where we are. Trump has 19 electoral votes. Clinton has 3.
John Dickerson, as we're getting into this evening, what are you looking for? What are we seeing in the early exit poll information?
Well, what I'm looking for, Scott, is one of 3 scenarios. Is this going to look like a campaign if you just had a generic Republican and a generic Democrat following the patterns of American politics? That seems crazy after this campaign where we had 2 candidates who are so particular. Then the other thing is they say it's all about turnout on Election Day. So 2 other scenarios is one where Donald Trump brings out that silent majority. And the other scenario is where Hillary Clinton brings out, say, the sleeping giant, which is what they called the Latino vote, if she brings out her voters. So those are the 2 other scenarios other than the one that just kind of goes down the middle.
There is so much anxiety in this election. Everyone keeps saying who is going to win tonight, what's going to happen. And while the polls have not closed in many states, they have closed in some states. And as we just noted, Virginia is edge Clinton. Explain, John, what that means based on what we know now.
If it's edge, we're giving the advantage to a candidate, but it means that that advantage could be reversed if the numbers statistically don't work out. So there's a little padding. If it's a lean, it's beyond that, which means they have a little bit more of a lead. And then if you get even beyond lean, well, then that's where you get into the territory where we might make a projection.
And we should let the folks at home know that those projections are based on the exit poll information that we've collected at voting precincts all across the country. Voters have been telling us how they voted and why they voted that way. We've been compiling that information, and then the folks at the decision desk there behind us take all of that information and then the actual votes that are being counted, and that allows us to make these projections on which way states are leaning or whenever one of the candidates we project has won one of those states. And no matter what we're doing, no matter what we're talking about, the very second that we project a winner in a state, we will interrupt what we're doing, and you will be the first to know.
When you talk about the anxiety, Nora, I think that that's such an interesting thing. John, you said it best earlier. You said it's like being at the doctor's office waiting for the results. Charlie and I were talking about later being in the delivery room waiting to hear if it's
a boy or girl.
It's a boy or a girl. And when I went to my polling place today, people may be disgusted, as we were talking about, but they've showed up to vote. The people at my precinct told me that they ran out of the I voted today stickers, that they had the biggest turnout today than they've had in the past 4 elections. So people may be disgusted. They may be tired. They may be anxious. I met a Trump voter and a Clinton voter. One said, I need Tums. Another said, I need a glass of wine. I just want it to be done. Whatever. But they are turning out to vote. They want to speak up.
You know, Scott, it can change during the night because all of the regions that we know, like my North Carolina and New York, the East is different than the center, the Piedmont, urban versus rural. All of that reports at different times. And as we learn more about what region supports which candidate, it affects the state results.
Elaine Quijano, one of the largest voting blocs tonight will be millennials, and that'll be a big change for America.
That's right. 31% of eligible voters are millennials, which is equal to the number of baby boomers. But of course, eligible voters and actual voters are 2 different things. So we're going to be watching to see what it is that they do, particularly when it comes to third-party candidates. Going into this night, millennials, many of them said that they would be about 10%, about 13% said that they would be going for a third-party candidate, either Gary Johnson or Jill Stein. Of course, when they have tight races like this, John Dickerson, you know well, that can make all the difference.
Yeah. Bob, let's talk about what we know right now. Yeah. We're talking about, in particular, Virginia and Georgia. And if at this hour, with the polls closed in Virginia, the Clinton campaign would be very, very nervous if they weren't doing well in Virginia, right? But they currently have the edge.
I think we have all kind of, the handicappers from the beginning, have thought this was going to go to Hillary Clinton. I think it's important, though, that if she's going to win, she needs to get Virginia. I think it'll be extremely difficult for Donald Trump to get to the presidency without Virginia. He's going to have to win someplace where we didn't think he was going to win. I think the important thing right now is there's no surprises. Things seem to be going about the way we thought they were going to go.
All right, Bob, stand by. We want to go to Major Garrett, who has been covering the Trump campaign and is at the Trump victory party, they're calling it tonight. Major, good evening.
Good evening, Scott and Nora. The mindset of the Trump campaign visible on Donald Trump's own Twitter feed. The fascinating thing about covering this campaign is, yes, you can talk to senior advisors, but Trump often speaks the truth right out loud on Twitter. And he identified moments ago the importance of the state of Florida. There is deep and abiding anxiety within Trump Tower about what they're seeing in Florida because they know, and have said over and over, there is no Trump path to the presidency without Florida's 29 electoral votes. And they are deeply concerned about the Latino turnout for Hillary Clinton, plus a softening of suburban college-educated women for Donald Trump. And in that reason, Trump has urged Florida supporters to get to the polls. And it's a 2-tiered system in Florida. 67 counties, 10 of them in the central time zone, and some of those counties don't close until 9 p.m. Eastern. So that strategic urging from Trump has real value in those counties because Mitt Romney in 2012 cleared more than 190,000 votes over Barack Obama. Trump needs to find every vote he can in Florida, hence the urging of supporters to get there before the polls close. Scott and Nora.
Major Garrett for us tonight. Major, thank you very much. Let's go over to Nancy Cordes, who is at the Jacob Javits Center here in New York City on the west side, where the Hillary Clinton campaign intends to have its party tonight. Nancy?
And Scott, they're not popping the champagne corks just yet, but they probably are thinking about how good it might taste. And that's because all of the data that they're seeing, and this is a data-driven campaign, matches up with what they expected. Good news for the Clinton campaign because they have so many paths to those 270 electoral votes. They are especially heartened by that turnout in key Democratic counties in Florida that Major was just talking about. They can win without winning Florida, but Donald Trump cannot. Anecdotally, what they're hearing from their army of volunteers across the country is that there is a lot of enthusiasm out there, and that tracks with what we've been seeing in our polling in the closing days as Clinton took the edge in enthusiasm among supporters from Donald Trump, who had that edge all throughout this campaign. Other things that are encouraging to the Clinton campaign tonight, they're not seeing that secret Trump voter that the Trump campaign had been insisting was out there, that wasn't talking to pollsters but was going to mobilize on Election Day. They're not seeing a huge drop-off in the African-American vote from 2012. There is a drop-off, but it's not as large as some had feared. And they are seeing that big spike in Latino voting, which Clinton's running mate Tim Kaine today described as a powerful new voting bloc in America that is finding its voice in this election, Scott.
Nancy Cordes at the Clinton campaign party tonight. Nancy, thank you.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've had since 1944 that we've had two major party candidates from the state of New York. Do you remember who it was? FDR and Dewey. So it's amazing to have these two candidates just blocks away from each other.
You're less than 2 miles, Nora, so people could run back and forth if they wanted to.
Assuming anybody would want to.
Yes.
Assuming they speak.
Yeah. Assuming that they speak. Yeah.
Assuming that
maybe the concession they can get together at the end of the night.
That's right, getting together. And you can see together at the bottom of our screen is the electoral vote tally. You can see there Clinton has 3 electoral votes, Trump 19 votes, of course, very early in the evening. But we want to keep that for you there on the screen so everybody knows at the moment's notice how this race is going. We want to bring in Kellyanne Conway, who is Trump's campaign manager, joins us now from Trump Tower. Kellyanne, you have been out on the campaign trail. You're getting in reports now. What can you tell us about the state of this race?
I can tell you that it's still a jump ball in many places, Nora, and we're really happy. I mean, for a campaign that has a fraction of the personnel, a fraction of the money as they do at Team Clinton, we're proud of our efforts on the ground, focusing some of our late in the game resources in some of these places. So we see North Carolina and Florida as a jump ball right now. We're feeling really good about Iowa and Ohio, and then we're looking at flipping a blue state like Michigan or perhaps Pennsylvania, like the late-breaking polls in New Hampshire and Colorado as well. So we see a couple different routes. We see about 6 or 7 different routes to 270, and we're just going to be patient as these returns come in. We know people are still standing in line to vote, and I don't want to talk too much about exit polls that may dampen them one way or the other.
Now, your campaign filed suit in Nevada earlier today over the election. What can you tell us about that?
I understand the judge is not entertaining that suit at the moment. We had received information that perhaps the polls were kept open later to allow folks to vote. And so if it's active litigation, I shouldn't comment on it further. But what I've read that the judge is not entertaining that lawsuit at the moment.
What's wrong with allowing the voters a chance to vote?
Well, we're all for allowing voters to vote. We're all for rule of law. That's really what our campaign is about. We're not the ones under active FBI investigations or being said by the FBI director we've been reckless and careless about handling classified information. So, of course, we're for the rule of law. We believe people who want to vote ought to be able to do that if they're in line on time and if all other procedures have been met.
Kellyanne, you described Florida as a jump ball, but that's also a must-win state for you. I've spoken with the Clinton campaign, as I've spoken with your campaign throughout the day. The Clinton campaign says that they believe they have banked such a big early vote with new Hispanic voters who've never voted before that even if Donald Trump had huge numbers at the polls, there's no way he could win that state. How do you reply?
I think that's a little bit of spin and sophistry. If that were true, then you'll see Florida called early. What we see is a very strong day of vote in Florida today, particularly in counties where we've improved the margins over Governor Romney's margins in 2012. We have people deployed in these counties who are talking to us about the returns, and we're getting data inputs into our war room on a constant basis, Nora. We like the fact that Mr. Trump seems to have grown the turnout and grown the voter share within some of these key counties across Florida. The other thing I would say is that we already know Republicans are behind in early votes. That's why we count on a big day of vote in places like Florida and Nevada and North Carolina. And then when you look at states that don't have a tradition of early voting like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire, that's part of why we went back to those states late in the game, because most of those voters, will, except for those who vote absentee, will cast their ballots today on Election Day.
All right, Kellyanne Conway, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
John Dickerson, I know you're both reporting and looking at all of the numbers, but analyze what Kellyanne has told us and what we know about the state of the race right now.
Well, she's talking about multiple paths, but there really aren't multiple paths. I mean, really, because Hillary Clinton starts with a lead, because of the way states traditionally vote, historically, more Democratic states in Hillary Clinton's column. And so what Kellyanne Conway is saying is there are a bunch of different states, but she still has to win Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and then a couple of other big ones. At this hour, what they need to be saying is we're going to flip Michigan. We're going to take one away from Democrats who haven't lost that state since 1988, or take one away in Pennsylvania, 1988, another state that Democrats have won since then. And it's still, the description she's giving of the different pathways is still quite diffuse at this late hour.
Do they really have 6 different paths, as she says?
Well, you can, I mean, 6 different paths if one of the paths assumes winning every single battleground state. So the key question is, what are the realistic paths that they have? And we've known, because of the historical voting patterns, the way these states vote, Donald Trump starts a little bit further behind if tradition holds in the way these states vote.
And Charlie Rose is standing by right now with our political panel for some insight into all of this. Charlie?
Thank you, Scott. We do indeed have a political panel. Next to me is Wall Street Journal's Peggy Noonan, also Slate's Jamel Bowie, and the New York Times' Mark Leibovich. Let me begin with this idea of a close race. Surprising. It could change during the evening as we learn more, and we have more polls that have been counted.
Right.
But surprisingly close.
Well, close, tight. You're wondering if it's close and we have no idea what's going to happen, or close and trends that existed a week ago in which Mrs. Clinton was doing well will continue. To me, we're just starting out this evening. I'm looking at who shows up at the polls. It looks anecdotally like a lot of people did. We will see. We won't know till the evening. Bottom line, does the Obama coalition hold for Mrs. Clinton and really come out? Does Mr. Trump's promise of a broad working class sort of coalition with a lot of Democrats in it turn out to be true? What is the mix of Hispanics, white educated, white not so educated folk turn out to be? From there, we will know a lot, and it'll take a while to figure it out.
Jamel?
I mean, right now it's looking like it did with the polls.
Exactly. That's what it looks like.
The results we seem to be getting at this point, very early still, suggest an electorate that looks a lot like it did in 2012, maybe larger, and it suggests that we're not going to see some huge deviation from the last suite of national polls or state level polls. There still might be some surprises, precisely because things are close, things are tight, but we shouldn't, I think, at this stage expect some sort of wild variation. If you've been obsessively clicking on polling forecasters, you probably have a pretty good sense of what this race looks like.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise at all that we have a close race. I think people are obviously going to be very cautious at this hour of the evening. You have to be very definitive, like, say Vermont or Kentucky in either direction in order to make a real call. Right. I do think that, as Jamel said, I think that the numbers that we've seen leading up seem to be predictive. I also think that, maybe the most important numbers of all, which are Hispanic voters in Florida, seems to be the operative number, and I think if that holds through the evening, that'll be interesting.
And the question is whether the turnout is driven by voting against something or voting for something.
Yeah, you have to wonder if it's hate voting or hope voting.
But either way, I mean, a vote's a vote, right? So if a bunch of people turn out because they hate Donald Trump, they're still turning out, they're still casting ballots. And as far as Latino voters go, if they are turning out in the rates that anecdotes suggest in Florida, then that's great. That's a great sign for Secretary Clinton.
One state you looking at, Mark?
Well, North Carolina, and not just because you're from there. No, I mean, it's been close. It's closer than a lot of the people thought. Hillary Clinton seems like she has a very good chance to win there. African-American vote seems a little down, but we'll see.
We'll be with you all evening. Back to you, Nora.
All right, very interesting indeed. And coming up, 2 more battleground states close at the bottom of the hour, Ohio and North Carolina, 2 states that Trump's own campaign says they must win. CBS News of the 2016 election continues in a moment.
Back now with Election Night on CBS, and we will bring you any developments the moment that they happen. In the meantime, we've been talking to voters all across the country as they left the polls today. We've been compiling that exit poll information, and Anthony Mason is sorting through that. Anthony?
Scott, throughout this campaign, the two major party candidates have had the highest unfavorable ratings we've seen since we started polling back in 1984, and you'll see that again in our exit poll today. 54% with an unfavorable view of Hillary Clinton, 61% unfavorable towards Donald Trump, and that has affected the way people voted. 20% of Hillary Clinton's voters saying their vote for her was essentially a vote against him. 28% of Trump voters saying they voted for him to vote against her. By comparison, 4 years ago, only about 10% of voters said their vote was against the other candidate. The scandals also significant impact today. 62% said they were bothered by the Clinton email scandal, 71% bothered by Donald Trump's treatment of women. So negativity weighing heavily on voters' minds in our exit poll. Gail?
Anthony Mason, thank you very much. Bob, this will be the first time in American history that we elect a president who has an unfavorable rating above 50%. It's never happened before.
And that's why I think people are so anxious about all of this. I mean, it's not just that we're choosing a president tonight, but I think a lot of people, what's on their mind is whoever we elect, what happens after that? Will that person, some person who is unpopular, who is considered untrustworthy by many, will that person be able to bring people together and get this country going again? And, you know, it's hard to figure out how that's going to happen.
But not only are they anxious, the latest exit poll also shows this. It's 72% of Clinton voters say they're scared of a Trump presidency. 59% of Trump voters say they're scared of a Clinton presidency. How do you get past that when people have such high negatives?
Exactly. Right. Say, which candidate are you less scared of?
Well, I mean, Nora was saying this is the high anxiety election today.
And the demands on the new leadership will be incredible because of that.
And, you know, part of this started before we had these two candidates. Is the way our politics work now, the way you raise money, the way you get people to turn out to vote is to stoke these angers. They found in the Pew has done a poll, and they looked at people and found that people who are involved in politics are much more likely now to think of their opponent as the enemy, not just a nice person who has the bad ideas, but is in fact the enemy. That was before this race.
Yeah.
All right, thanks to all of you. We're going to have much more ahead. We'll be right back. It's Election Night on CBS. For some of you, your local election returns are coming right up. We'll see you again at the bottom of the hour. The rest, please stay with us. You're watching CBS News.
Live Election Day coverage from KPIX 5 News.
A busy election day already and still going strong. I'm Alan Martin.
And I'm Veronica Dela Cruz. Bay Area polls close at 8 o'clock, so there is still time to vote. We begin with KPIX 5's Jessica Flores. She joins us live from the polls at Holy Trinity in Fremont. Jessica?
Well, things have been going pretty smoothly here in Fremont. We have seen a steady stream of voters going into that door behind me. That's where they're casting their ballots, but there haven't been really any major issues. I did speak to the registrar. They haven't reported any major issues, but they do have about 50 people manning the phones to help people who are facing any problems or who want to know where they can go to vote. They are expecting record number of voters to head to the polls, 889,000 registered voters in the county, and the registrar expects 70 to 75% of those people to cast ballots. That would shatter the turnout for all previous elections in terms of sheer number of people voting in the county. And we spoke to one poll worker who says voters were lining up before doors even opened.
It's been busy today. We all showed up here around 6 a.m. to start getting set up. And I'd say shortly after 6:30, maybe around 6:40, we already started getting a line. The first few people started arriving, and by the time we opened at 7, there was at least a dozen people, maybe more.
And things, again, are pretty empty now, but we are expecting to see a lot more people around 5 when people get off work. The polls remain open until 8 p.m. If you're in line at 8 p.m., you can vote. Reporting live in Fremont, I'm Jessica Flores, KPIX 5.
Well, nearly half of the 700,000 vote-by-mail ballots issued in Santa Clara County have been returned. Volunteers are working nonstop, machines running nearly every hour of the day for the past week. In fact, the only time they're stopped is to clean the machines. Dust and debris from hundreds of thousands of ballots can tend to build up, causing those machines to shut down.
If it's been processing a lot of ballots, like for tonight, I processed a little bit over 20,000 ballots, then I want to make sure it's clean for the next round.
Santa Clara County is expecting an 80 to 85% turnout.
Some people in the Bay Area are voting today without even getting out of their cars. Chopper 5 was over a drive-up booth this afternoon in Martinez. Motorists filled out their ballots ahead of time, and then they headed into a special lane, rolled to a stop, and made that drop-off. Some Bay Area Trump supporters say they've paid the price for backing the billionaire.
In fact, they say they've been targeted by vandals. KPIX 5 reporter Susie Steimel on the extra precautions that they're taking now. Susie?
Well, Ken, I talked to a woman in Mill Valley today who says she has been unfairly targeted for being a public Trump supporter. Patty O'Day has been a registered Republican for more than a decade, and she says this is the worst election that she has ever experienced. She says that her house has been vandalized every time she put up Trump signs in the front of her yard, so now she doesn't do that anymore. She also said that her car has been keyed multiple times, so now instead of putting a Trump bumper sticker on her car, she puts a magnet out instead and takes it off whenever she parks. She says she thinks there's a lot of secret Republicans in this election who don't want to publicly support Trump because they're scared they'd be targeted too.
Because they're afraid of having their cars keyed, their signs stolen from their yards. We had a Trump rally this weekend on an overpass, and people were cussing at us and, giving us the finger.
O'Day did file a police report, but has yet to hear anything back. We're live in Mill Valley. Susie Steimel, KPIX 5.
All right, more election updates coming up in less than 30 minutes.
And more at cbssf.com. See that.
This election is about what we stand for.
We are about change. She is about keeping it the way it is.
Polls are now closed in 4 of the 13 battleground states that will decide the presidency tonight. We have no decision yet on any of them. In the very early going, Trump has 24 electoral votes, Clinton 3, both still a very long way from the magic number of 270.
Now it is at 7:30, so polls have just closed in Ohio and North Carolina, of course, 2 big battleground states. CBS News estimates that Clinton has the edge in the Tar Heel State. That's North Carolina.
Yes.
And in Ohio, we rate that contest a toss-up right now. That is a state that Trump feels good about. And West Virginia, Trump picks up another win. He's adding West Virginia's 5 electoral votes to his total. Also want to update you, Virginia, remember, closed at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We're giving the edge at this hour to Hillary Clinton. And in Georgia, a slight edge to Donald Trump. John?
So if you look at Virginia and North Carolina, remember that the Clinton math, as they see it, is if those traditionally Democratic states vote for Hillary Clinton, and that would include Pennsylvania and Michigan. So, we want to make sure that people know those states are still up for grabs. But if Pennsylvania and Michigan go as they have for Democrats before, and she wins Virginia and North Carolina, it's looking increasingly likely that she's on her way to that magical 270
And do we assume
number.
that she got a lot of support from Barack Obama with the African-American vote?
Well, yes, undoubtedly, but we'll have to see what the shape of the vote is in North Carolina. The 2 things to watch for are, of course, the African-American vote, 22% of the electorate there, but also then those suburban women, white women that she has been able to do better with than Barack Obama did with in 2012.
But isn't there a big millennial population there
Listen
in North
to what
Carolina?
she's doing with the black vote right now in North Carolina. She's winning it 89-7.
Yes.
If you got to win the black vote, I think think she's well on the way to winning. That is, she absolutely has to do that.
But John, isn't that such a big college state? There are a lot of colleges in North Carolina. Isn't there a big millennial population there?
Sure, and you know the key point here on all of these groups when we talk about them is not just the margin by which somebody's winning, but also are they turning out? So she can be doing very well with any one of these individual groups, but then the question is, are enough of them turning out? And that's particularly a question with millennial voters.
And right now she's doing in North Carolina exactly what she's doing in Virginia. She is winning white women with college degrees. She's doing the same thing in Virginia. So we're seeing the same trends in North Carolina we're seeing in Virginia.
But she's not carrying white women overall. In fact, one of the things that jumps out of the exit polling data is that Trump is carrying white women in Georgia, Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina.
One of the things we've seen in this race is that the thing to keep the eye on is the education gap, the difference between voters who have a college degree and those who don't. And Donald Trump is winning with those without a college degree, but Hillary Clinton has an edge for those with a college degree. But that's different by state, and so we have to watch state by state. In the polls, she has been down by a pretty good number with college-educated white women in Florida. So it's not a rule that applies to every state.
You know, it's interesting, too, that Hillary Clinton chose to make her last stop, her midnight rally, in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the end of the night.
Yeah, and I don't think we should miss a point here about how significant this race is. Whoever wins tonight will be making history. Hillary Clinton, I've seen women, many people will be surprised, Scott, to hear that women are not supporting Hillary Clinton, given what we've heard from Donald Trump. But I saw interviews with many women of all ages saying, look, I'm just so sick of Washington. I'm really kind of sick of her. I just want something different. And maybe I may not agree with what he says. He said some inappropriate things, but it would be a change, and they are so desperately craving a change in Washington, D.C.
One of the things that the exit polls have told us is a very large number of voters think change is the most important issue for them.
Most important. Let's go over to Elaine Quijano, who is at the social media desk. Elaine?
Well, Nora, you've been talking about North Carolina. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, I want to share with you a tweet from Indiana Governor Mike Pence, of course, Donald Trump's running mate, thanking Indiana, as he said in this tweet, for making our state first on the board to vote to make America great again at real Donald Trump. What we've also seen, though, in North Carolina, specifically out of Durham County, there is a hashtag now on Twitter that is trending right now. Hashtag stay in line. There were some reports of issues with electronic voting, and we have some social media posts to show you of the line in Durham County. What we know comes from our campaign embed, Sean Gallitz, who says that the North Carolina State Board of Elections just approved extended hours in 8 locations because of reports with issues reports of issues with this electronic voting. Now, those 8 precincts are out of 57 precincts in Durham County. So some of this video that we're seeing here reflecting what we're seeing. Even Hillary Clinton, I'm just being told, has tweeted and is tweeting about this situation still going on. So we're going to continue to monitor those reports on social media out of Durham County, North Carolina, and update you with the latest. Scott and Nora?
One of the states that Donald Trump nearly has to win is Ohio. That's another one of our battleground states. It's a toss-up state, and that is where we find Dean Reynolds tonight. Dean?
Scott, history says that he has to win Ohio. No Republican has won the presidency without this state. And we were talking earlier in the evening with Attorney General Mike DeWine of Ohio, and we asked him, you know, he's a Republican, where would he be looking tonight? What area would he be looking for an early indication of how things are going? And he said Mahoning County in northeast Ohio. That includes Youngstown. That's a home to a lot of displaced blue-collar workers, and he wonders how deeply the inroads that Trump could make into that voting bloc, and whether or not the Clinton campaign can offset that erosion of traditionally Democratic voters by gathering support of at least nominally, Republican voters in the suburban areas around Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, Republicans for whom Trump may be a bridge too far. Now, the early voting, which comprised about 23% of all registered voters in the state, reached 1.8 million. That's about 11,000 more than voted early in 2012. And those are the first votes that are going to be tabulated tonight. We're going to be hearing those numbers first, and then the other parts of the state later. The Mahoning thing, though, is key, and it was key also 4 years ago, because then we could see certain levels, certain targets that President Obama had to hit if he was going to defeat Romney, and he hit him, and we knew early on in Ohio who was going to win the state. That may be taking place tonight. We can't really say for sure. You've seen the exit polls. Trump is winning among men. Mrs. Clinton is winning among women. Trump is winning among whites. I would say, though, that Rob Portman, the incumbent senator here, the Republican senator, has won easily. Possibly he could have coattail effect for Trump that would help Trump carry the state. But again, he has to win Ohio, or he's not going to win the presidency.
Dean Reynolds for us tonight. Dean, thank you very much. I was in Ohio talking to voters, and there was so much anxiety, sort of an identity crisis among them. I was talking to a suburban woman who had worked for Republican campaigns, but she told me she just couldn't vote for Donald Trump. On the other hand, I went to a steelworkers union hall. The only portrait of a president on the wall is FDR.
I saw that.
There's a Hillary Clinton sign on the door, and the steelworkers are telling me they're going to vote Republican for the first time in their
Scott,
lives.
What I remember about that report is that there was a husband and wife who hardly were speaking to each other because they
couldn't watch the debate together. They had to separate into different rooms.
But in Ohio, Scott, even the governor of Ohio didn't endorse Donald Trump. John Kasich said, I'm writing in for someone else.
That's right.
For John McCain.
And was in an open conflict with their party's nominee, as basically was the Republican Party of Ohio. So it is the sort of ground zero for the conflict in the Republican Party that we saw in many different places.
Yet the Clinton campaign spent a lot of time there, brought out the heavy hitters. LeBron James, who was beloved in that state. Beyonce and Jay-Z, also beloved really in the country when it comes to...
Or the world.
Yeah, I was going to say when it comes to Queen Bee, she's globally loved. And I thought, John, you had such a great point the other day on CBS this morning when you said, yeah, that's very good if Beyonce and Jay-Z were running and they had a voting booth on the stage, maybe that would have worked. But does that enthusiasm translate to votes for Hillary Clinton? And did it?
Ohio, it goes beyond celebrities.
Yes.
And it goes beyond names. It's about jobs. It's about trade.
And we're learning some interesting things from the exit polls. And we asked specifically voters in Ohio, what about trade with other countries? And 46% say trade takes away jobs here in the U.S. And that's why we see this split among the exit polls in the union vote. Why it's a toss-up at this hour. What does that tell you, though, that Ohio is where it is at this hour? I mean,
well, what it tells me, and to Scott's point about union households and the exit polls, of those who live in a union household, 50% of those are going for Donald Trump, 44% for Hillary Clinton. To Scott's point, what it tells us is that Ohio has been changing since they were voting for FDR. It's a state in which the working class in Ohio has been trending towards the Republican Party. There's not a huge African-American constituency at about 14% in Ohio, so the coalition for Clinton there is different than in a state like Virginia, where she can put together a little something different.
Did the Republicans come home in Ohio? We know that educated women did not, but did the Republican vote over the last several weeks come back to Donald Trump?
I think if he's going to do well, the Republicans must have come home to him. And also, though, he's getting these Democrats. Right. I mean, and we'll see how it breaks out across the stage. There was great worry in the Ohio Republican Party, and this is why there was the split, that those suburban white women around Columbus and around Cincinnati were not going to vote for Donald Trump.
Ohio has always been, for the most part, in the pathway for Donald Trump's road to the presidency. It's not been one of the key points in the Clinton road to the presidency. They knew it was going to be a tough state for a long time.
Donald Trump's getting 88% of the Republican vote in Ohio. So they're doing well for him. We found in the polling the states where Donald Trump did well are the states where he got a big share of the Republican vote. We found in the battleground tracker in Pennsylvania before this election day came upon us that he was only getting 78% of the Republican vote. That's why he was many points behind Hillary Clinton. So to your question, Charlie, it looks like the Republicans are coming home for him. The same number of Republicans voting for him as Democrats for Hillary Clinton.
So are you all saying that Beyonce didn't make a difference in Ohio?
She may have made a difference.
That's going to break hearts all around.
Not in their voting.
We're certainly saying we love lemonade.
Yes, we really do.
Anthony Mason is keeping track of the exit polling information. He's been looking at what voters in Georgia have been telling us today. Anthony?
Yes, Scott. The last Democrat to win Georgia was Bill Clinton back in 1992. African-American turnout and voting there, key to the Democrats' hopes in Georgia. 8 years ago, when Barack Obama first ran, the African-Americans made up 30% of the vote in Georgia. As you see, this time around, it's roughly the same. Hillary Clinton is winning 9 out of 10 black votes in Georgia today, but Donald Trump is taking 7 out of 10 white votes. So a sharp divide by race, but also by gender. Let's look at men and women, and you can see Donald Trump is winning men 57 to 38%. Women are going for Hillary Clinton 54 to 41%. But again, African-American turnout key in Georgia to the Democrats' hopes. Not clear that they're getting it, which is why Trump has the edge in Georgia right now. Gail?
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. Continuing with the exit polls, it says 82% of Trump voters wanted change. 90% of Clinton voters said experience is most important. What does that say to you, Bob Schieffer?
Well, I think it just shows the break and the divide that we're going through right now. I mean, that's right. Trump voters wanted change, and they saw him. Maybe they didn't think he could make the change, but at least he could thumb his nose at the establishment.
I do think there were some voters who wanted change, but did not think Donald Trump was the right vessel.
Yeah.
One interesting finding from the exit polls we have here on the question of honest and trustworthy. That was a huge question for Hillary Clinton throughout this campaign, and there was a long stretch where Donald Trump was seen as the more honest and trustworthy candidate. In the exit poll tonight, when asked that question, 37% said Hillary Clinton is honest and trustworthy. 32% said Donald Trump was. So she has, at least according to the exit polls at this moment, flipped what was the case for much of this campaign.
Yeah, but when you look at how voters feel about Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, they're not flattering. When they talk about the attributes for Donald Trump, words like stubborn, arrogant, sexist. When you asked about Hillary Clinton, stubborn again, not willing to admit her mistakes, and flip-flops. None of those are qualities that you think, that's who I want in a leader,
but
on
now,
either candidate.
But now that people do seem to think that she's more trustworthy than Trump, well, I guess progress is where you find it.
We'll be coming back with more Campaign 2016 in just a moment.
And welcome back to CBS News election night coverage. Here's the electoral map. It's early still in the night. And as you can see, Hillary Clinton with 3 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 24 electoral votes. We've got some 13 battleground states that we're watching very closely tonight. And if you've been watching our coverage, you know there are already some breadcrumbs along the way about how this night may go. We've already spoken with the Trump campaign tonight. Now we want to speak with the Clinton campaign and Brian Fallon, who is the press secretary. Brian, good evening.
Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. First, tell us how the campaign is feeling at this hour.
Well, we really feel, based on what we're seeing so far today, that what you're seeing is a rise of the Clinton coalition. This is a issue where, coming into the election, I feel a lot of people thought that it was an open question whether Hillary Clinton could galvanize support from the Obama coalition that helped power President Obama to victory in 2008 and 2012. And what we're seeing in the early voting and then in the turnout today suggests that Hillary Clinton has not just reassembled that Obama coalition, but actually expanded on it. It's being powered by a surge in the Latino vote. In a state like Florida, you saw the early voting figures from Latinos double to more than 1 million Latinos voting early in Florida. I think that's going to help us break 2012 turnout levels in terms of Miami-Dade County, which is a huge powerhouse county for Democrats. You can't win Florida without running up the score in Miami-Dade. If you look at Nevada, we're seeing record turnout in the early vote in Clark County, which is a huge Democratic stronghold area. And even in a state like North Carolina, which we think is going to be tight and probably going to be late to be called, where initially there was some talk about a drop-off in African-American turnout. We not only made up gains there in the second week of early voting in North Carolina, but we actually offset it with a surge, 83% increase in Latino participation in early voting in North Carolina. So I think that's going to be one of the emerging storylines tonight.
Brian, another emerging storyline from our exit poll information is that Donald Trump is leading Hillary Clinton among white women in Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. Does that surprise you?
This was a demographic that he was leading with from a very early point in the race. I think that overall, the story with respect to white voters may be the huge break and split that you see in terms of college-educated white voters. This is overrepresented in places like the collar counties outside Philadelphia. That may swing the state of Pennsylvania to us, which will essentially block the path for Donald Trump. If Hillary Clinton wins those voters, it will mark an improvement, again, another area where she outperforms 2008 or 2012 in terms of growing the Democratic coalition beyond the base of support that powered President Obama to those historic victories in 2008 and 2012.
And Brian, just quickly, the state of Michigan, any concern there?
Michigan, we've been pleased with what we've been seeing so far. In fact, I think that the day after this election, one of the mistakes that the Trump campaign will look back on is their failure to contest a state like Michigan earlier on. We never took it for granted, even though it was late to the battleground map in the minds of some. We actually had 35 offices open there. We had a full staff in place there. We were always built to win a very close race, and that's what I think is going to happen tonight.
Brian Fallon, thank you so much for joining us there in the Javits Center, which the Clinton campaign chose especially in part because it has a glass ceiling. Yeah. And they are hoping that there will be a crack in the glass ceiling tonight. That was a strategic choice by them.
After it's a safety. Obviously paying a lot of attention to Florida, making, as you mentioned earlier, this has been their message for a while, that the Latino vote is turning out in Florida and that's what's going to give them the edge. But it sounded like on Michigan, there's still something to watch there. Yeah. There was less of an easy, quick response about how it's going so perfectly well for them in Michigan. And while winning Florida would be a huge deal for Hillary Clinton, there is still that back door about Michigan that Democrats are sending me emails about saying it's tight in Michigan, worried in Michigan.
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump has to win some state that traditionally goes Democratic in order for him to win the election.
That's right. Or run the table on the battleground states. I mean, so the more traditional Democratic states he can take, the more breathing room he has in a state like Florida and Ohio, although he's still got to win those two, probably.
All right.
We're back with more. You're watching election night coverage on CBS. We're back now with more Campaign 2016 election night coverage. Bob Schieffer, what are you seeing in these early hours?
I still think the most important thing is finding out how many Latinos, this Hispanic vote. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that most Hispanics are not going to vote for Donald Trump. I think this is very important. What we're seeing in Florida, we're seeing it in North Carolina. I want to know more about how many Hispanics did turn out.
What's important about that is what the Clinton spokesman just said. It's the Latinos are part of creating a new Clinton coalition, adding to the Obama coalition in 2012.
Right now, what the exit polls are telling us is 18% of the vote is Latino. In Florida, that's up 1 point, and Romney got about 40%, and Clinton and Trump's getting 31.
All right, we're getting close to the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Polls close in 16 states, and we have a close eye on the battlegrounds, including Florida.
Live Election Day coverage from KPIX 5 News.
There are just about 3 hours left until polls close here in the Bay Area. Good early evening to you. I'm Alan Martin.
And I'm Veronica Dela Cruz. It is a historic election, and we have got you covered.
First, Betty Yu, live at the Registrar of Voters office in San Jose. So, Betty, give us an idea of the mood, the turnout.
Well, Alan, I'm seeing a lot of smiles around here. A lot of people taking selfies with their I voted stickers. And right now the line is growing steadily. Let's give you a look around. Of course, today the county is expecting a record turnout, and they already had nearly half of the vote by mail ballots returned this morning. So workers and machines have been at it for more than 24 hours now to sort and count all those ballots. This year, more than 875,000 people have registered to vote in the county. That is a record for Santa Clara. I also spoke to many first-time voters today. One woman says she's been eligible to vote for more than 30 years.
I've never voted ever in my whole life, but I feel that this year it's made a great impact on me on who I should vote for to be a president.
Well, also new this presidential election, the county said it did midday pickups, ballot pickups from the precincts earlier than usual so they could start the counting process early and process hundreds of thousands of votes. Again, if you are not registered, you can actually come to this location even if you're registered for another precinct. The polls will stay open until 8 p.m. Live in San Jose, Betty Yu, KPIX 5.
And if you are a San Francisco voter, you have a total of 42 ballot propositions to consider between local and state measures. That means it can take a long time to vote. KPIX 5's Wilson Walker grabbed one voter and a stopwatch.
Have you done your homework?
I have, yes.
So you think you know what you're doing when you get in there?
More or less, yes.
Any guess as to how long it might take you?
Oh, gosh. Oh, a long time. I don't know. Maybe, I'm hoping no more than 15 minutes.
Okay, all right, we're going to start the stopwatch on you.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
All right. Go.
Okay.
Now, we're at a precinct with effectively no line, so what we're going to get here is really just the raw voting time itself. No waiting. Here she comes. All right, and the final clock is going to be, we'll call it 13:46.
Oh my gosh. I guess my 15 was pretty close.
That's not bad. That's about what it took me.
Okay.
All right, now, had you not done your homework?
That would have taken me, I don't know, an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's assuming you still could have figured out what all those things meant.
Right.
All right, so 15 minutes, the average rule, you think about fair?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, thanks for helping us out.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
You too.
That's where that sample ballot comes in handy. Well, one of the hottest statewide propositions this election would legalize recreational marijuana. It's Prop 64. If it passes, buyers would have to be at least 21 years old. The law wouldn't go into effect right away. It would start in 2018. It would establish labeling standards and charge a 15% sales tax, bringing in an estimated $1 billion of revenue to the state each year. The last time California voters weighed in on recreational pot was 6 years ago when Prop 19 lost.
We will have another Bay Area election update for you in about 30 minutes.
You can also get up-to-the-minute results on our website. It is cbssf.com. CBS News Election Day coverage continues right after this.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night Campaign 2016. It is now 8 o'clock in the East. Polls are closed in half the states, including 3 more of those battlegrounds that will decide the presidency: Florida, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. In the race to 270 electoral votes and victory, Donald Trump has 51, Hillary Clinton 30.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at those battleground states that just closed, starting with Florida. The Sunshine State means the moon to Trump's presidential hopes, and right now it is a toss-up. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, is another possible key to victory. A toss-up there, too. And New Hampshire, that is a toss-up too. So polls are closed now in 7 battleground states, and we can't project a winner in any of them. Both candidates, however, did pick up more electoral votes. We project Trump the winner in South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. And Clinton gets Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and the District of Columbia. Scott, I was thinking we ought to dig in right to these states. I mean, Florida has just closed, and there are some interesting numbers that we're learning out of the exit polls, too, John. We've been talking about the Hispanic votes, and it looks like 64% of Hispanics breaking towards Clinton, 30% towards Trump. So he is underperforming what Romney did in that.
Right. Romney got 39% of the Latino vote, and there is 1% more of the Latino vote. It was 17% of the electorate in 12. It's 18% now. But we're still at the toss-up stage, so that's only one piece of the puzzle in Florida.
Florida is certainly a must-win state for Donald Trump, not necessarily for Hillary Clinton.
That's right. That's right.
Well, let's have a look at the board, shall we, and bring the audience up to date on exactly where everything is. As you can see there, we're estimating that at this point, Hillary Clinton has 44 electoral votes, Donald Trump 51. And the states that you see in red are the states that we have projected victory for Donald Trump. The states in blue are the states that we have shown, that we have estimated victory for Hillary Clinton. The states that are in white, these critical states that are in white, are states where the polls have closed, but the vote totals are so close that we're not able to make an estimate in those races. Believe us, the moment we can make an estimate in any of those races, we will do so and drop whatever we're doing to bring you the breaking news.
One of the other states that closed at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock, Pennsylvania, a state that the Democrats have felt comfortable about, but certainly there are many things in the state of Pennsylvania that Donald Trump could turn his way. He's made a big play for the state of Pennsylvania. We've been talking about white college-educated women. Clinton has turned them out 58%. That's 20 points higher than Obama got. He got 38% of the white college women. Does that suggest that something shifted big in Pennsylvania?
You heard Brian Fallon talking about those color counties. So the suburban counties around Philadelphia, two keys for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania. Turn up the African-American vote in the cities in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, and do well with white college-educated women in those collar counties, the women who throughout this campaign felt a nervousness about Donald Trump on that central question of whether he has the judgment and temperament, and the people that Hillary Clinton constantly tried to keep the image of Donald Trump saying things about women and some of his other more controversial comments in front of those voters to keep them from drifting back to the Republican ranks.
So how do we know what we know? We have for decades on Election Day sent reporters out all across the country to talk to voters as they've left the polls and ask them how they voted and why they voted the way that they did. Anthony Mason is collecting all of that information for us tonight. Anthony?
Scott, we're going to look at the Hispanic vote in Florida, but to start, 27 million eligible Hispanic voters in this country now. That's a record, 12% of the electorate. In Florida, though, it's higher, 18%, and Hillary Clinton is leading among Hispanic voters in Florida. She's taking 62% of the Hispanic vote to 33% for Donald Trump. But there's an interesting split among Hispanics there. Cubans, traditionally Republican, are going for Donald Trump by a 53 to 41% margin. Other Hispanics, though, and they are now a larger voting bloc than the Cubans, are dominated by Hillary Clinton, 70 to 25%. So she's doing really well with that group. Gail?
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. Bob, you went out on a limb saying you think that most Hispanic voters will go for Hillary Clinton. Seems like you're pretty safe on the limb.
Sturdy limb.
Yeah, it's a very sturdy limb. You're in very good shape. But they also say this. 59% of the Florida voters who we talked to today say immigrants help in the United States. 27% say immigrants hurt the United States. What do you have to say about that, John?
Well, if there is a single policy idea that Donald Trump brought into this campaign, it was immigration. It was the beginning of his election kickoff when he rode that escalator down. He talked about immigration. He was constantly talking about immigration. So this is a very important policy point for his base. But tonight it's all about the battle of the bases. And while on the one hand the base was turned out by Donald Trump and his talk of strong immigration controls, on the other hand the new coalition that Hillary Clinton may be creating was in part perhaps driven by a strong reaction to Donald Trump's
I think many people won't forget where he talked about the wall.
I do want to continue to talk about the Hispanic vote. Forgive me, we're just going to make a quick call here. CBS News is projecting that Hillary Clinton is the winner in Illinois, the state that she grew up in, talked about. where she learned her Midwest values. She's reminded us on the campaign trail, but not a big surprise.
That's not a surprise that she would win her home state of Illinois. That would be a very bad sign if she did not win Illinois, John Dickerson.
But Gail, you were talking about the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, that many people still know are smarting over his comments as he rode down the escalator. That was the first sign that this would be a very unusual type of campaign, his entrance. But he talked about building the wall, and that was the first time that, you know, it was a jaw-dropping moment when he referred to Mexicans as rapists. Many people still have not forgotten those comments from that day one.
Yeah.
The irony, of course, is that the very first people that he insulted may have the last word tonight.
Yes. That is ironic.
Charlie Rose is with our political panel, and they have been talking about Hispanic voters tonight. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Scott. We've continued this vote about Hispanics. We want to talk to Leslie Ruth Marcus here, and Leslie Sanchez, and Frank Luntz. Frank, what do you think is going on in the Hispanic community, and how large will this turnout be, and how influential is it in this election?
If the white community is angry, the Hispanic community is insulted. They were insulted by the language that Donald Trump used. They were insulted by the tone. And every time he would say that Mexico was going to pay for the wall, and whenever he talked about immigration policy, they felt like he was telling them they weren't welcome. And every time that he said that the Hispanics, they love me, they don't. And I'm looking across the country, and it's not just on border states. It's also states like Colorado, Illinois. The Republican Party in general, and Donald Trump in particular, cannot win when you are only getting 25 to 30% of the Hispanic vote. You cannot put together a majority, and they are the fastest growing segment of American society and the greatest switch away from the GOP over the last 10 years.
And I'd say one other thing to that, which is you use the word insulted. I would actually use the word incensed, because I think that
driven to the polls.
Driven to the polls. But you know, if you're insulted, you might sit home and just seethe. They're going.
If you're incensed, you will get in the car and go vote.
You're getting in the car, and it's not just. I suspect it will be not just the Hispanic community. We saw this 4 years ago with Asian voters. Who would be typically Republican voters deserting Mitt Romney. I think you may see that again, maybe in even greater numbers this year. So when you insult kind of one ethnic minority and a bunch of immigrants, you insult even more than the Hispanic population.
I think you're talking about. I think the question tonight is this going to be the largest rejection of a GOP nominee in basically recent history? Republicans have earned about 31% of the Hispanic support for the last 10 presidential elections. The question is he going to perform below that? Are we going to get in Bob Dole territory of 21%? But one thing I would caution is that big wave, what he has managed to do is unite a dormant Hispanic community that it doesn't vote in the numbers that they can.
The Clinton camp is saying there's a new coalition. It includes Hispanics, and it's a larger coalition than even Obama had.
And I'd say it's way too early to see that. Barack Obama made the same declaration in 2008, and then Republicans won control of the House in 2010. He made the same declaration in 2012, and the GOP won Congress and the governorships in 2014. These things are temporary. But make no mistake, Charlie, both Republicans and Democrats are looking at these numbers and saying that this group that is moving so fast, that is growing so fast, is going to be a nightmare for the GOP going forward unless they adopt a new message and new policies.
Well, and the GOP knew that, right?
Yes.
4 years ago, we had this famous autopsy. They diagnosed their problem. They set out the solution.
Their problem was on outreach. We've got to reach out.
And specifically immigration reform. Where was it? What are they going to do now?
We have to go back to the desk, Nora.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And CBS News projects that Rhode Island goes for Hillary Clinton. One of the big stories of the night is control of the U.S. Senate. Juliana Goldman has been following the Senate races tonight. Juliana?
Well, Nora, we are ready to make the first call for a Democratic pickup in the Senate. In Illinois, it looks like Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth has beat incumbent Republican Senator Mark Kirk. That is one of the first calls. Again, that's the first call that we are able to make for a Democratic pickup in the Senate. Remember, Democrats need to pick up 5 seats to take control of the Senate, 4 if Hillary Clinton wins, because Tim Kaine would be vice president and he would be the tie-breaking 51st vote.
All right, that adds one more woman to the United States Senate. And, you know, Tammy Duckworth, the first member of Congress born in Thailand, also a Purple Heart winner. Yes. She is a double amputee, of course, lost both of her legs in the Iraq War to helicopter pilot. It had been a contentious Senate race there, but she is now, according to CBS News, heading to the United States Senate.
Strongish. First Republican loses his seat tonight in
and
the
he
Senate.
was considered the most vulnerable of all the Republicans on the ballot tonight.
John Dickerson, you were just telling us about a warning sign for the Trump campaign that you were noticing in the exit poll data that we have coming in.
One of the key questions is whether Donald Trump's strategy of really paying close attention to white voters was going to pay off. Now, Ronald Reagan won with 54% of white voters. Mitt Romney got 59% of white voters and lost. The difference? The share of white voters. There were more of them in Ronald Reagan's day. Well, right now, the exit polls suggest that only 70% of the electorate is white voters. In 2012, it was 72%. So Donald Trump is working with a smaller group. Within that, non-college white voters, in 2012, they were 36% of the electorate. Now they are 34% of the electorate. These are not huge numbers, but in a very close race, if your base is not turning out, and the premise of the Donald Trump campaign was not just that he would match Mitt Romney's numbers, but that he would grow them. Right now, it does not look like he's growing.
In fact, one Republican Senator, Lindsey Graham, has said his own party is in a demographic death spiral. Tonight, we've seen that the share of the white electorate is getting smaller and smaller. As
America's changing, and so is its politics.
Yes, and we have a projection in the state of Mississippi goes to Donald Trump. He is the winner in that state. An expected victory there and a large win for him there. All right, the Democrats are hoping to take back the Senate. We'll look more at those key Senate races and more states closing at the top of 8:30 when we're back here on CBS News Election Night.
Back now with CBS News Election Night coverage. Let's look at the state of the race right now at this moment. This is the Electoral College map. The colored states you see now are the ones where the polls have closed. The blue states signify victories for Hillary Clinton. The red states, victories for Donald Trump. Right now, at this early stage, the Electoral College totals are Clinton 68, Trump 57. And of course, 270 needed to win. Now you ask, what about those white states here? This is the whole ball game, folks. Many of these states are going to be deciding who the president of the United States is, and these states are so close right now, we can't make a projection about the winner. Anthony Salvanto is our director of elections. He's running the decision desk back here. All of our experts who are watching the exit polling information and all of the actual vote data coming in. Anthony, let's look at Florida quickly.
Sure.
Donald Trump must win it. There's no question about that. Tell us what's happening there right now. Why is this so close?
Well, that's right, Scott. This is critical to his path. And I'll tell you, the story in Florida right now is a story we're seeing in a number of battleground states. And that is that even though Hillary Clinton is doing well down in the areas where Democrats typically do well, and that's down around Miami, getting decent turnout there, getting the percents of vote that she probably needs in and around Miami. But Donald Trump is outperforming Mitt Romney and typical Republicans in a lot of these other Republican-leaning counties. And one by one, that's adding up his totals. So we see him outperforming typical Republicans, and that's keeping this race close.
Again, red for the Republicans, blue for the Democrats.
Yep.
Look at this, 60% of the precincts reporting, and it's a virtual tie.
And that is dead even. You know, there was a lot of early vote here, Scott, and that's a lot of what gets counted fast. We thought that the early vote looked like it would be even, and lo and behold, it is. It's very even, including in what was cast before today.
Now let's look at another state extremely important to both candidates, and that's North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina is actually a similar story. I'll point you here in and around Raleigh-Durham. This is a place where Democrats typically do well, and no surprise, Hillary Clinton is. She's turned out a lot of her base so far. But all these red places that you see lit up, including down here in the western part of the state, with strong turnout and with Donald Trump outperforming what Republicans typically do, that right now is just about matching Hillary Clinton's margin. So she's got a little bit of an edge, but it's certainly not enough to say where this race is headed for sure right now.
Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, thank you very much. And folks, the moment we can make an estimate on a winner of one of these states, we will drop whatever we're doing and you will be the first to know. Clearly, one of the big efforts on the part of the Clinton campaign, especially today, has been its effort to get out the vote, to get their voters to the polls. And Nancy Cordes, who is at the Clinton election night watch party tonight in New York City, has more on that. Nancy?
Scott, this is an operation that the Clinton campaign has been working on and building out for nearly 2 years now. And according to the newest numbers that they have given us, their volunteers have made 23 million voter-to-voter contacts since Saturday morning. That means door knocking. That means people calling other voters on the phone. In fact, we've heard stories about Clinton volunteers so thick on the ground in some of these battleground states, 100,000 volunteers today alone, that they say they've gone through their entire list, knocked on every door, and gone back again. Somewhat irritating, perhaps, if you live in a battleground state, but pretty effective. You were just talking about Florida, for example, where it is so close. Imagine if the Trump campaign had had the money or inclination to invest in a similar size get-out-the-vote operation. He might be leading by a point or two there right now. Instead, in Broward County, which is a county that went for President Obama in 2012 by 35 points, hit record turnout today at 6 p.m. Miami-Dade hit its record since 2012 by the time the polls closed as well.
Nancy Cordes at the Clinton watch party tonight. Nancy, thank you. As Nancy was saying, the Trump campaign has not invested nearly as much in the Get Out the Vote campaign today. And we have our Major Garrett at the Trump watch party tonight.
Scott, it's the most important decision Donald Trump made as he sought the presidency of the United States, to essentially subcontract his get-out-the-vote operations to the Republican National Committee. And in talking to senior Trump advisors in the week leading up to this election, I said, what worries you most? And they said that we're going to be close and that we're going to look at the election results and wish we had our own get-out-the-vote operation. And we don't, which means in certain respects, in certain precincts, certain states, we don't know as much as we need to know. And Scott, I can tell you this was a conversation that went on in the Trump campaign. And Trump was absolutely adamant. He wasn't going to invest in it, didn't believe in it, didn't think it was as important as what he saw in the adoring crowds, thousands of them he kept encountering on the campaign trail. What he may learn tonight in these very closely contested states like Florida, no Trump get-out-the-vote operation there. North Carolina, a small one, but not nearly large enough. Other states that will loom large in the evening, Pennsylvania, Virginia, those are day of voting states. Not a lot of early vote in either one of those states. The Trump campaign not well positioned to get out the vote and identify the key constituencies that they need in those states. So across the board, Scott, the great lament from Trump and those who support him come tomorrow, if he loses, may be we should have invested where we didn't.
Major Garrett, thank you very much.
Yeah, really interesting to see those two differences between the two campaigns. Just want to show everybody right now what's happening in the state of Florida. We've talked about how this is such a key battleground state in Trump's path to victory. Look at this, 48 to 48. We are calling it a toss-up for a reason. 88% of the vote in. We'll have more additional states closing at the top of the hour when we come back. Polls are closed now in half the states. There is the map as we stand right now as we are approaching 8:30. Let's take another look at the Sunshine State, the state of Florida. It is a toss-up, 48 to 48. We'll have more when we return on CBS Election Night.
Live Election Day coverage from KPIX 5 News.
And just about 2.5 hours left until the polls close here in the Bay Area. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ken Bastida.
And I'm Elizabeth Cook. Dozens of measures on the ballot here. We're keeping a close eye on the push to legalize recreational marijuana in California. KPIX 5 reporter Juliet Goodrich is live at a pot dispensary in San Francisco, where there are a lot of supporters of Prop 64. Juliet?
Liz, they're here right now. We're at San Francisco's premier cannabis dispensary. You can see behind me where it's business as usual right now. This place is called Spark. While it is business as usual here, there is a buzz, so to speak, about Prop 64. It would change how marijuana is regulated, transported, sold, and taxed. Although Californians will be able to possess marijuana legally if passed, people will not be able to actually walk into a place like this and buy it recreationally until January 1st. Now, joining me live right now is the CEO of Spark, and this is Eric Pearson. Thanks for joining me. Obviously, long time in the making for this prop to even be on the ballot.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You've had some pushback, though, so let's talk about that. There is some concern. It's still not a done deal.
Right. I think the existing cannabis community has concerns around regulations and the way they get implemented. And some of the more conservative parts of the state, they're also concerned about access to cannabis by children. And we believe that regulating cannabis will ultimately limit the availability to children.
All right. Well, we'll see where this stands. We'll be here tonight and also some other locations regarding Prop 64. We'll send it back to you on this initiative and other props going on. Back to you, Ken and Liz.
All right, Juliet, thank you for that. Other big measures that we are following right now, the death penalty in California. There are two proposals, as you know, Prop 62, which eliminates capital punishment, replacing it with life in prison without parole, and Proposition 66, which would speed up the execution, changing the procedures on court challenges. Now, if they both pass, the one with the strongest majority will win.
And then there's Proposition 63, California's shot at tighter gun control. It would require individuals to first obtain a permit that dealers would have to check before selling ammunition. The measure also prohibits owning large capacity magazines, and it further regulates who is not allowed to own a gun.
In San Jose, the police department is looking toward Measure F to help with its staffing crisis.
It would reverse the 2012 voter-approved measure that limited pensions and benefits for San Jose police. KPIX 5 reporter Len Ramirez is live at City Hall in San Jose to explain what's at stake tonight. Len?
Well, there's a lot at stake. In fact, the San Jose City Council is having their regular meeting inside right now, but their minds have to be on Measure F, the pension reform plan that is going to have a big impact on the future of this city, whether it passes or not. San Jose overwhelmingly voted in a pension reform plan in 2012, but voters are being asked tonight to swap that out for a new plan because of the devastating effect it had with city unions, especially the police department. Hundreds of officers have left San Jose, moving to other cities with better pension benefits. San Jose can now barely manage to keep enough officers on the streets with forced overtime. As of last week, about half the voters in our KPIX Survey USA poll were still undecided. The rest of the voters were in favor of the measure by a 2-to-1 margin. Measure F opponents say that it will put San Jose back into financial hardships. Backers say that if it doesn't pass, San Jose will be in a public safety hardship. So we'll be watching that very closely. Liz?
All right, Len, thank you.
You can join us for more Bay Area election updates in about a half hour.
Stay with us.
Back now with election night coverage on CBS. Polls are closed in 26 states and the District of Columbia as America elects a president. No projected winners yet in any of the 13 battleground states that will tell the tale tonight. But in the race to 270 electoral votes and the presidency, Clinton has 68, Trump 66. We still have a very long way to go.
We do, and we're going to get to some of those individual states in just a moment, those battleground states. We're getting some really interesting numbers. But first, in the state of Florida, CBS News projects that Marco Rubio has won his Senate seat there in that state. I think it's fair to say that of the 16 Republicans that challenged Donald Trump for the nomination, Rubio may be the only one who's having a victory speech tonight. He wasn't going to run for the Senate. When he lost, he decided to get back into this contest.
And so many people wonder if his career career was over. His political career was over after he dropped out of the race. I have relatives in Florida. I have relatives in Florida who said he talked so much about his dislike for the Senate.
Yes, exactly. Until the Republican leaders came to him and said, we're in danger of losing the Senate. We need to hold on to a seat in Florida, and you need to go back and run in that seat. He is now, along with Senator Portman in Ohio, one of the 2 Republicans who was able to get out from under Donald Trump. Even though Democrats tried to tie them, they were able to succeed. We don't know what the outcome in Florida is at the presidential level yet, but obviously Marco Rubio did better because we're able to make a projection there about Marco Rubio.
Well, let's have a look at the battleground states now. These are the 13 states that could go either way and will therefore determine the election. As you see that graphic there, Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Florida, the polls have closed in all of those states, and they are all so close that we are unable to make an estimate of who is ahead or who is projected to win in those states. The states that you see below there, those polls will be closing later as we go on into the evening.
Scott, you and I were looking closely at the state of Florida, a must-win for Donald Trump. We've now got 91% of the expected vote in, and wow, the margin is razor thin, isn't it, Scott?
8 million votes cast so far, and they're separated by 70,000.
Wow. What's going on in Florida?
I'm working on it, Nora. So here's one thing that is not that doesn't help us. One is that in 2012, there were 67% of the electorate in Florida was white. Now it's only 61%. So that kind of a drop between 2012 and 2016, you would think would hurt Donald Trump, but he's neck and neck here tonight. So he's picking up the alternative is that Hillary Clinton is not turning out the vote in the way Barack Obama did. So we're just going to have to keep waiting to figure out.
What segment of the vote she's not turning out?
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, this is eerily like 2000. I mean, are we going to start hearing about hanging chads in a minute here?
In 2000, there were only 500 or so votes between Al Gore and President Bush.
But, John, didn't Donald Trump and both Hillary Clinton spend a lot of time in Florida? Both of them.
Well, that's the cost of doing business in politics. When you have to pay attention to Florida and Ohio and North Carolina. I mean, they're battleground states for a reason. So they spend a lot of time there. What's interesting is, to Major's point about a ground game in Florida,
and Donald Trump lives there.
The Republican National Committee set up a ground game after the loss in 2012. Reince Priebus, the chairman of the party, said we have to have people on the ground working the doors, knocking on the doors, getting people to vote. But he set up a system, and the question is, how did that system work with the Trump campaign? That may be one of the after stories.
What do we know about the vote that has not been reported in Florida? Where is it coming from?
I'll let John look at that right now, and I can tell you this, though, the interesting breakdown between men and women is virtually split. I mean, women are going for Clinton 51 to 44 for Trump, and men, Clinton 44, Trump to 49. So you don't see a huge gender gap. You see a small gender gap there in the state of Florida. And independents almost breaking even, Clinton 44, Trump 45%. But the Clinton campaign has been saying Miami-Dade would be key to their victory, that they would be able to turn out the Hispanic vote and the African-American vote in large numbers, in part by the early vote and also on Election Day. If they don't do that, that means that Trump can win that state. And as of right now, with 90% the vote in, it's neck and neck.
Trump must win Florida in order to have a reasonable path to the presidency. It's not essential for Hillary Clinton, though. She can put together other ways to get there.
Yeah.
That's right, especially if she's, Virginia is edging towards Hillary Clinton. Again, if she wins the traditional Democratic states plus Virginia and North Carolina, then she's very much on her way to getting that magical 270.
If anybody was going into this, Nora, wondering whether there was going to be a blowout tonight, we now have the answer. This is going to be a very close race.
A very close race. I want to show you the state of Ohio, of course, because we've talked a lot about that state. Only about a third of the vote is in at this hour. But at this hour, Hillary Clinton is leading 50 to 45%. And as you can see, a very close margin there. I don't think we can make any assumptions right now because so little of the vote is in. And this is a state that Donald Trump is expecting to do well in. Some of the early signs suggest that he has the edge in that state, but there's the vote there.
Can I just say that we have, it appears that on Virginia we have it as leaning Dem now, not just edge, but leaning Dem, moving a little bit more warmly towards Hillary Clinton.
But North Carolina is still at edge?
Yes.
We see now, of course, the state of Virginia, which just has about half of the vote in, as John just mentioned, and Hillary there with about a 4-point lead, and that's why at CBS News we are estimating that Hillary Clinton has the edge in Virginia, and also now, Charlie, you just mentioned, in the state of North Carolina. I think we should just back up because we just went through the boards about what that means.
That's right. What does edge mean? What does lean mean? Yes. What does all of this mean?
Likely mean, yes.
Help the audience, please,
I
with
think
our definitions.
It needs a little bit more than an edge.
Yeah.
It's like an edge, a lean, and then a likely.
Right.
Edge means it
and then
change.
You turn yourself around, and that's what it's all about. If you have an edge, yes,
that's called the hokey pokey.
I know, Gail. But anyway, in Virginia, if it's edge, that means it's quite close. That means that if there's a statistical anomaly, it could reverse itself for that candidate. If it is leaning, that means that reversal is less likely. And then if it goes past lean, then it's something where we might be in the neighborhood of making a projection.
So now, if she has the edge in Virginia, do you think Tim Kaine played a role in that? Her running mate who's from Virginia, a governor, a senator, a mayor there?
At the moment, she leans in Virginia, yes. I mean, Tim Kaine, also another important thing.
She's leaning, it's not edging.
Robbie Mook, the campaign manager for the Clinton campaign, also was the campaign manager for the successful 2013 gubernatorial race in Virginia. So he knows how to do races in Virginia. That, plus the vice presidential pick, Tim Kaine, those all may have contributed to Virginia.
But Tim Kaine is an enormously popular politician in Virginia. You would have expected a lot better showing than this at this early point.
Yes, true enough, although it could be another piece of evidence in the idea that basically people vote for the top of the ticket, and vice presidents may not get you as much as you might want.
But North Carolina and Virginia are very similar, aren't they, in terms of profile?
They are similar, but, you know, Barack Obama won Virginia twice, and he traded. He won North Carolina
2008, but not in
2012. So North Carolina is sort of more on the knife's edge than Virginia.
And Bob, you were saying?
I was just going to say, she's leaning in both states for basically the same reason. She's attracting the same voters in North Carolina that she's attracting in Virginia.
And those are whom?
Well, I mean, educated white women. She's getting the educated vote. She's getting the minorities. And it's pretty much stacking up the same way in both states. And I think that's significant.
The suburbs around Washington, D.C., a large growth there's Latino, there's also Asian voters in Virginia as well. The growth in the state is the newer kinds of voters who are more like Hillary Clinton. Virginia is such an important state because it is partially representative of the larger story we're talking about with America, which is as a state changes from traditionally Republican, where there's a large share of the white vote, to a state that is more mixed. And that's the story in Virginia, and that's also the story perhaps in the nation.
And for more about what this all means at this hour, Charlie Rose is with the political panel. Charlie?
Here we have Bob Ben Domenech, the publisher of The Federalist. We have Michelle Norris from the Aspen Institute. She's a former NPR host. And Michael Gerson, the Washington Post columnist. So when you look at this so far, the results we've been listening, where we think that they may be leaning, where they may be more definitive, what do you see?
Well, I see the Republican Party tried again a white turnout strategy. Last time, a lot of wise heads, after the Romney loss, said that's not possible anymore. You need to accommodate a multicultural America with real outreach. That didn't happen in this election. Everyone knows in 20 years that can't work. But the question is, can it work this time again? And we're seeing mixed messages.
You think the lesson will really cannot work in the future, so therefore we have a realignment of voter groups?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I don't think they can go back to the pre-Trump message, though, because there are blue-collar workers who have said, we're here.
To Michael's point, you know, the real question for the Republican Party now is what comes next. And it seems in a lot of these different races, you see various senators running well ahead of Donald Trump in states like Ohio and states like Florida. And they're going to be returned to the Senate, and they're going to have to decide whether they're going to make a change in the policy approach, the agenda approach that they've had in the past, and whether they're going to try to reach out to some of the groups where Hillary Clinton has lagged Barack Obama. She's lagging behind him in young voters in Ohio and in Florida. The question sort of is, are you going to try to reach out to them? And that would probably require elevating newer, younger faces, people like Rubio himself, to lead the party.
Did it get derailed because of Donald Trump?
Of course it got derailed because of Donald Trump.
Like
This
so
was
much of politics
this was a
this year.
process. The Republican Party was leaning in the direction of reforming its agenda for a while. Trump really short-circuited that conversation. They're going to have to find a way to live with a coalition that includes some of his voters and then reaches out to others as well.
Well, let's remember they did that whole forensics report after the last election, and they didn't even take their own advice. And so, yes, they are going to have to do a lot of rebuilding. Even if Donald Trump wins, the party will have to do a lot of rebuilding to reach out to voters who are obviously very angry at the party itself, even though they were voting for a Republican candidate, and to reach out to Hispanic voters and to reach out to college-educated women, for instance, who are voting for Hillary Clinton.
Which seems to be the new
apparently,
coalition for
in
the
very
Democrats.
large numbers.
But there are splits within the Democratic Party as well.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. And there are splits among the college-educated voters, and there are splits along economic issues that we see as well. And so the Democratic Party will probably have to do some rebuilding, but not to the degree that the Republican Party will.
Yeah, and I think if we have a President Clinton, she will have a decision to make to do real outreach, or whether she's precluded from doing that by her own base, the Sanders base of the Democratic Party. And that will be determined early in her presidency with the issues she picks.
She signaled that she wants to do that.
The biggest problem Republicans face is that nobody really trusts them to lead anymore. They're going to have to reassert themselves in a certain way, and I think that just relying on the same old pre-Trump message is not the way to do it.
Thank you all. Back to you, Scott.
Charlie, thank you very much. We're going to be back in just a moment. We're going to have a closer look at this race in Florida. More than 8 million votes counted. That's nearly all of them, and it is neck and neck. We're back in a moment.
Polls in more than half the country are closed at this hour, and this race is super tight in the state of Florida. It is a toss-up, too close to call, as Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton neck and neck with more than 90% of the vote in. One call that we do have and have made in the state of Florida is for Marco Rubio, who has won the Senate seat there, and Mark Strassman is there in Miami at Rubio headquarters. Mark?
Hey, Nora, Senator Rubio, in fact, has just taken the stage to claim victory here. He has defeated two-term Congressman Patrick Murphy and won re-election to the U.S. Senate. He made a joke right at the top saying this election that is going better than the last time he came out on stage in Miami when he was thumped in the Florida primary by Donald Trump. Many, but not all the people in this room, of course, will be rooting for Trump tonight. This race still has many bitter feelings among Rubio's supporters. And this race in Florida is, in fact, so close now. Trump seems to be ahead by about 100,000 or so votes. And the votes are starting to run out, too. Remember that Florida had 6.5 million folks who voted early. That's a record for the state and the most of any state that had early returns. And so even though Hillary Clinton left South Florida, the most popular part of the state, solidly Democratic with a 280,000 vote margin or so, Trump has managed to pick up votes in more conservative sections of the state, in North Florida and Central Florida, along the all-important I-4 corridor between Orlando and Tampa. And at this point, the two cliches we've heard about Florida in this election are both true. One is that Trump cannot win the White House unless he wins Florida, and two is that this race was going to be extraordinarily close, and in fact it has been.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. Scott Pelley is over at the decision desk. Scott?
Nora, thanks. We're back here with Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, and what that means is he's our numbers guy. He's working with all of our experts at the decision desk, taking in the information from the exit polls and the actual vote totals now, and it is Anthony who helps us make these estimates about who's ahead and who may be winning. As we were just hearing, Anthony, Florida, it's the entire ball game for Donald Trump, and my goodness, how close it is. How much of the vote has been counted so far?
Well, about 75% of what we expect the vote to be. But as the vote comes in, our expectations can actually move up. What we've seen now is the bulk of that absentee vote has been counted. And I will tell you, Scott, one of the things, Hillary Clinton is actually doing well for a Democrat. Down here, you mentioned Broward County. She is performing about about where a Democrat typically does well. These counties here in South Florida, solidly Democratic. But here's the thing, Scott. Everywhere else in the state, she is just underperforming a typical Democrat, Donald Trump doing just a little bit better than typical Republicans do. Up here through the Orlando area, through Central Florida, and certainly up around near Jacksonville. You look at some of these counties, and he's doing better than Mitt Romney did. That is adding up little by little to keep him even with Clinton.
Well, let's have a look at what this says. They are of more than 8 million votes counted so far. They're separated by about 100,000.
Right, exactly. And that's
Donald Trump slightly ahead.
Donald Trump very slightly ahead in the vote count. In our models, we've got it even, and that's because what we do in the model, Scott, is we account for the number of registered voters who haven't yet had their ballots counted, and we look at it that way. So if you do that, then you look at a slightly more even race, because not everything is in from some of these counties. But I will tell you, this is about as close as it gets.
Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, thank you very much. So Donald Trump performing in Florida a little bit better than Republicans normally do. John Dickerson?
Well, Scott, let's see. I was just looking at the vote that Donald Trump is doing with white college-educated women. We've talked a lot about them tonight. That's a group that's very strong for Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is winning with white college-educated women 58-39 in Florida. That's better.
Wait a minute. Give us that again.
Donald Trump is up with white college-educated women in Florida in a way that he is not anywhere else.
You would not have expected that.
How do you explain that,
Well,
John?
she had been up.
How do you explain that?
He had, well,
that particular.
What he explains, there's an older electorate in Florida, so a lot of your college-educated voters are typical Republican voters. Mitt Romney won the white college-educated 57-42. So Barack Obama at 42 of white college-educated women in Florida is ahead of where Hillary Clinton is now at 39 with white college-educated women in Florida. So that's one area that Hillary Clinton is turning that vote out in other places, but apparently not enough in Florida, which is what makes it close, even though there are other parts of the state that she's turning out lots of Latinos.
Is there any other?
And the share of the white vote is actually smaller in Florida than it was last time around.
Is there any other place we know where Trump is winning college-educated women?
And not that, well, other than his red states.
Right.
I mean, in terms of battlegrounds,
right.
I haven't found it yet.
Right.
It is a really interesting. I'm looking at those same numbers, too, as the same time you are. I mean, we're talking about 50 and 60% he's winning those white college-educated females, white college-educated males, sort of across the board. That may be why he's so close in the state of Florida.
And just for context here, Hillary Clinton nationally is winning white women with a college graduate degree 51-43. So by 8 points nationally for Hillary Clinton, but she's down by almost 20 in Florida.
91% of the vote counted in Florida so far.
That's right. All right. Coming up, polls close in the two-candidate state of New York. We'll talk about that. We've also got Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, New Mexico, Wisconsin, and a big state of Texas.
Big state of Texas.
The night is young.
The night is young.
Yeah.
More ahead. Coming up after this.
Hi, everyone. We've been watching social media posts, including the post from the candidates. Just a short time ago, we saw one from Senator Tim Kaine, of course, Hillary Clinton's running mate, who tweeted an old photo of himself with his daughter, Anella. And that tweet reads, "Thinking about my daughter right now. No little girl will ever again have to wonder whether she, too, can be president." That has been retweeted over 1,500 times in just 20 minutes. Meantime, Donald Trump Jr. has tweeted, "Final push. Eric and I doing dozens of radio interviews. We can win this thing. Get out and vote. Make America great again. Hashtag Election Day." Retweeted 6,000 times since this afternoon. More after this.
Live election night coverage from KPIX 5 News.
2 hours left till the polls close here in the Bay Area in this historic election. Good evening. I'm Ken Bastida.
And I'm Elizabeth Cook. We begin in House District 17, where challenger Ro Khanna is trying to unseat Mike Honda in a close congressional race. KPIX 5's Devin Feely is with the Khanna camp in Fremont. Devin?
Yeah, so the celebrations won't get underway for a few more hours, but we may see a changing of the guard tonight if Ro Khanna can successfully unseat incumbent Congressman Mike Honda. Now, typically, being the incumbent gives you an advantage in almost every imaginable way, in the polls and money and momentum. But Ro Khanna has managed to turn that conventional wisdom largely on its head. He has outraised Mike Honda $3.5 million to $2.7 million this election cycle. And in our exclusive KPIX Survey USA poll, he was neck and neck with a slight lead over Mike Honda. He also seems to have, by all accounts, momentum on his side as well. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, here is one other number that the Khanna campaign perhaps may want to forget: 4,714. That's the number of votes that he lost by last time in 2014. However, in that race, he was coming from behind and had to close the gap. Well, now he is either even or slightly ahead. In Fremont, Devin Feely, KPIX 5.
Devin, thank you for that. KPIX 5 reporter Susie Steimel joins us live from Marin County, where after work voters are casting their ballots now. Susie?
Well, we keep hearing talk about the record-breaking turnout for this year's election, and we're seeing proof of it right here in Marin County. Ordinarily in Mill Valley, they only need one of these black ballot boxes to count up all of the ballots. But today they've had to order 3 separate backup boxes to handle all of the overflow. We know that Marin County is breaking records with numbers of registered voters this year. The record in 2012 was 155,000. This year, more than 160,000 people registered to vote. Volunteers say it's been busy.
It was really busy. We overfilled our room to start with. At 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, there was like 245 people in here, probably more than we normally get on a regular primary all day. So it was crowded.
As you heard him say just a moment ago, it was very crowded this morning. We anticipate seeing things pick up here in the next couple of hours before the polls close, as traditionally the busiest time for voters to come through is before and after the traditional workday, before 9 a.m. and after 6 p.m. We're live in Mill Valley. Susie Steimel, KPIX 5.
Voters in Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco counties are deciding on Measure RR. It's a $3.5 billion bond measure to add funding for BART. The money can only be used for infrastructure like replacing rails, modernizing BART's train control systems, and improving stations. Measure RR needs a 2/3 majority to pass.
And there's a lot more coming up. And join us for more Bay Area election updates in 30 minutes.
Yeah, polls close in about 2 hours. You can also get up-to-the-minute results on our website, cbssf.com. CBS News Election Day coverage continues right after this.
Stay with us.
Back now with election night on CBS. It is 9 o'clock in the east, 6 in the west, and it is a tight race for president and a long time before we are going to know who won tonight. Polls just closed in 14 more states, including 4 key battleground states: Arizona, Colorado, Wisconsin, and Michigan. All 4 are toss-ups right now. Still no winner in any of the 13 battleground states that will decide this election tonight. In the race to 270 electoral votes and the presidency, Donald Trump has 123. Hillary Clinton has 97. It is still early.
And look at that, what is almost a river of red flowing right through the United States, up and down. We have a number of states. In the state of New York, home state to both of these candidates, CBS News projects Hillary Clinton is the winner. In the state of Texas, CBS News projects Donald Trump has won by a decisive margin. There is a large Hispanic population, but he won that state. In Kansas, CBS News projects Donald Trump is the winner. In the state of Nebraska, another state goes to Donald Trump with a large margin there. And in South Dakota, CBS News projects that Donald Trump will win that state when all the votes are counted. And North Dakota, CBS News projects that Donald Trump will win that state when all the votes are counted. And in Wyoming, Donald Trump is the projected winner as there.
This is pretty much what we expect.
Yes.
But the big headline of the hour is Florida. Almost all the votes, 91% of the votes have been counted in Florida. More than 8 million votes have been counted. And at this moment, Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton. They are separated by only 140,000 votes. Still much too close to call.
Can we talk, Scott, for a second about why he's doing so well with working women, educated women in Florida? When you look at all of the things that Trump has said with his issues with women, the Access Hollywood tape, the comments that he made about Alicia Machado, the accusation of sexual assault, starting with Megyn Kelly in that very first debate. How do we explain how this is possible?
Well, the Republicans who like him are willing to forgive him those things. We've talked to voters who are in the Trump camp, and they were the ones who said, "Oh, this is locker room talk," and this is that's part of it. They forgive him, and why do they forgive him? Because they don't like Hillary Clinton, and they think the country needs to be turned around, and they think that he can do it. Another thing about Florida, just that's true of all these other states that we're looking at that are battleground states, is that this is a debate here in the country right now between the cities and the rural areas. And what Donald Trump is doing well in Florida is he's doing well in 41 or so counties, 40 or more counties, all over the rural areas, doing a little bit better than Mitt Romney did. And Hillary Clinton is doing well in the cities. But that's the combat. So in these states, you'll see a sea of red, all the counties smaller in population that Donald Trump is doing well in, and then deep blue in the cities. And we're seeing that now in Florida, and we'll see it in all the battleground states.
And a point you made earlier, it's an older population, too.
Yes, and that's the difference between college-educated women in Florida versus college-educated women. If we want to look for another echo, perhaps we might look in Iowa, where the population is also older. We'll have to see what
What's the definition of older? I'm very curious, John. Careful.
You'll have to bring that up with someone other than me, Gail.
Let's just say that many of
over
the college,
80.
Over 80.
Many of the
like
college
85
are retirees in Florida.
I like that.
Let's have a look at our battleground tracking list here. This shows you the states that have polls that have been closed. So the polls have closed in all of the battleground states except for Iowa and Nevada. They're at the bottom. And folks, you would normally be looking for check marks on either side of the state name showing whether we have projected the race for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, and you don't see any. And that is because all of these battleground races at this moment are so close that CBS News cannot yet make an estimate. But let's have a look at the electoral vote now, where it stands, snapshot in time at this moment. Hillary Clinton with 97 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 123. But remember, there are 270 that are needed to win. There's some big Democratic states where the polls are still open. California, most notable among them. And so it is going to be a long, close race tonight.
Anthony Mason has all of the exit poll data. Anthony?
Nora, we wanted to break out the battle in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, where we knew there would be a substantial divide between the city and the rural areas. And there is, as you can see in our exit poll. Hillary Clinton winning basically 3 out of 4 voters in the city. Donald Trump winning nearly that margin in the rural areas. But as you can see, the real battle is there in the suburbs, where it's dead even. Hillary Clinton finding strength among suburban women, winning them 56 to 40%. This was a group that went for Mitt Romney 4 years ago by 52%. So great strength there. But there was no early voting in Pennsylvania, and the late deciders are going to Donald Trump by a 52 to 39% margin. And that's why things are still close in Pennsylvania. Gail?
Yeah, that seems to be the theme of the evening. Thank you very much, Anthony. Too close in Pennsylvania, too close in Florida. Another interesting thing from the exit poll, college degrees. Hillary Clinton has 55% of those voters. Donald Trump has 41%. No college degrees. Donald Trump has 50% of that voting population. Hillary Clinton has 46%. Now, last night, John, the Clinton campaign ended very strong with President Obama, Michelle Obama, Bruce Springsteen and John Bon Jovi in Philadelphia on the steps of Independence Hall.
Yeah, the voting on Election Day is a bigger deal in Pennsylvania than in North Carolina or Ohio or any of these states where you have the early vote.
And we have a call in the state of Arkansas. Bill Clinton carried his own home state in 2 elections, but there's a little rock in a hard place tonight for the Clinton family as Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Arkansas.
Is this a surprise, Nora?
No, it was expected that he would win there.
But she was First Lady of Arkansas for quite a long time.
Now was the former senator from New York State, so she's won New York, lost Arkansas, the 2 states that she's spent most of her life in. Let's go back to the map as you've pointed out all night, Scott. 129 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 97 for Hillary Clinton. There's that river of red right down the United States. But
it does look like a river, too.
It does look like
down the middle.
But I'm really fascinated by what's going on in these battleground states that we have talked about all night. John, you were excellent in pointing out about what would be the storylines of tonight, what we would know whether Donald Trump is having a good night or whether Hillary Clinton is having a good night. It's 9 o'clock. This is tight. Florida's tight, and Virginia still tight?
It's very, very close, very tight. It's looking more like a map that you would expect if you had a generic Republican and a generic Democrat. There's not a wild success by, or they're both having success at the same time. So, yeah, it's getting tighter, it feels like, as we go on.
Let me ask it this way. If you are inside Trump Tower tonight, you are looking at this map, what are you nervous about?
You're holding your breath.
Yeah.
Well, you're nervous because nothing's getting better. You're happy it's a toss-up life.
Yeah.
But remember, you've got to win more places. And so the probability of winning all of these that are very close, or winning more of these that are very close than Hillary Clinton with, is still tough.
Bob?
You know, there have been no surprises tonight. I think that's very important to understand. The states we thought were going to go Democratic have gone Democratic. The ones we thought were going Republican so far has gone Republican. All of the battleground states are very close. The most, I guess, if there is a surprise, it is that Florida has not been called yet. It's very close. I'd still like to know what's going on down in Georgia. I think most people thought that would go Republican, although some of us called it a battleground state. But I think you're right, John and Nora. They've got to start winning something they weren't supposed to win. If they're going to win tonight. That is their path to victory. So far, everything is going just about like we thought it was going to go.
But did we think it would be this close, though, John? Did we think that these battleground states would be toss-ups at this time of the evening?
Well, you know, it does take a little while for us to call them. Now, they seem to be getting tighter as the night goes on. Usually, you start to call one of these battleground states around 9-ish in the past 2 elections. So, you know, that's usually what happens. But we're just not there yet, but we knew it was going to be close because of the way the polls have looked. And now we're going to, you know, another state that we're going to talk about in a little while is Michigan, and that's another one of these great question marks because that's where Donald Trump made a last-ditch effort.
And that's a traditionally blue state.
That's right.
He spent a lot of time there. Well,
Charlie Rose is standing by with our political panel. Charlie?
Thank you, Scott. I'm with Republican strategist Frank Luntz, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, and Michael Gerson of the Washington Post. Picking up on the conversation, why is it so close in the battleground states? Is that the nature of battleground states?
Tens of millions of dollars in advertising, get out the vote efforts like you haven't seen, phone calls, direct mail, emails, texts. These people have been watching politics 24/7 for the last 4 or 5 months, and so everyone's engaged, everyone's involved, everyone's voting, which is why it takes so long to count the votes, because the turnout's so high.
Peggy, same thing.
Yes.
You're surprised? Is that close in these battleground states?
So far I am. One of the things I'm thinking is, one of the problems Trump had is that he talked in a way about certain policies, like policies appealing to the working class, and it had some real power, but the way he talked about those issues and his approaches was limited, or seemed to people to be talking to the white working class as opposed to the Latino working class, the black working class. Do you know what I mean? He started out with policy insights and then limited his own appeal.
Ronald Reagan used to say that Latinos had a natural home in the Republican Party.
He believed it. I believe it.
Yeah, I think Trump has benefited from extreme partisanship in America. I think never Hillary trumped, never Trump in many voters' minds. And this has made it closer. We're also seeing a real reaction against the establishment and globalization across the Western world. There's something going on having to do with populism and the reaction to elites.
Populism is about ideas. There's also a question of this election being about personality rather than ideas.
Yeah, I don't think issues matter. And in fact, I'm looking at the statistics from the exit polling. In terms of qualified, 53% said Hillary Clinton. She's been a United States Senator, Secretary of State, First Lady, and only 53% thought she was qualified. Donald Trump, it was just 37%. Having the right temperament, which was the biggest spread of any of them, 56% Hillary Clinton, only 34% Donald Trump. They did not vote on issues. They voted on candidate persona, and that's where Hillary Clinton had the advantage.
I think it was in part an issue election. I think Donald Trump had real insights on issues and policies that might have a profound impact changing the Republican Party, but he showed at the same time as he spoke and acted out and did his 3:20 a.m. tweets that it was reasonable for you as a voter to doubt his temperament, to doubt sometimes his stability, to doubt his character. That was his problem. There were issues, but he didn't do them well.
But this wasn't doubting. This was actually hatred.
I think
in some cases, yes.
In the aftermath of this election, America is going to need a healer with real skills to bring together the country. Neither of these candidates has shown that set of skills.
We'll come back to that point. Yeah. Thank you so much. Back to Scott. Scott?
Charlie, thank you very much. John Dickerson?
You know, they're talking about what the next candidate has to do. I was talking to some Senate Republicans who were already, before this, we started to get results in tonight, were talking about what Hillary Clinton would have to do to reach out if she were to win. It was a bit of an odd conversation to have because the vote hadn't taken place. They were already assuming a bad night for Donald Trump, but they were already laying the markers that she had to meet, and they said she can't be a kind of Elizabeth Warren type a Democrat, very liberal. And so I guess the point is, for whoever wins tonight, the traps are laid for them, and the score will already start being kept based on what they say in their victory speeches in terms of this question of whether a whole new round of partisan battle begins once the new president, no honeymoon. The minute they win, those partisan battles are going to pick up.
Are we to believe, though, John, that temperament doesn't matter? I remember very vividly, Nora, the debate that we covered, that Hillary Clinton said in the middle of the debate, he is not fit to be president. And I've never heard an opponent take on another opponent that way. You may disagree with his issues, you may disagree with some of his policies, but I've never heard someone say, you are not fit for this job.
Well, that was his Achilles heel, and to the extent that voters felt that way and put that at front of mind about their worries about the candidate, that was when things were not going well for him. They started to go better when people could focus on him as a change agent in Washington, and they want Washington changed.
All right, looking at these battleground states, we have yet to call a battleground state. It's 9:15. Florida separated the two candidates by
20,000 votes.
Just about 20,000 votes at this hour. We'll have the latest from there when we're back.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry.
Well, if they are watching CBS News inside the Trump Tower, they probably made a small cheer as we are watching this contest tonight. Not only is Florida a toss-up too close to call at this hour, but we had the state of Virginia as lean Clinton. It's now in the toss-up category. What's going on, John?
Well, it's getting closer for Trump. Remember when we talked about the difference between edge and lean? The idea was always that it could roll back the other way. And so now Virginia, which was leaning down, leaning to Hillary Clinton, is now back in the toss-up category. So while things are tight in Florida, they're also now tight in Virginia.
But
so
do we know why?
We don't know why. Maybe Anthony knows
That's why
why.
Scott Pelley has gotten up. See, Scott Pelley is no longer here because he's all the way over at the decision desk.
All right, good.
Not that far
Scott, you better have an answer.
I do not, but I bet Anthony Salvanto, our director of elections, does. He's our numbers guy tonight. Anthony, what's going on in Virginia?
Okay, I'll tell you why. The western part of the state is going for Trump very heavily, more heavily than we would have expected, even for a Republican.
Coal mining area, farming area.
All this out here, exactly. Coal country, all out west of Roanoke, okay? Then, all over here in the D.C. suburbs, the place is so critical to Hillary Clinton. She is doing well, but just not well enough. Maybe 2 or 3 points tracking right now behind where she needs to be. So you look up here in places like Prince William and Loudoun, all of this taken together is tracking just a little behind where she needs to be.
And we want to remind the audience that blue is Hillary Clinton, red is Donald Trump. Donald Trump doing very well in the rural areas, Hillary Clinton confined mostly to the cities.
There's definitely that rural-urban split, but let me also say what I mean by needs to be, where people need to be. Each of these campaigns is going to have vote targets, people who reliably vote Democrat or reliably vote Republican. In a partisan race like this, if that's off even a little bit, it makes the state a lot tighter. And this is a pattern we're seeing in so many states, Scott.
Now let's have a look at Florida. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump both holding their breath and turning blue over Florida right now. There's been a record voter turnout there.
Yes, there has. And same pattern, okay, down here in the southern part of the state, Hillary Clinton doing well, but just not well enough. But here's the real story. You go out here in and around the Orlando area, everybody talks about the I-4 corridor as a swing area. But what Donald Trump is doing here is it's not just swinging it, it's that he's adding up small, relatively small numbers of votes in all of these relatively smaller counties, and that is offsetting whatever Hillary Clinton can get in the Democratic counties. So it's that rural or suburban, even ex-urban areas where he's overperforming and, of course, doing well in the Panhandle.
93% of the vote has been counted in Florida. Trump must win Florida to win the presidency, and so far he's doing it.
Well, he is, but let me tell you, when we see percent in, sometimes precincts report, and you'll hear people say, oh, there's so many precincts reporting, but with so many absentee votes in Florida, those don't always come in as precincts. So you can sometimes see more votes than you see precincts, and that's what's going on here.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much. We will remain on Battleground Watch when we come back.
The battle for the battlegrounds continues at this hour. CBS News has yet to call any of those key 13 battleground states. Why? It's too tight. Look at the state of Florida. More than 90% of the vote in, and it is super tight there. Even Donald Trump holding a slight edge as the vote is still being counted. The Democrats were feeling optimistic when I spoke with them at about 3 hours ago. They said they thought they could turn out enough Hispanic and black voters. We'll see what's going on there.
Well, Nora, when Eric Trump was sitting in this seat this morning, right here on CBS this morning, he said they were going to win Florida. Maybe he knew something we didn't know.
Virginia also now the toss-up category. We'll go inside these states to find out what it may mean for tonight and who will be the victor. That's coming up right after this. It's CBS News Election Night.
Live election night coverage from KPIX 5 News.
Well, about an hour and a half left to go before polls close here in the Bay Area in California. Good evening. I'm Alan Martin.
And I'm Veronica Dela Cruz. We are keeping an eye on all things election for you. Let's take a live look right now at the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters. You see hundreds of people earlier today coming in and out of that polling place, just waiting to cast their vote. Those polls remain open until 8 p.m.
Well, KPIX 5's Joe Vasquez live at the Democratic Watch Party in Sacramento tonight for us. Joe?
Yeah, Ellen, this is Democratic Party headquarters. They're getting ready for the watch party as we speak. No statewide returns coming in yet, but as you might imagine, they're pretty nervously optimistic as they're watching the national returns trickle in. Now, this morning, let me show you some video. Governor Jerry Brown, he exercised his right to vote, took his very popular dog Sutter with him to the polling place, says he voted for Hillary Clinton. Now, we also ran into another bigwig here in Sacramento. His name is Tom Steyer. He is not a politician. He's a billionaire and a major donor to Democratic causes. He has poured millions of dollars into this election on the state and national levels, focusing on getting out the vote. So, what's next for Mr. Steyer? I asked him. Listen closely. Will you run for governor?
Well, what I've said and what's true is this. We're going to get a lot of information tonight. I will be able to assess that with my team and figure out the best way going forward to have as much impact on the issues that I am passionate about as possible.
That sounds like you're running for governor.
Well, let me say this. We think that what we've done this year will have a gigantic impact.
So there you go. He didn't say no, didn't say yes. I do expect a clearer answer very soon from him, but what an interesting way to answer that. Real quick, I just want to show you some of the party favors as folks come in here for the watch party tonight. There you see the buttons, nasty woman, win like a girl, bad hombre. We will see if people will be wearing those with smiles on their faces or the opposite by the end of the night, guys.
All right, Joe, thanks.
Joe. And KPX5 political insider Phil Matier joins us now. And Phil, we know it's early, but walk us through who you think are going to be some potential big winners and losers tonight.
All right. First one is Tom Steyer, who we just talked to up in Sacramento. He has pumped over $50 million into this race, not only in his fight to raise the cigarette tax for health care costs, but also a voter registration drive, the likes of which the state hasn't seen for quite a time. Does that mean he's going to face off against Gavin Newsom, our next person on that shot, who is running for governor? Gavin Newsom has a lot to win or lose on marijuana. Also on whether or not his gun control initiative, which is very popular among Democrats, is going to make it. The third person who's likely to be a big winner is Kamala Harris, going from District Attorney of San Francisco to Attorney General of California and now possibly on to the Senate. One person who's got a lot up in the air is Governor Jerry Brown. He could be a winner or a loser. On one hand, his initiative to try to change the sentencing structure for prisoners in California looks like it may win, but his other one, Proposition 53, which was put up by opponents of his high-speed rail and water delta plan, which would pretty much put the brakes on that, that's neck and neck. So if the governor doesn't win that one, question is, does he have the mojo for the next 2 years? So a lot at stake for state office runners tonight.
Yeah, and the guys who might be on the ballot in 2 years.
Yeah, and it's Tom Steyer. His main goal is just for us to remember his name next time.
He's paying for it. All right, Phil, thanks. Join us for more Bay Area election updates coming up in 30 minutes.
And head to CBSSF.com for up-to-the-minute results. CBS News Election Day coverage continues right after this.
Stay with us.
Gentlemen, let's leave it there so I can ask a question of Senator Cruz, who's also running for president.
Gentlemen,
Nixon
the people at home cannot understand either one of you when you speak over each other.
This was WrestleMania.
Election night on CBS, it is still WrestleMania tonight as we have been unable to project any of the 13 battleground states that will decide this election. Let's go to our map that shows where the election stands right now. Well, we have our there it is. There's the map that shows you right where things are at this very moment. Red states are Trump. Blue states are those states that we have projected for Hillary Clinton. The states in white, ladies and gentlemen, are places where the polls have closed, but the count is so close, we are unable to project which candidate is the winner in those states. Hillary Clinton with 97 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 129.
Scott, we have something really interesting going on right now that we should talk about, and we'll go through these states one by one. I want to tell everybody. But a state like Michigan, that in the last election that we had called at 9 o'clock, it's now 9:30. We're not able to call that state. So let's go through, because I want to talk about a number of these states that we've not called at this point. We'll first start off with Pennsylvania. The current estimate there, CBS News estimate, that is a toss-up. Now, we have just 16% of the vote in, but again, this is based on actual votes, exit polls, and others, but it is a toss-up. Look at the state of Florida. 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead by 2 percentage points. The Democrats were boastful to me earlier today. I'm getting radio silence right now asking them what's going on in that state.
He has to win Florida, and right now he is.
He is. And Ohio. Look at this. Another state that Donald Trump felt confident in. He's performing well, 53% of the vote in there. Let me get through these. Michigan, just 17%. Colorado first, forgive me. A toss-up in Colorado. And Michigan, a toss-up as well. John.
Well, so we got two different kinds of states here. The Rust Belt states are all linked, and why are they linked? Because we've talked about it earlier tonight. One of the key themes of this election is the difference in college education or not college education. If you look at the states, they all group together in terms of having a large non-college educated electorate. Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're all very close to each other. So the electorates are the same. And so Donald Trump is obviously doing well with that electorate. What's interesting is that Florida is a different kind of state. So he is doing two different kinds of things here. He's winning, or he's holding his own in two different kinds of states. And what's key here is that if he does well in Pennsylvania, then there's a chance he could do well in Michigan and Ohio and then Iowa.
Trump's theory of the case was that he would do well in the Rust Belt, that there was a vote there for him.
Because of this large share of the electorate that was non-college educated, blue-collar workers who are disappointed with Washington. They don't feel like the
upset about jobs and trade.
And also, there's a cultural piece to this. These are the ones when you hear "Make America Great Again." They
What does that really mean? Make America great again? Because when you talk to many people in this country, they'll say, "When was it not great?" What does that mean exactly? Make America great again.
Well, there's a gradation of what that means. I mean, for some people, it means a world in which the economy is better, in which middle-class jobs are stronger. But for other people, it means a world in which there is not so much of a minority presence in America. And culturally, where the kind of liberal mores are not a part of my everyday experience. And so it gets very messy.
And he's talking to the steel workers in Ohio who have lost their jobs because of cheap Chinese steel. There's a steel mill in Lorain, Ohio that has been producing for more than a century, and it closed last spring, laid off 600 workers. Those are those people.
It's both cultural and economic.
Michigan has not voted for a Republican since 1988. Let's go now to Anthony Mason, who has the exit polls about what people think in that state. Anthony?
Yeah, Nora, it was George H.W. Bush, the last Republican to win the state of Michigan back in '88. Here are two key reasons why Donald Trump is competitive in Michigan tonight. The first is whites without a college degree. John was just talking about them. He's winning them 61 to 31%, a 2-to-1 margin. But what's significant here is he's outperforming Mitt Romney, who won this group with 55% 4 years ago. He's also winning men by a margin of 52 to 40%. Now, Donald Trump is winning men around the country, but men in Michigan went for Barack Obama 4 years ago, narrowly, but he won them on the way to winning the state. But these two changes are a big reason Donald Trump is competitive in Michigan right now. Gail?
Yeah, it's very interesting, Anthony. It's not just the non-educated voters that he's resonating with. Look at these numbers, guys. White college-educated voters, 50% are going for Donald Trump, 43% are going for Hillary Clinton in Michigan. What does that tell us, John, about what's likely to happen or what's going on in Michigan at this moment?
Well, it's a gender thing. So in other states, Hillary Clinton is winning white college-educated women by more than she is in Michigan. She's only winning them by 6 points. But look at how well Donald Trump is doing with white men with a college degree, almost 20 points ahead for Donald Trump with that group. So he's doing better culturally in Michigan than he would be doing in, say, a state like Pennsylvania, where Mitt Romney won white college-educated women by 11 points. Hillary Clinton is now up by 22 with white college-educated women. So that's really interesting because we're assuming that Pennsylvania and Michigan are alike, and in that case, they are not alike.
But you know, when he first started going to Michigan, we were sitting thinking, why is he going to Michigan? That's such traditionally a blue state. Why is it, Donald Trump, why is he spending time there?
Well, because of those
yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
And we're not the only ones watching the results of the election as they stand so far. Wall Street is watching, and the Dow futures are down 400 points at this point. The market hates uncertainty, and if there's anything we can say conclusively about tonight, it is
uncertainty.
Yeah, Michigan is one of those blue states that we talked about that Donald Trump wanted to pick up. He placed a $25 million ad buy in the final week of the campaign. Michigan was one of those states. Michigan is also a state that has a large African-American community, 15% out of Detroit, 15%. Hillary Clinton has performed well among that group. However, there's been some question about whether she was able to get black voters to the polls on Election Day. But noteworthy again tonight, Michigan, one of the battleground states that has trended blue in the past. The last time it voted for a Republican was in '88, and at this hour, it is a toss-up.
Want to remind everybody.
I'm sorry.
No, please, Bob, after you.
Squeeze in a word here. You know, we knew at the beginning of this evening, we have known for 2 months, this was a deeply divided nation. What we have found out so far tonight is we were right about that. Maybe we didn't understand how divided we really were.
Now, I want to remind everybody that we are watching these battleground states closely every second, and the moment CBS News can make an estimate of who is ahead or who is winning, we are going to stop whatever we're doing, and we're going to tell you about that. Well, and now we have one. Nora?
We do have a call in the state of Connecticut. Hillary Clinton has won in that state. She is the winner. Not a big surprise there, not a huge electoral cache of votes.
Not a big surprise there. Now Hillary Clinton has 104 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 129. Still very early yet, but the tale of the evening is going to be told in these 13 battleground states. Now, Nancy Cordes is following all of this for us from Clinton election night headquarters here in New York City. Nancy?
Scott, I just got off the phone with a top Clinton campaign official and asked him what the campaign makes of the situation in Florida, where you were just discussing how close the race appears to be right now. He said, look, we have been saying for 6 months that this race would be close, and that is what we are now seeing. He pointed out that not all of the votes in Broward County, the second most populous county in the state, are in yet. That is a big Democratic stronghold. But he also pointed out that their electoral strategy does not rely on winning Florida. Yes, they would love to win it, but they still continue to believe that their most likely path to 270 involves the battleground states of Nevada, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Virginia. Now, you were also discussing the fact that Donald Trump appears to have made up some ground in Virginia, so I asked him what's going on there. He pointed out that Fairfax County, the most populous county in Virginia, Northern Virginia, has only reported about 50% of its votes so far. He said this happens every 4 years. Fairfax County reports late. Democrats start to freak out. They feel that they're losing the state, and they come back and win. And he says he's very confident that that's what's going to happen in Virginia. How confident? Well, we've already been told by the Clinton campaign that the Clintons, both Hillary and Bill Clinton, have been working with their speechwriters on a speech, making some final edits, and that those speechwriters have left the room and are now inputting those final edits. And that's significant because yesterday we were told that those speechwriters had prepared 2 different speeches for her, a concession speech and a victory speech. And the fact that they have settled on one means that they believe at this point that she's going to win.
Nancy Cordes, thank you very much.
And Nancy, if you can still hear me, is there any reporting from the Clinton campaign about what they think is going on in Florida?
You know, they say it's a nail-biter. They really weren't willing to make a prediction about whether she will win or not. They say it's just incredibly close. Same situation in North Carolina, and that's why they sent all of their resources down to those 2 states. But they say if they pull off one, if they pull off both, it'll be great, but they're not relying on the states the way that the Trump campaign is.
Nancy Cordes at Clinton campaign headquarters right now. We should point out, too, Scott, you first brought this up, the Dow now down 500 points. At the same time, we have a CBS News projection at this hour. In the state of Louisiana, Donald Trump is the winner.
No big surprise there, of course. That's not a battleground state. Expected it to go Republican all along. But let's have a look at our map status of the race right now as it stands. Hillary Clinton with 104 electoral votes, 137 for Donald Trump, 270 needed to win. The red states we have projected for Donald Trump. The blue states we projected for Hillary Clinton. The states in white are those states that the polls have now closed, but they are too close to make a projection. Major Garrett is at Trump campaign headquarters for us tonight. Major?
Scott and Nora, earlier this evening there was a definite despondency within Trump Tower looking at the exit poll data and what they were seeing and hearing based on reports from battleground states. That has turned to cautious optimism. And one thing I heard repeatedly from senior Trump advisors was, look, the exit poll data doesn't look good, but we are going to overperform the exit poll data. Just as we predicted to you, we would overperform public polls. How much? Maybe 1 or 2%. The trend lines we're seeing tonight, according to Trump Tower, reflect that overperformance of what is noted in the exit polls and the public polling of these battleground states before votes actually started being counted. Let's talk about Florida for a second. Just got off the phone with Susan Wiles, who is the Florida director for the Trump campaign. Her direct quote, "We feel pretty darn good about the prospects in Florida." But the Trump campaign, just like the Clinton campaign, waiting to see what happens in heavily Democratic Broward County to tip the scales one way or the other in Florida. But it is worth pointing out, Florida is an absolute must for Donald Trump. There is no path without Florida, and they would like to see more encouraging trend lines in North Carolina, Virginia. They're encouraged by Pennsylvania and Michigan, but they have yet to see that breakout state where they can achieve that clear path to 270. Everything is very close. They are not nearly as discouraged as they were earlier this evening, but they are still looking for a momentum builder, a battleground state that goes for Trump and that builds momentum as they try to reach that 270 mark.
Major Garrett, thank you very much. 13 battleground states that will decide the election tonight, states that could go either way, and right now all of them could go either way. We'll be back in just a moment. It's election night on CBS, and what an election night it is. Let us show you where the race stands right now at this moment. This is our map of the Electoral College vote. We have Hillary Clinton with 104, Donald Trump with 137. The red states for Trump, the blue for Clinton. The white states are what we are watching right now. Those are states where the polls have closed. But the vote is so close in those states, we cannot project who might be the winner. John Dickerson.
Well, if I'm a Clinton supporter and I'm looking at Virginia, this state that was once lean for Hillary Clinton and is now a toss-up, I'm paying a lot of attention to Fairfax County. As Nancy Cordes reported, 80% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is down overall just 10,000 votes. Fairfax County brings in, Barack Obama got 260,000 votes there. So
this is the suburbs of Washington, D.C.
Fairfax County is just outside of Washington, D.C., a very strong Democratic county. If I'm a Democrat who wants Hillary Clinton to be elected, I'm watching the votes come in Fairfax County, hoping that it performs as it did for Barack Obama, which would give her, or at least help close that 10,000 vote deficit in Virginia.
Can you put it in perspective, John, from 2012? Where were we in terms of calling states?
Well, in 2012, by now, the battleground states, although Michigan wasn't as much of a battleground as it is right now, was called by now, as was Pennsylvania. Again, not as much of a battleground as it is right now. At 10 o'clock, by 10 o'clock, North Carolina, which was very much of a battleground, tight, very tight, was called by 10 o'clock in 2012.
All right. Bottom line, to follow on your line, if you're a Clinton supporter, you're popping an anti-anxiety pill right now. Charlie Rose is over with the panel. Charlie?
Thank you, Nora. We're talking, remember, the first thing we said at 7 o'clock, it's a tight race. And we're seeing that in the states that are contested and very different. On the one hand, you got Virginia and North Carolina and Florida, and then the Rust Belt, and then you have a couple out west. Let's talk about the Rust Belt. Why are they so tight?
You know, it's interesting. I was in Ohio just a couple of weeks ago in Trump country, southeastern Ohio, eastern Ohio. There's this Scots-Irish spine that kind of runs up and down Appalachia, and one of the things that is pretty consistent along that spine is that they've seen less of an economic comeback in the wake of the recession. They have a lot more economic resentment. They also have cultural resentment towards a class of elites who they believe have ignored their needs, ignored their priorities for far too long. And I really detected when I was talking to voters there just an enormous amount of rebelliousness, a feeling that they needed to send a message to Washington and to the country. I think you're seeing that happen tonight.
Jamal?
I want to talk a bit more about that cultural resentment, because I think we run the risk of sort of painting it a little too amorphous. But remember, Trump ran his campaign. He began his campaign attacking Hispanic immigrants and various other racial and ethnic minorities. And I think some of this cultural anger we should correctly identify as being racial animus, and that it's significant that Trump has closed so much of a gap and done so well with white voters across the country.
Racial because they believe as they gained in terms of voter strength and economic strength, that they were losing.
Right. A sort of zero-sum view of American life.
It is zero-sum, but I think that the other aspect of it is the message Trump was sending was, it's not your fault that things are this way. It's the fault of immigrants or bad trade deals or wasteful wars, etc. And that was a message that they responded to.
Correct. Well, I mean, Donald Trump has run, for a Republican especially, a very negative campaign. Not just so much negative as far as attacking his opponent, but also negative, very pessimistic. It's like America is really suffering. Make America great again. It's backward looking. So in a sense, I mean, that was directed perfectly to the states he needs in the rest of the night: Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And those are, I mean, he needs to break through certainly in either Michigan and Pennsylvania, and we'll see if that's going to carry him through. But it does seem like pessimism has helped him there.
Yeah. To his point, it's that power of nostalgia. Nostalgia for a time when the Rust Belt felt stronger, when there were more jobs, when there were stable situations. In Ohio, union voters went for Barack Obama in 2012, 60-37. Now it's 49-44, essentially even in terms of the exit poll data.
And I think a second big question here is, to what degree are college-educated white voters okay with Trump's campaign of nostalgia, of racial animus? I think the assumption has been that they wouldn't be okay with it, but perhaps in states like Florida and North Carolina especially, they may just be.
Good point. And it also seems like he is maybe overperforming in the very early numbers, granted, but it also seems like Hillary Clinton might be slightly underperforming, maybe among Hispanics as far as the volume of them going for her in Florida. I think Fairfax obviously is key in Virginia.
And the night is young, and in some of those cases we've only heard about 20 to 25% of the vote. Back to Nora.
All right, Charlie, thank you. That's right. 13 battleground states that we are watching very closely. 4 years ago, we had called 2 of them. We've yet to call any of them. Tonight, we're going to go state by state, go in depth and explain why this race is so close at this hour. You are watching CBS News election coverage. Well, this is getting awfully exciting, guys. North Carolina, a state which we had earlier given the edge to Hillary Clinton, we've now moved back up into the toss-up category.
Charlie Rose, those are your people.
They are
North Carolina.
And I'm not sure what's happening, John.
Well, we've got a little bit down in the African-American vote. 21% of the electorate there is African-American. It was 23% in 2012. That might be one answer. In Mecklenburg County, that's like Fairfax County in Virginia, only 43% of the vote. That is a Charlotte. That is a deeply blue area. If I'm Clinton's people and I'm focused on Fairfax, I'm also focused on Mecklenburg.
We've also got new information about what is happening in the state of Florida, why it's so close, record-breaking turnout, and we've got news of your local races. More as CBS News Election Night continues.
Live election night coverage from KPIX 5 News.
And we are down to the final hour of voting here in the Bay Area. Good evening. I'm Veronica Dela Cruz.
I'm Alan Martin. California voters deciding whether to legalize recreational marijuana. KPIX 5's Juliette Goodrich joins us from a medical marijuana dispensary in San Francisco. Juliette?
You know, Alan, this could be a game changer for the state of California. We're here at Spark, and this is San Francisco's premier cannabis club. You can see Prop 64 supporters here. Whether you're for Prop 64 or against it, the proposition would certainly change things here. It would allow adults aged 21 years or older to possess and use marijuana for recreational purposes. The measure would create 2 new taxes. I want to bring in the CEO, Eric Pearson, here to talk a little bit about if this passes. Obviously, you want it to, but what are some of your concerns?
The concerns from the passage, certainly from a regulatory perspective, I think we're concerned about small businesses and their ability to follow all the new rules and guidelines.
And it's close. We don't know, obviously, going into it, but it's not a done deal.
It's not a done deal by any means. So it's important to get out and vote. Certainly the polling looks pretty good, but nothing's done until it's done.
All right. Well, we'll be here throughout the evening, also at some other dispensaries throughout the area. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Again, Prop 64, certainly a game changer, whether you're for it or against it. Some people who are even opponents and proponents of medical marijuana don't want Prop 64 for a number of reasons, the regulatory reasons, so we'll have to stand by and see. And that's the latest here from San Francisco. I'm Juliette Goodrich. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Jules, thank you. Let's take a live look right now in San Jose, where workers are busy counting those ballots at the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters office. As of this morning, nearly half of the 700,000 vote-by-mail ballots issued had already been returned.
Record number of voters hitting the polls in Alameda County. KPIX5's Melissa Kane here with details on a record number.
That's right. It may be a historic night in many, many ways. Now, those of you who voted at your polling place today may have seen more people than usual. And if you did, you're not alone, because here in the Bay Area, voting is up, way up. Now, we talked to the Alameda County Elections Department. They say there are more registered voters in Alameda than ever before, about 890,000. And they're projecting a 75% turnout. That means about 668,000 voters in Alameda County. Again, the most in county history. And it's not just Alameda. Here in San Francisco, there are over 513,000 registered voters in this election, and that's more than at any time in our history. We're told this turnout has been steady, and it could be a record number of voters today in San Francisco as well.
Wow. So 17 state propositions, not intimidating people, keeping them away.
They may be taking longer to vote, but they're definitely showing up.
But they're doing it.
Hopefully doing their homework.
Yeah, we hope.
All right, Melissa, thank you.
Hey, we're also following some breaking news for you. On the road tonight, police chase and a crash has all lanes blocked. This is Highway 4 west of Interstate 680 in Martinez. Chopper 5 giving us this look as the emergency vehicles are taking up the middle of that highway there. Trucks and cars are exiting off Highway 4. Authorities apparently were chasing a stolen car on eastbound Highway 4.
It all ended at the 680 interchange with a crash involving several cars. That suspect was taken into custody. There is no estimated time of reopening that stretch of roadway, but we will stay on top of that for you.
Chopper 5 showing us the backup there. It's incredible.
Join us for more Bay Area election updates. We'll have another one in about 30 minutes.
And you can also get up-to-the-minute results. Our website, of course, cbssf.com. CBS News election night coverage going to continue right after this.
Battlegrounds. The United States. This race is close. We can't project a winner yet in a single one of them. Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, let's have a look here at some of these states that are just too close to call. We just moved North Carolina into the toss-up category.
Right. It had been leaning Clinton for a while, but what's happening, Scott, is that we are seeing votes coming in now all here around the coast, counties where Donald Trump is, and this is a story we've been telling all night, overperforming what we thought he might do, overperforming in Republican areas. Hillary Clinton is down just a little bit in some of these blue counties. They represent places that are going Democratic, doing not well enough. But if Donald Trump can offset whatever margin she's going to make down here around Raleigh-Durham, then that's why we've got it at least back to toss-up right now.
But before we leave you, let's have a look at Florida.
Yeah, let me tell you what's going on in Florida.
Extremely close. Donald Trump has to win it.
He has. Well, you know, he probably has to win it. But let me tell you what's happening here. We're seeing record turnout, as you mentioned. But what happens is when we look at these counties and we say how much of the vote is in, well, votes keep coming in because turnout is so high. So what happens is in our models, we're waiting to see 100% in, but that bar keeps getting higher and higher because more and more votes keep coming in. So in that case, we just have to wait and see what the final tally is going to be.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Nora O'Donnell has the breakdown of each of these 13 states tonight.
That's right, Scott. Thank you so much. And let's just say what it is right now. It is a white knuckles kind of night. You're either opening a second bottle of wine or you're brewing a new pot of coffee, because we've got a long way to go tonight. So let's go through all of these states, starting with Florida. Take a look at the Sunshine State. It is still a toss-up. We have more than 90% of the vote in. Donald Trump ahead by about 2 percentage points there. Just so you know, Anthony was telling us earlier that they're expecting a record turnout in this state. Let's look at Ohio. Also, just about 70% of the vote in, Donald Trump leading there. North Carolina, Donald Trump leading in that state. In the state of Virginia, you can see how close the margin is there. Clinton's team waiting for Fairfax, that Northern Virginia, to come in. Pennsylvania, another battleground state. Look at that. Another toss-up, 48-48. Let's take a look at the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. First, we'll go to Georgia. Bob, you were asking about Georgia. Donald Trump giving him the edge in the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at New Hampshire. Also a toss-up at this hour. And Michigan. Just about a quarter of the vote in there. CBS News estimating that as a toss-up. And Arizona, a state, of course, that has just closed 0-0 at this point. As part of the early vote, the Hispanic vote will be key there. Let's wait and see. And then Wisconsin. CBS News also calling that battleground a toss-up, I think, and Colorado, a toss-up at this hour. Remember, Colorado is a 100% mail-in vote. Be interesting to see how that particular state turns out. Let's just pull back for a second, John, since we've just gone through all of those boards, what it means.
Well, I'm just looking here in Florida, and to Anthony's point about turnout. I mean, in the big counties of Broward and Palm and Miami-Dade, you're seeing 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 more votes for Hillary Clinton, but also in Broward, 10,000 more votes for Donald Trump. In Palm Beach, which he's familiar with, 13,000 more votes for Donald Trump. So both sides are going up, and that's why it's so close.
Let's have a look at the Electoral College map quickly to show you where the race stands right now. Hillary Clinton, 104 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 140, 270 are needed to win. In other words, Donald Trump is well over halfway there. Some big Democratic counties, of course, like California, for example, the biggest of all. Still, we haven't heard from them because the polls haven't closed. But at this snapshot in time, Donald Trump more than halfway there. The red states, we have estimated for Trump. The blue states we've estimated for Hillary Clinton. The white states are states where the polls have closed, but they're too close to call.
Well, Donald Trump said from the very beginning he was going to do it his way. He was going to run an unprecedented campaign. And clearly his message is resonating, depending on your point of view. Back to your point, Nora, you're doing the hula, or friends I know are calling on sweet black baby Jesus right about now. It really depends on where you stand in this election. And so far, people, he said he wanted to do it. He said he wanted to make a change, and people have liked the message that he is giving people tonight.
Yeah, Elaine Quijano, you're hearing from the Trump family, I understand. They're posting on social media.
Yes, yeah, let's go ahead and show you that first. I want to return to the issue of Florida, but let's go ahead and take a look at what Donald Trump himself tweeted just a short time ago. This was at 9:45. He said, watching the returns at 9:45 p.m., hashtag election night, hashtag make America great again. And you can see in that picture there, of course, his family. You see his running mate there, Governor Mike Pence. But I want to go back to Florida for a moment, because we had talked at the outset of the millennial vote and the affinity for third-party candidates. Well, now we have a little bit of data, because you recall going into it, I said about 13% or so of millennials were saying that, you know, they would go for another candidate. Well, now in Florida, with 95% of the vote in, we know that those who chose Gary Johnson and Jill Stein combined for over 265,000 votes.
Wow.
And when you consider that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton separated by just 134,177 votes, perhaps the third-party candidates are a factor.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, also happening in North Carolina, where the share of the vote for the younger voters of 18 to 29 is up to 19%. That's 3 points higher than in 2012. But here you have Gary Johnson getting 7% of that vote. Hillary Clinton only getting 58% of the vote, which is down from Barack Obama, got 67%. So
Gary Johnson being the libertarian candidate, the third-party candidate.
And on climate and change, issues like that are very appealing to millennials.
Bob Schieffer, you had a point.
I was just listening to Nora run through these states here, and you know, we called these battleground states in the beginning, but we had picked out favorites. Like, for example, we thought Colorado was going to be a battleground state, but we thought that Hillary Clinton was probably, in fact, some of the Clinton people told me it was already theirs.
Yeah.
Last week they were talking about it's now a toss-up. Pennsylvania. I think most people thought that was leaning toward Hillary Clinton. That was maybe the safest big battleground state for her. It's a toss-up. Georgia, we always thought that would go Republican, and it's going that way. But then Michigan, I think most people thought that was in the Democratic column, leaning that way, even though it was a battleground. So we are seeing things now, and it seems to be a trend here, where we see him leading in some places, or at least toss-ups where we didn't think that.
How do you explain it, Bob? How do you explain it, Bob?
Well, I don't know. I mean, most people seem to have voted for him than voted for her.
Remembering the exit vote that we saw, we said it was going to be tight. That was one thing that we said. But is what we're seeing now different than what we expected from the exit polling that we had?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. We just have some new numbers out of Virginia. Anthony Mason can share those with us that I think will shed some light on what is going on in the Dominion state. Anthony?
Yeah, Nora, we want to look at three potential trouble spots for the Democrats in Virginia. First is among white women with college degrees. This was a group that Hillary Clinton wanted to perform very well with, but as you can see, Donald Trump is running just about even with her among highly educated white women. The second group, young voters. Now, Clinton is winning young voters over, well, very strongly, 51 to 38%. But Barack Obama got 61% of young voters 4 years ago, so she's underperforming by 10 points here. And finally, voters in Virginia view Hillary Clinton almost as negatively as Donald Trump on the issue of honesty and trustworthiness, as you can see right there. So three problems, three areas of trouble for Clinton and the Democrats in Virginia, which is surprisingly a toss-up right now. Gail?
All right, Anthony, following up with what you're saying about Virginia, the independent voters there, 49% voted for Donald Trump, 41% voted for Hillary Clinton. Independents, it seems, can make a real difference here, John.
They can. I was just looking here at the, we were talking earlier about in Virginia, Fairfax County coming in now for Hillary Clinton, so that she was down 10,000 votes. She's now up by almost 17,000. So that's how, again, those Democrats looking for hope, they're finding it in there.
Let's check in on the state of Missouri, because CBS News projects that Donald Trump has won the state of Missouri. We'll be also watching the state of Missouri, as there is a key Senate race there as well. Senator Roy Blunt facing a tough challenge in that state. We'll have an update on his race out of Missouri, but Donald Trump, the projected winner there.
Now with 150 electoral votes on his way to 270, those being the votes needed to win the presidency. Hillary Clinton still at 104.
And that was pretty much expected.
Missouri. Yes, Missouri. Very little of the rest of this has been expected, certainly in the 13 toss-up states.
Let's talk about, too, what's going on as the polls have closed in almost all of the battleground states. Well, in fact, they have closed in all of the battleground states. We've been here for a few hours, so I've lost track of time, but it is 10 o'clock and they've all closed.
Iowa's just closed.
Iowa's just closed. Nevada.
Well, two fascinating. Iowa is a state that Barack Obama carried twice. Is one of those states where it's got an older population even than Florida. It's got a highly blue-collar or non-college educated and a big white population. So that the Clinton people have thought Iowa gone. Nevada, very interesting, because before tonight, based on the early vote, the Clinton campaign and Democrats were basically saying that Nevada was really going to be in their column. That Donald Trump couldn't match on Election Day what they had been able to accumulate in the early vote. Well, that may be another thing that gets undone by what we're seeing tonight.
John Dickerson, thank you very much. We're going to take a brief break here. We are going to come back with all the very latest results from these key battleground states, and we're going to visit with some of our correspondents who are in those states for us. Election night continues here on CBS. Election night on CBS, we have an important update for you on Ohio. We have now moved Ohio into the likely Republican category. Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, tell me about Ohio.
Well, Scott, it's not a projection yet, but let me show you why this is trending toward Donald Trump. We always talk about Cleveland and how Hillary Clinton had to get big turnout there. She's doing okay, but I would point you to these counties around Cleveland, places like Lake County. Democrats often do well in the suburbs around Cleveland, too. Hillary Clinton is not. Donald Trump is outperforming. Again, I've used that word 100 times tonight, but he's outperforming what Republicans typically do in these counties here along the lake. And if that holds, then he could very well take Ohio.
Tell us about the rest of the upper Midwest.
Yeah, it's so important, Scott. We talked coming into this night that if this would be what they called the blue wall, Hillary Clinton's base where these states reliably vote Democratic, but they're full of the kind of blue-collar workers and voters that usually go Democratic, but Donald Trump has been targeting them. And we haven't made projections yet in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of those are still in play. And as long as that holds, it tells you the story that Hillary Clinton is underperforming what she needs to do.
Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, thank you very much. In the closing days of the election, Donald Trump spent extra time in Wisconsin and Michigan, and Nora, it looks like tonight that's paying off.
That's right. And as Anthony said it, Hillary Clinton underperforming in a number of these battleground states that she had expected to do well in. We've got reporting from inside these battleground states. Jan Crawford is in North Carolina. Jerika Duncan is in Pennsylvania. First, we'll go to Jan Crawford. Jan?
Well, remember, I mean, North Carolina is a state that typically goes Republican in presidential races. Back in 2008, of course, President Obama won this state, but by the narrowest of margins. And then in 2012, Mitt Romney won by 2 points. But still, this was one of those closely fought battleground states that the Clinton campaign thought they could possibly win. And they made a big push here. I mean, Hillary Clinton came here for her last stop of her campaign, that midnight rally last night, featuring Lady Gaga and John Bon Jovi, attracting thousands of people. And then, of course, today she continued to do radio interviews here in this state, trying to get her message out. But to win this state, she needed to carry the African-American vote, and there were troubling signs there. Now, early turnout, early voting, that was up across the board. The totals, about 12% since 2012. But the African-American early vote was down 9%. So we actually saw people, we drove around to a lot of the precincts today, and we actually saw people standing in line, African Americans at polling places, and there weren't that many lines, on the phone making calls saying, why aren't you voting? Come out and vote. People saying that they just weren't going to vote. That is key for her here. On the flip side, Trump needed to turn out those rural whites, people who may not have voted for Romney, they didn't particularly care for him, people who may not have come out in 2008. He needed to turn those out, and some of the early voting numbers suggested those voters came out as well. All over, of course, the battle for these 15 electoral votes that are up for grabs in this state.
All right, from North Carolina now to Pennsylvania, which is also in the toss-up category. Jerika Duncan is in Philadelphia. Jerika?
There was a lot of concern here about potential voter fraud, which is something that Donald Trump made an issue. So you had the district attorney putting extra resources into that voter fraud task force. But at the end of the day, there were no reports of any intimidation or voter fraud. As for voter turnout, I can tell you the nonpartisan watchdog group Committee of 70 was saying that turnout seemed to be higher than the last presidential election, but nothing official yet. A lot of folks that we spoke to, primarily in African-American communities, felt good. They said that just based on the lines that they had seen, the amount of people that were out early this morning, that they felt Hillary Clinton definitely had this state on lock. And we know that the last time a Republican actually took this state was in 1988. So you're talking about a state that is primarily Democratic, but of course it is up in the air. It is not over yet. So it remains to be seen just how all of those factors factors play into what actually happens tonight. We also want to note that the absentee ballots, that was actually down about 20%. So there will be a lot of questions asked, a lot of analyzing, but at the end of the day, it's not over just yet.
Jerika, thank you very much. We are making an adjustment in our estimate in Florida. We are moving Florida now to lean edge. I beg your pardon, not quite a lean, just an edge, but an edge to Donald Trump, the Republican. John, why are we making that change, and what does it mean?
Well, it means that Hillary Clinton may have turned out her vote, and a lot of Latinos are turning out, but Donald Trump is turning out his vote too. Again, in those rural areas, when you look at the map, all of that red, he's doing it a little bit in each place. Hillary Clinton is doing it in big places around the cities. One thing I think we can conclude basically here is at the beginning of the night there was a big question. Did Donald Trump's vision of the electorate, which was in contrast to many Republicans, which is that he could do well by appealing to the electorate on his terms. That's been ratified. He did well by appealing on his terms. He may or may not be president. But in terms of that theory of the case, he has done well enough tonight to prove that he was right about that.
I want to talk more about Florida, but very quickly, in the state of New Mexico, CBS News projects that Hillary Clinton has won in that state. New Mexico now goes for Hillary Clinton, and it's 5 electoral votes. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more on the state of Florida, why it is edge Republican, what it now means for Donald Trump and for Hillary Clinton as they try to put together an electoral vote pathway to victory. We'll explain. We'll be right back. We've got news to report, ladies and gentlemen. In Arizona, Senator John McCain has been declared the winner in that state. John McCain was seeking his 6th term in the United States Senate, 80 years old. Of course, the former Republican nominee for president has won a victory there.
He also made it clear he would not be voting for Donald Trump. I think the final straw for him was after that Access Hollywood tape. He said neither he or his wife would be voting for Donald Trump. And he had stood by him for several times.
I remember, of course, Donald Trump at one point said he liked people who weren't captured and made president.
I do remember that.
Well, at this hour, we have a number of battleground states still yet to call. I think I said earlier, it's a white-knuckle race. We'll have more. Charlie Rose in the political panel. All that coming up.
Live election night coverage from KPIX 5 News.
Just 35 minutes to go before polls close here in the Bay Area. Not too late to cast a ballot. Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Cook.
And I'm Ken Bastida. History in the making tonight.
Here's a live look from the South Bay at the Santa Clara County Registrar's office in San Jose. We still see people coming in to either cast ballots or drop them off.
KPIX 5 Jessica Flores is live at Washington High School in Fremont. Jessica, a lot of last-minute and first-time voters there tonight, it seems.
That's right. We are seeing a steady stream of voters, and they only have about 30 minutes to go. But I can tell you in the last 10 minutes or so, we have seen an uptick. Now, across Alameda County, the registrar says that there are 889 registered voters. They expect anywhere between 70 to 75% of those to participate in this election. And that would be a record for the county just in terms of the sheer number of voters voting in this election. Now, we did speak to many of those voters who are voting for the first time. Take a listen.
What does it feel like being able to cast your ballot in this election?
I feel like you actually have some say and some power in it.
I'm proud of him for taking his vote and casting it.
It was interesting getting to have my voice being shown through my votes. I think it's very exciting, especially we have a woman in there, and she's a woman, and it's a good example for her, and I'm really proud of her.
Now, again, polls close at 8 p.m. If you're in line at 8 p.m., you can vote. Reporting live in Fremont, I'm Jessica Flores, KPIX 5.
Meanwhile, a big congressional race underway tonight in the South Bay. Ro Khanna is battling incumbent Mike Honda for District 17.
KPIX5's Kit Doe is live at Justin's restaurant in Santa Clara, where Congressman Honda is holding his election party tonight. Kit?
Yeah, Justin's is a popular meeting spot here in Santa Clara, and it looks like they've got set up for a pretty big party today. They're expecting about 150 people. They've got this space until midnight tonight. Honda not expected to arrive at least until the 8 p.m. hour. This is essentially a reboot of the 2014 election, albeit with a good deal more drama than there was 2 years ago. Now, this race is a dead heat, with the last poll done exclusively by KPIX5 a month ago, showing Honda trailing 37 to 38%. Now, Honda has been dogged by an ethics investigation for the past year, facing allegations he used government resources on his own campaign. Now, he's 75 years old and an 8-term incumbent, and Ro Khanna has used that against him, portraying Honda as an out-of-touch, do-nothing congressman. Khanna has momentum on his side, winning the June primaries by 2 points, raising $3.5 million to Honda's $2.7 million. Now, Khanna has had some headaches of his own. Back in September, Khanna's campaign manager stepped down after the Honda campaign filed a lawsuit saying that manager illegally accessed a donor list. So 2 years ago, the race was too close to call on election night. They didn't decide that until later on in the week. It looks like we're going to have another tight race tonight. We're live in Santa Clara. Kit Doe, KPIX5.
And we are also following breaking news on the roadways. Right now, a mess on Highway 4 at the 680 interchange in Martinez. All eastbound lanes just reopened after a multi-car crash. Chopper 5 captured the scene about a half an hour ago. A long line of cars were stuck as police cleaned up that mess. Officers were chasing a stolen car on eastbound Highway 4 and ended with a crash at the 680 interchange. Police say the suspect tried to take off on foot but was quickly detained. And keep it right here on KPIX5 for your campaign 2016 coverage. And join us for more Bay Area election updates in 30 minutes.
And head to CBSSF.com for up-to-the-minute results. We'll see you.
In the state of Virginia, CBS News projects Hillary Clinton has won the Old Dominion. This was a state that was lean edge, it was toss-up. Well, now we're projecting
it's been called.
Those electoral votes are now in Hillary Clinton's column. 13 electoral votes.
Why did it jump around so much? Because, and this will happen in other states over the night, and people should know about this, there are those places where the Democrats do well, those cities which have a lot of votes in them. And if it takes a while for those votes to get cast, Hillary Clinton can be behind and then come back. And so that's what happened in Fairfax County. The vote came in from Fairfax County and went to Hillary Clinton. And that, again, suburb of Washington, D.C., and that appears to be what put her over the top.
And this is the very first of the battleground states that we have been able to estimate a winner in. Let's have a look at the battleground map now. Hillary Clinton goes up to 122 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 150. As you know, 270 needed to win the presidency. Still much too close to call in Florida. And CBS News is making a new projection for the state of Ohio. And we'll have that up for you here in just a moment. And there is the state of Ohio. CBS News is projecting that once all the votes are counted, Donald Trump will win Ohio. Now, this keeps his hopes alive. Ohio was a very important state for him to win. He needs to win Ohio. He needs to win Florida. Right now, Florida is too close to make an estimate, but Donald Trump is leading in the vote. There's the electoral vote count right now. Hillary Clinton, 122, Donald Trump, 168. John, what does Ohio mean?
Well, Ohio was one of those states. They're falling into the traditional patterns. Ohio is a state that Donald Trump had a chance to do well in because there was a big portion of the electorate that was non-college educated voters. There's a low portion of the electorate that was minority. And so that was a state, if people were to put it on a list, Ohio would be one that might go in the Trump category. It did. Virginia, a more diverse electorate, also with a larger share of college educated voters, that has gone to Hillary Clinton. So those are ones that have sorted in a way that we would have expected before tonight, which is a change since so much has happened tonight that's been unexpected.
But it's also a state where Hillary Clinton pulled out all the stops in terms of star power that she brought to Ohio. I mean, it shows you that celebrity endorsement don't necessarily mean victory on Election Day, very clearly.
That's for sure, unless you're a celebrity yourself in Donald Trump's case, and that seems to have helped him certainly in the state of Ohio.
Yes. This is going to be a very close election, because if Donald Trump goes on to win Florida, that will mean he has won 2 of the big battleground states. Hillary Clinton can still win if she wins Pennsylvania, but this one's going right down to the wire.
In fact, I spoke with a top Clinton campaign official when I asked about what's going on in the state of Florida, because they had boasted to me earlier in the night that they felt very strong because they had banked a lot of early votes, and at this hour we have it edging Republican in Florida, edging, to be clear. This top Clinton official telling me it's very tight in Florida, but we can afford to lose it as long as we get Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Nevada.
And Michigan becomes even more important now.
Great point.
DeMarco Morgan is with Anthony Salvanto over at our decision desk, and to tell us a little bit about why we made these estimates, Trump for Ohio and Hillary Clinton in Virginia.
All right, Scott, let's go ahead and start with Ohio right now. Hillary Clinton was heavily counting on the African-American vote. Looks like it didn't work in her favor. How did Trump win and walk away with the state?
Because it wasn't enough, DeMarco, because I'm going to point you to a story of a couple of counties down here around Canton. Now, all through this campaign, we've been talking about those blue-collar voters that might go for Donald Trump, that might respond to his message. It's clear that they did, because there are counties here around Canton, Mahoning County, Stark County, where he has outperformed what Republicans typically do and actually exceeded what is typical, even in the best of times, for a Republican. Maybe they break even there, but he's up 56-40, he's up 53-42 in those places. That's a big reason he wins Ohio.
Now, before we move on to the other states, is it safe to call this a surprise tonight?
Well, he was up marginally in our polling coming into this, but he had to get this pattern in order to actually pull it off, and he did. So in that sense, our pre-election poll looks like it was pretty much right.
Okay, before we talk about Virginia, let's go to Florida. Still too close to call.
Yeah, yeah. Florida is an interesting case because we're still counting how many ballots there are, not just who is up. So as we've been saying all night, we've been looking through all these counties around Orlando, around Tampa, places that Republicans usually do well, but he's doing exceptionally well. And the last thing I'll point you to, DeMarco, I want to take you to Virginia, which we also projected for Hillary Clinton. And here she's gotten enough turnout around these D.C. suburbs, even though all the votes aren't counted there yet. That's her area, and so when all the votes come in, we can expect that she'd be able to carry the state. But this is much, much closer than the pre-election polling ever expected.
Are you surprised that we haven't called to North Carolina yet?
No, that one looked razor tight going in, and it still is.
Long night?
Maybe.
All right. Let's go to send it back to Scott and Nora.
All right, DeMarco, thank you so much. There's lots to talk about how the rest of this night will go. Charlie Rose is with the political panel. Charlie?
And I'm with 3 women, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, Michelle Norris of the Aspen Institute, and Ruth Marcus of the Washington Post. We want to talk about women, and there is a number of divisions that we can speak to. One, college educated versus not college educated, young, old, African American, white, and rural, urban. How is the women's vote influencing this election?
Well, look, we may be in the middle of witnessing an epic upset here, so we're just not sure what's going on, but Mr. Trump is performing better than he had seemed to in exit polls and in other polls. Part of that obviously would suggest that A, there actually was something of a hidden Trump vote, and B, some of them would have been women. So we'll figure that out as the days go by. That having been said, Mr. Trump would not be close now, but I think very much in the lead now if his attitude towards and language towards women, minorities, etc., had not been so alienating. Put a lot of them off. I'm sure it cut down on the number of people who were voting for him.
You're almost saying if he hadn't done that with respect to women and Latinos, he would be much closer to being president.
Yes, actually. I actually once wrote a column called Saying Trump Would Win in a Landslide.
If he weren't Donald Trump.
Well, there's
just
a
different candidate altogether. There's two things that we know. If he weren't behaving as Donald Trump had behaved, he'd have a much better chance of being president. But also, if only men still had the right to vote, he would certainly be president, because we still see a really significant gender gap here. A couple really important points. Women are 53% of the electorate. This looks like this time around, same as they were 4 years ago. But Hillary Clinton is performing better against Donald Trump than Barack Obama did against Mitt Romney with women. I'm going to put on my I might put on my glasses for some of this. She is down 8 points against Trump. With men, she is up 14 points with women overall. With white men, she is down 30 points, okay? She's down with white women, but she's only down by about 8 points. That is less than, that is better than Barack Obama's performance with white women versus Mitt Romney. So I think here's my point. If you're not a Donald Trump fan and he wins, blame the men, don't blame the women.
But the story here might be rural women. Rural women who lack college educations. Right. I mean, when I was visiting Ohio not long ago, someone said that, you know, people focus on Hillary Clinton trying to break the glass ceiling, and that perhaps they should have looked at women who, the cracked windshield voters, the people who can't afford to fix the windshield, that can't afford to put food on the table, that can't afford to send their kids to college. And she may have had a harder time reaching out to those voters, because those voters seem to be supporting Donald Trump and much larger.
That was in all the focus groups, what you just described. How they felt
and there's also a question about those young women and how we still haven't seen precisely those numbers, whether they were as energized as, say, their mothers were.
Notwithstanding the fact that electing a woman would be a historic thing. Is it fair to say that the three of you, when you came here this evening, did not believe that Donald Trump might win this election, and now you all three think it's possible?
Well, he had a very narrow path at the beginning of the evening, but it seems like that path is not as narrow as it was. I mean, I think, speaking of the room, I think all of us feel that changed within the last hour.
Yeah, past hour and a half, we started to see, wait a second, expectations in the polls are not being borne out by the numbers we're seeing on this screen right now.
Thank you all. Back to the desk.
Women.
Not nasty women. Not nasty women.
Nastier.
Back to Scott and Nora.
A fascinating discussion, really interesting.
One of the interesting things, Nora, is that since the nomination of the two candidates, Donald Trump has never led in the CBS News poll, never been ahead since he and Hillary Clinton were nominated, and yet tonight he's keeping up quite well.
Well, if there was a time to get ahead, this is it.
Well,
this is the time to pull ahead, y'all.
Yeah, it's all pretty academic today. That's true.
Right. Let's roll out the old cliche, the only poll that matters is the one on election day.
Yes, that's right.
Finishing strong indeed. We have a lot of data still ahead to share with you, including the Hispanic vote and what is happening in the West. We're also getting closer to a call in Florida. Before we get to Florida, let's go to Anthony Mason on that Hispanic vote. Anthony?
Yeah, as we said early in the evening, Nora, the Hispanic vote makes up about 12% of eligible voters, but in three key battleground states in the Southwest, Nevada, Colorado, Arizona, it's higher than that. Let's see how much higher today. As you can see, coming in Arizona, it's about 16% right now, Colorado 13%, Nevada 18%. Interestingly, this is actually a little bit lower than 4 years ago. Let's look at Nevada, where Hillary Clinton has a significant advantage among Hispanic voters, 59% to 27%. But let's go back 4 years and see what Barack Obama did. He won Hispanics with 71% of the vote. So she's significantly underperforming Obama among Hispanics in Nevada. That's discouraging for the Democrats. Gail?
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. You know, to follow up, Charlie, on your panel with the women who made it very clear they are not nasty women. We're now thinking about pathways to victory. What does that look like? In the beginning of this evening, Nora, Kellyanne Conway said she had 6 different pathways to victory. What are the pathways to victory we could focus on?
Those pathways still remain somewhat the same. The Clinton campaign believes that if they were to lose the state of Florida, that they could still win with Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Nevada. In fact, a lot of their models did not include Ohio.
There are two questions. One is how are they going to split up the battleground states? That's one. The other is, can Donald Trump pierce the so-called blue wall, those traditionally Democratic states? Michigan is one of them. Wisconsin is another one. And Pennsylvania is a third. And so does Hillary Clinton hold on to those? The limited number of pathways that Donald Trump had was based on the idea that a number of states would follow their historical path.
John, I'm sorry to interrupt, but CBS News is projecting that when all of the votes are counted, Hillary Clinton will have won the state of Colorado, one of the toss-up states that we have been watching very closely tonight. CBS News now believes that Hillary Clinton will be the winner in Colorado. That gives her Colorado and Virginia. Donald Trump, we have projected the winner in Ohio.
This was the state, Bob, that we talked about earlier, Colorado, where the Clinton campaign believed, because it is 100% mail-in vote, that organization, that ground game would put them over the top.
Yeah, this was one of those battlegrounds that, you know, in the beginning we called it a battleground, but most of the polling suggested in the beginning that she was going to win Colorado. This is very important now with Florida still out there, with Ohio still out there. This was a very important win for her.
Let me do a what if. I mean, can we go to the fact that if, in fact, Donald Trump wins Florida, wins Pennsylvania, and wins Michigan, is he much closer to the number?
Yeah, because he's won Ohio, but those
he still has to win North Carolina.
Not if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, that changes the original map.
Or Michigan and Pennsylvania.
The thing about Colorado that's important and interesting here is that it is connected to Virginia in the minds of a lot of Democrats.
Right. Let's have a quick look at the tally where we stand right now. Hillary Clinton 131, Donald Trump 168, on the way to 270 electoral votes needed to win. We'll be back in a moment with this very tight race. It's election night on CBS. Welcome back to Election Night on CBS, and what an election this is. It's already having ramifications for the American economy. Have a look at this. The Dow futures are now off 632 points. That's about 3.5%. Investors are reacting to this. This is the election as it stands right now. Let's have a look at the electoral vote. Hillary Clinton 131, Donald Trump 168, 270 needed to win. Now look at this. This is the popular vote. These are the raw total of numbers of people who have voted. And as you can see, Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton by a little bit over 2 million votes.
Investors don't like the uncertainty of what we're looking at right now?
Investors hate uncertainty, and if this night is anything, it is uncertain.
Unless you're in the team Donald Trump, they're feeling that they're looking at us thinking, this is what we predicted all along,
well, I think that they're probably looking at this, at the rise of Donald Trump.
Hillary Clinton hasn't been to Wisconsin during the general election at all. She may be regretting that tonight.
Wisconsin has been a very close state, but it's part of the Democratic wall, and you know, now they're going to, when we do the look back on this campaign, Democrats are going to say, you know, why didn't she spend more time there? You know, in Michigan, Barack Obama didn't go back after July, and they must have thought it would be equally as durable for them.
And Charlie Rose is standing by now with our political panel. Charlie?
Thank you, Scott. I'm here with Peggy Noonan and Jamel Bowie and Ben Dominic. Tell me what you think is happening here, because it is within 26 votes of Donald Trump having 270.
All right, it's epic, it is surprising. It is, to my mind, what I think I'm seeing is a kind of uprising, a kind of revolt, a kind of pushback against the elites, the establishments of both parties. There is a sense of there's protected people in America and unprotected people, and the unprotected just push back in a way that strikes me as deeply historic.
More than political parties, more than an election, a movement.
I think so, and the fact that they are backing Mr. Trump when they don't necessarily back him personally, it says it's a movement.
After the Civil War, there was Reconstruction. And in Reconstruction, black Americans and white Americans attempted to build a new kind of South. What happened after Reconstruction was angry, recalcitrant whites pushed back. They retook their government, they forced through violence, and we had redemption. And that lasted up until the 20th century. We had a second Reconstruction in the 1960s, and we've had a backlash to that Reconstruction. I think the extent to which Donald Trump has won, running a campaign of racism and bigotry, turning out millions of white Americans for that campaign, suggests that we are living through a kind of second redemption, a kind of pushback against the advancement of African Americans, of Hispanics, of women, of Muslim Americans. And I don't know how long we live with that backlash.
I think it's a pushback and a backlash, but I think it's about something that is much more longer running than race. I think it's a rejection of the elites of both of our political parties. In the past 16, no, I think it's longer running than merely a reaction to the election of the first black American president. I think it's much more about a reaction to the fact that we had, under Bush and Obama, policies that did not benefit these people, that they did not see as benefiting themselves. And I think they're rejecting both of those party elites. I think that's why Trump came along and was able to take over the Republican Party with a message that was very un-Republican.
We're looking at unified white support for Donald Trump, unified among college-educated whites, among working-class whites. I don't think this is just a question of poor economic policy for working-class whites. I think we're
but clearly they're dissatisfied with the Obama agenda, and it's something that they don't view as satisfying their needs. Barack Obama expanded Medicaid dramatically in a lot of these white working-class communities under the idea that it would both help them, but that it would also give them a vested interest in re-electing the Democratic Party. This is the what's the matter with Kansas problem. Clearly that didn't work.
Peggy?
I'm thinking, what is it like in the White House tonight? The President of the United States will, if trends continue, if Mr. Trump is elected tonight, I think experience this as a rebuke, as America almost saying, we thought you'd bring us together, you didn't, and now we've taken this surprising decision and really kind of confounded political history.
Let us say very clearly here, this is as tight as it could be. Donald Trump is in the lead. He needs 26 more electoral votes to get to 270. He is not there. There are too many undecided right now, nor is Hillary Clinton. Take it back now to Scott and Nora.
Charlie, thank you. Let's take a quick look at exactly where the race stands right now. Let's have a look at the Electoral College map. Charlie just mentioned that Donald Trump has 244, not far shy of the 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton, as you can see there, 209. The blue states we've estimated for Clinton. The red states we have estimated for Donald Trump. The states in white are the ones that are still too close to call.
We want to go now to Wisconsin because CBS News has a new estimate. We are saying that Wisconsin is now leaning Donald Trump.
Bob Schieffer, what does that mean?
Well, that means he's getting even closer than he was. I mean, you can just go through. If he wins Pennsylvania and anything else, basically Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania and Michigan, Pennsylvania and Iowa, that would put him to 270.
Yeah, if he wins Wisconsin and then Arizona behaves as it's supposed to, then it's at the end of his fingertips. He's basically, I mean, he can do it with Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Maine. So it's his paths, those 6 paths that Kellyanne Conway was talking about earlier tonight. He has 6 paths.
I miscalled. He's already gotten Iowa. Yeah, I miscalled that. But
what would Hillary Clinton have to do to win at this point?
She would have to have her big population centers come in Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, and then if she loses Wisconsin, she'd have to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Maine to hold him.
She would nearly need to sweep the table.
Yeah.
But she has a shot.
That's true. That is
well, to the extent
that
nobody's gotten
61 away.
70.
And she only needs 61. So,
and her shot is the urban vote coming in, and she does better than expected.
Yes. At the moment, it looks like it's not. I mean, it looks like it's going to be. She has a better chance of doing that in Michigan than in Wisconsin. I mean, her best shot, of course, would be to hold all those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but that does not look like it's going to happen.
I don't think she can win without Pennsylvania, without sweeping the rest of that. So let's take a look at Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is the biggest prize still left on the table with 20 electoral votes. And with just about 84% of the vote in, or is it more there? I can't see that far. Based on my computer, 90% of the vote in. It is neck and neck. According to what I'm seeing, we're talking about a vote difference of just about 10,000.
Out of 5 million cast.
Out of 5 million cast.
Yeah, and she had been ahead in the numbers. So this is, if you're a Clinton person watching this, the numbers are going in the wrong direction for you. Now, there's still some out in Bucks County, which is a county that can bring in some more votes, but you want the numbers to be going in the other direction. Yeah.
One of the big surprises of the night is Wisconsin.
Absolutely, and Anthony Mason is looking at the exit poll information that we've accumulated in Wisconsin. Anthony, what is it telling us?
Yeah, Scott, two disappointing trends for Democrats in Wisconsin. First, among young people, Hillary Clinton is winning young people 46 to 39%, but 4 years ago, Obama got 60% of young people in Wisconsin. As you can see, 11% of this has bled to third-party candidates, but a serious underperformance here by Hillary Clinton among young voters and also among independent voters. Barack Obama won independents by 2 points in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Donald Trump is winning them by 5 points today. And again, third-party candidates taking 10% of the vote there. So significant underperformance here for the Democrats in these two places.
You know, there might be another factor that we haven't talked about, and that is it's a little bit intangible, but it's extremely rare for the American people to grant one party 3 terms in the White House in a row. It's very, very rare.
It's only happened once since the 22nd Amendment in 1947. And that was
Reagan, Bush.
Reagan, George Herbert Walker Bush. Now, the other thing in history that the Clinton people were hoping for is that traditionally presidential models, when the approval rating of the president is above 50%, it helps the incumbent party. President Obama's approval rating is at 51.6, I think, is the average. That's not helping. It particularly isn't helping in Michigan, where the African-American vote is not turning out enough to beat back this Trump insurgency in the traditionally Democratic states.
I was wondering, too, that the very thing that Peggy raised in your panel, Charlie, when she said, I wonder what the White House is thinking tonight. Because even today, the president was on the phone calling radio stations in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Florida, encouraging people to go out and vote. I remember sitting at the Congressional Black Caucus dinner where he gave a very impassioned plea and said, I would be insulted. It would be an insult to my legacy. At one point, even when he was on the campaign trail, said, listen, you know, if you care about what we've done in this White House, think of this as a vote for this to continue. And it seems tonight that voters are sending a very different message.
They are sick of Washington. They're sick of the establishment. Washington has done nothing for the last 5 or 6 years.
Or do they like Donald Trump, Bob? Do they like Donald
I think
Trump
that's part of it. I think that's part of it, but I think mostly it's just people are sick of nothing happening.
You know, it's also interesting that having the first woman president may not have been as powerful a factor in this circumstance as we might have imagined.
You know, is it a woman president, Charlie, or is it that people just didn't want the woman president to be Hillary Clinton? What do you think? Because I think the country seemed to be ready for a woman president. You look at Susan B. Anthony's gravesite today, and people were
I agree with that. Yes, of course. You know.
Yeah, but
back to Bob's point.
Put a moment to make history.
When people were worried about Donald Trump's temperament and judgment, and would talk to Trump voters and say to them, you know, do you worry about his temperament and judgment? And they said, well, maybe, but you know, I don't care because I want the system dismantled. And if it's dismantled, then we'll figure other things out. But the system's never worked for me. And so these niceties of temperament and judgment doesn't matter if the system's not working for me. So let's try disruption.
And John, they would say he's such a good businessman. I would like to see a businessman in the office to see what he can do. If his business is so successful, who knows what he can do with the country. I heard that many times.
We want to let the audience know that at the rate the data are coming in at this point, we may have a decision in this race in the next 30 minutes or so. You're looking at the battleground states right now, the states in blue, Hillary Clinton, states in red, Donald Trump, and in the remaining states, Donald Trump has numeric leads in just about all of them. Very slender leads, maybe 10, 20,000 votes out of millions cast, but he does have slender leads in just about all of those remaining states. Major Garrett is at the Trump watch party tonight. Major?
Right. I'm sorry, Scott. Yes. One of the interesting things about this phenomenon that is playing out before the entire nation is the Donald Trump campaign, and led always by Donald Trump, the single most important force within his campaign, him throughout, is that he can do this without the regular support of the Republican establishment. He has been at odds with the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. I've just been talking to senior House Republicans who believe this will give Ryan and Trump some bit of business to take care of if, in fact, these trend lines continue and Donald Trump becomes president-elect of the United States. He fought with other senators. Lindsey Graham, who was a rival of his, didn't endorse him. George W. Bush didn't vote for him. George H.W. Bush, we are told, did not vote for him. This estrangement that Trump had from the Republican establishment, to many, was thought to be a weakness. He always believed it was a core strength, and it was a manifestation of what he most represented to those who supported him from the very beginning, that he was against the structure of power as it existed in Washington, and more importantly, how those voters who felt left behind by that power structure viewed it. One last thing about Trump and this orientation to his supporters. Scott and Nora, if I heard one thing said about Donald Trump repeatedly in the 16 months I've been on the road, it's that this person, whatever his flaws, cannot be bought. And for lots of Americans who've told pollsters for years and years and years they're frustrated about campaign finance, or they think the system is somehow corrupted by too much money, they decided to stop waiting for legislative remedies or a constitutional amendment. They just put someone, or put their support behind someone who they believe, because of his wealth and because of his understanding of the system, having once been a donor but now an outsider of his own, couldn't be bought and would really represent their interests and not anybody else's.
Major Garrett really doing a magnificent job covering the Trump campaign from day one. We're going to take a break, but before we do, there are some more votes coming in, and they are the votes of Wall Street. Have a look at the Dow futures tonight. They are down at this moment 840 points. That's almost 4.6%. Those are the Dow futures as they stand right now. We're going to be back in just a moment. We will break in with any late development coming right up. It is election night on CBS.
It is quite a night on this election night, and we want to go straight to some of the battleground states. First, to the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, with more than 90% of the vote in. CBS News estimates that this is still a toss-up. It is a must-win state for Hillary Clinton. In the state of Michigan, with 70% of the vote in, you can see, look at that, it's just about 20,000 votes separate the two candidates. A toss-up. And in Wisconsin, with about almost 80% of the vote in, also just about 100,000 votes, less than 100,000 votes separating those two candidates. John?
It's just amazing to watch these. I mean, in Pennsylvania now, as I look at it, it's about 2,000 votes that separates the two of them.
Out of 5 million cast.
Yeah.
For those of you who sat at home thinking my vote doesn't count, wrong again.
And so here we're watching this enormous country, all of this collective behavior, and it's coming down to, a handful of votes in these states to determine who the next president is.
No, John, when Senator Al Franken was here at the table and he said, listen, I am the poster child of close elections, because he said he won his election by 312 votes. He said, let that be a lesson, a warning to anybody who thinks it doesn't make any difference whether I go and vote. It's moments like this that shows you, yes, it makes a big difference.
The Florida of 2000 is now
Pennsylvania.
Charlie Rose is standing by with our election panel tonight. Charlie?
We're with Michael Gerson, Michelle Norris, and Ruth Marcus. As Yogi Berra said, is not over till it's over, and we can't repeat that enough. But Donald Trump is leading in enough states to get him to 270. So I raised this question, what if Donald Trump becomes president?
Well, people concerned about that need to remember that we have strong institutions in America, strong legislative branch, strong judicial branch, and a balance of power system where the president doesn't get to do everything he wants, although he has tremendous power on the international stage. And this is someone who the Russians wanted to have elected, may have actually helped to get elected, and someone that our alliance, people in our alliance structure are very afraid about what's going to happen. He's going to have to reassure them. So there are going to be a lot of, on the international side, a lot of immediate implications.
Michelle.
You know, but there are checks and balances, but if we have a Republican in the White House and a Republican Senate and a Republican House, you don't sort of have that modulating pressure, perhaps, on someone who is rewarded for being tough, who is rewarded for being pugilistic, who was elected by 25% of his supporters said that they didn't much care for his judgment, but they elected him anyway. And this is a country that's deeply divided. Can he bring people together? Can he actually figure out how to deal with this deep, wide, roiling chasm that we have in this country?
So I want Michael to be right about the resilience and strength of the other branches of government, but I'm really worried that he's not. Why would we think that Republicans in Congress who were not willing to denounce and reject Donald Trump when he said outrageous things about Gold Star families and Mexican rapists and everything else would be willing to reject him when he is inhabiting, if he is, the most powerful position in the land? He is going, yes, the courts exercise a check, but he is going to be able, if he's elected president, to nominate a replacement for Antonin Scalia and to cement a conservative-leaning majority on the court. And he's awfully powerful in military affairs.
Thank you, Ruth. There's so much more to come. We'll be right back after this break. CBS News continues.
Well, this is one kind of a night as we are waiting to announce the 45th president of the United States. A number of battleground states still in the toss-up column. We'll have much more as CBS News coverage of election night continues.
Live election night coverage from KPIX 5 News.
And thank you, Bay Area, for joining us on this historic election night. I'm Ken Bastida.
And I'm Elizabeth Cook. We're following an important measure in the South Bay tonight that looks like it is going to pass.
Yeah, Measure F would reverse the 2012 voter-approved measure that limited pensions and benefits for San Jose police officers. And it is out to a strong lead, as you can see there, with about 12% of the precincts reporting in. The yes vote is winning 63% to the no vote, 37%.
KPIX 5 reporter Len Ramirez is live in San Jose to explain what is at stake. Len?
Well, Liz, just about everything is at stake here for the San Jose Police Department. This will allow, with Measure F passing, it will allow the San Jose Police Department to recruit and retain officers. We've reported extensively on how officers are sleeping in RVs in the parking lot of the police department because they're working so much overtime because they're not able to fill enough shifts on the streets. So that is very good news for the police department. I saw Chief Eddie Garcia tonight, very happy that that measure is passing because he thinks he's now going to be able to rebuild his department. Reporting live in San Jose, Len Ramirez, KPIX 5.
The community, the mothers, the families, the children that just won.
Alan Martin's following more of the early returns. Alan?
All right, Ken, Liz, besides Prop 64, the marijuana initiative, which is passing so far tonight, 16 other statewide propositions on the ballot. Two of the biggest ones, Proposition 63, requiring background checks for ammunition purchases and banning those large capacity ammunition magazines. It is passing with almost 2/3 of the vote being yes, 63%. Prop 62, a repeal of the death penalty, replacing it with life in prison without parole, being defeated tonight with about 20% of the precincts reported, 55% saying no. In the South Bay, Congressman Mike Honda and challenger Ro Khanna, these two have met before. They're competing to represent Silicon Valley in the House of Representatives. And Mike Honda, the incumbent, so far being defeated tonight. This is 41% reporting, Ro Khanna with 58% of the vote. In the race for State Senate District 11, it's San Francisco supervisors Scott Wiener and Jane Kim. They are battling it out for Mark Leno's seat. Mark Leno has been termed
out, with very early returns showing Scott Wiener, the supervisor in San Francisco, with 58% of the vote ahead of Jane Kim. Ken, Liz, going to send it back.
All right, Alan, thank you. And for the race to the White House, KPIX5's Keiko Guerin is at a Donald Trump party in Sunnyvale where supporters there are starting to celebrate tonight. Kate?
Well, Liz, Bay Area Trump supporters are already popping bottles of champagne. They're even handing out confetti poppers as each state's results are being called. So this entire night really has been a celebration for the Trump camp here in the Bay Area after months of campaigning in what they call a very liberal Bay Area. They say this is their moment right now. Everyone here optimistic that Donald Trump will take this election based on the results that have been coming in. Right now, no one has any intention of leaving early. In fact, we've only seen more people come since we've arrived. Reporting live in Sunnyvale, Kate Kogirin, KPIX5.
All right, thank you, Kate. And we invite you to join us for more Bay Area election updates. We'll have those coming up in about 30 minutes.
And you can also get up-to-the-minute results on our website, cbssf.com.
Back now with Campaign 2016 election night here on CBS. Let us show you where the race is right now at this moment. We're going to go to the Electoral College map. And as you can see on the Electoral College map, Hillary Clinton has 209 Electoral College votes. Donald Trump, 244, well within striking distance of the 270 that he needs to win. Now, what is still outstanding? Let's have a look at those states. Pennsylvania. CBS News has not been able to make an estimate there. It's still a toss-up. Look at that vote count. They are separated by 2,000 votes in Pennsylvania after 5 million were cast. Michigan, having a look at that now. Look how squeaky tight that is. Donald Trump just ahead of Hillary Clinton in Michigan. Arizona, still considered by CBS News to be a toss-up. Donald Trump slightly ahead. Now let's have a look at Nevada. Nevada is leaning, in our estimate, toward Hillary Clinton, but not by a great deal. And New Hampshire, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton essentially tied there. It is a toss-up. This is a review of the 13 battleground states at the beginning of the night. Might have gone either way. The red states have gone for Trump, the blue for Hillary Clinton, and those remaining states you see right there. In all but one of them, Donald Trump has a lead, but it's a slender lead, and yet he does not need much.
Hold on.
I was just looking in Pennsylvania. It looks like Lebanon is out, and that's about Mitt Romney won that 63% to 35% in 2012. So in Pennsylvania, where it's very close, you've got a county that looks like it's out. Nothing's been reported yet. That should be a strong county for Republicans.
And by out you mean it hasn't been reported yet.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
All right. In Nevada, we have a call. CBS News projects Hillary Clinton will win the state of Nevada when all of the votes are counted. This is a state that the Clinton campaign felt strongly that they would do well in part because of the early vote and the sizable Hispanic population. But Nevada has just 6 electoral votes.
But that puts her within 55 of 270.
You are good at math, Bob Schaefer. Yeah, 55, and one more we can cross off the list. We are now down to 5 battleground states, and we do think that perhaps in the next half hour we will be able to call who is the 45th president of the United States. We should check in with our correspondents who have been covering these 2 candidates for more than a year. Let's check in first with Major Garrett, who has been covering the Trump campaign. Major, it sounds like a celebratory mood there.
Well, yeah, they're feeling very, very good here at the Trump campaign headquarters. You'll probably hear ripples of applause behind me as various projections come through. Certainly the Trump inner circle feels better than they felt this entire night. They see numerous paths to 270 to make Donald Trump the next president-elect of the United States. And I will tell you this. In the last week to week and a half, everyone associated in the inner circle of Donald Trump's campaign told me the following, that if this breaks, if there is a collective sense that Donald Trump is the change agent that the country says it wants, it will break late and it will break consistently throughout all of the narrow states. And it won't necessarily be detected by exit polls or polling data. It was that central hunch, I've called it the great hunch, repeatedly on CBSN, that is beginning to be borne out by the votes of Americans in all or nearly all of the battleground states. That there would be this psychological sense that it was worth taking the chance on Donald Trump as not only an agent of change, but someone who would bring a stronger sense of leadership dealing with terrorism, dealing with the global economy, meaning globalization, and disrupt. The word I heard over and over on the campaign trail, disrupt the Washington order. That appears to be what's going on. The sense that that collective psychology might take hold appears to be on the target.
Major Garrett, thank you. It is late into the night. Nancy Cordes has been at the Clinton watch party. And Nancy, what is the mood like there?
Nora, it's like all the air has been sucked out of the room and everyone is holding their breath. It's almost entirely silent here. No one thought that this race would be coming down to a state like Wisconsin. And here's why. Back in 2012, President Obama won that state by 7 points. In 2008, he won it by 14 points. Michigan, another state that's too close to call right now, President Obama won in 2012 by 10 points. And just for fun, I was looking back at some of the articles that have been in Wisconsin newspapers in the past few days to see what they were saying about this race, and get a load of this headline from earlier today in the Wisconsin State Journal. It says, quote, Hillary Clinton hoping to win Wisconsin without setting foot in the state. The article says she's the first major party nominee not to visit the state during the general election since 1972. The fact that it is so close tells me two things. First of all, that trade was an even bigger issue in some of these Midwestern states than the Clinton campaign believed, and this was one of Donald Trump's signature issues. It also shows, frankly, that a lot of Wisconsin Democrats probably didn't believe that their own state was a battleground state. They may have grown complacent because the Clinton campaign wasn't treating Wisconsin like a battleground state. A lot of voters may have thought that they didn't need to either.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you. We should take a look at the electoral map right now because Donald Trump leads with 244 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 215 electoral votes. That means that Donald Trump is just 26 votes away from the presidency. We still got 5 states on the map.
And it could still go either way, but can I just throw this on the table, regardless of how this turns out tonight, because, as you point out, Bob, as we've all said, it could go either way. Shouldn't he be congratulated, or somebody just say, what he's done is extraordinary. The fact that it started with 17 candidates, it's now election night, it's gone right down to the wire, and we still don't know, after midnight, we still don't know how this is going to turn out. If you were a supporter of Donald Trump or he wasn't your candidate, what he's accomplished is extraordinary.
It's a remarkable feat. None of the pollsters, few of the pollsters would have expected anything like this.
I don't know any pollster that called this.
The Washington elites that Donald Trump has been campaigning against wouldn't have expected this, and yet he has essentially done, or is about to do, exactly what he said he would do.
Is this, Scott, is this a victory for the Republican Party, or is this a victory for some new party? Is this the victory for the Trump Party? I mean, where does the Republican Party go? We talked about if Trump lost, would the Republican Party survive? Will the Republican Party survive a Trump victory?
You know, David Brooks had a column in the New York Times today calling for a new party.
Yeah.
Sure, there will be some who will call for a new party. There will be others who see a parade in front of which they would now want to run, and they will try to join in. And there were those who tried to keep their distance from Donald Trump who will now join in. And he will, if he becomes the president, if this role that he is on continues, he will need the help of other Republicans.
And what about the Democratic Party? Is the Democratic Party going to survive this? It's not like they've had a great couple of years lately.
Donald Trump will be the leader leader of the Republican Party, and he will remake it in his own image if he chooses to. It's going to be interesting.
Well, it'll certainly be a different Republican Party than we've known about in the past, starting with it will no longer be a party for free trade.
And Bob, he thinks about it
interventionalist.
He thinks about it more than as a party. He thinks of it as a movement. That's why when Brexit came, he compared himself to Brexit.
Yes.
Now, as you might imagine, social media is on fire tonight, and our Elaine Quijano is keeping up with that. Elaine?
Well, Scott, one of the most popular hashtags right now is hashtag Drain the Swamp, as you might imagine. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these. Deplorable Josh tweets, "I've never been more proud to be a deplorable. I thank all my fellow deplorables. Hashtag Drain the Swamp. Hashtag Election Night." Another one, also from a Trump supporter, Patrick Shilley tweets, "The silent majority stands with Donald Trump. Hashtag Drain the Swamp." Also, we have one from an account, Democrats for Trump. "The establishment is panicking. Hashtag Drain the Swamp. Lock them all up." At the same time, we have others tweeting under the hashtag America is over party. One of them reading, "If you voted Trump, you voted Trump. If you voted third party, you voted Trump. If you didn't vote, you voted Trump." So, Scott and Nora, just a sampling of some of the reactions that we're seeing right now over social media.
All right, Elaine Quijano, we are waiting on calls in a number of these states that are going to decide this election. John, what state are you looking at?
Well, remember when I was talking about Lebanon County being out, meaning the votes had not been counted yet there in Pennsylvania. It was once a 2,000-person race. Donald Trump was ahead by 2,000 votes. He's now ahead by 26,000 votes. Lebanon has come in.
He is beginning to pull away, John, as you say, in Pennsylvania, and he is now leading in the remaining 5 states. He only needs 2 or 3 to win the presidency tonight, and we will be following that for you. And we will break in at any moment that we are able to make an estimate about one of these remaining states. But in the meantime, Russia has come up again and again in this campaign. The Clinton campaign accusing Russia of hacking their Democratic National Committee emails and the like. And so we sent our Elizabeth Palmer to Moscow to monitor the reaction to the election there. Liz?
Good morning. Well, the sun's just come up here in Moscow, and Russians are getting out of bed to discover that Donald Trump has a plausible path to the White House. That's going to go down very well here. People generally think of Trump as a man that Russia can do business with. He's called NATO obsolete, and he has praised President Putin's leadership style. And so Russians, who really would like better relations with the world, they want an end to sanctions. They hope that this may lead to less aggression between Russia and the U.S. Now, the Kremlin, you can probably see the Kremlin towers behind me. President Putin and his insiders probably up all night watching the results come in. President Putin is a pragmatist, and he has made it clear he will work with whoever wins the White House. But he may still be hoping that these results bring some kind of discord in the United States, because basically he still sees the U.S. as an opponent, and anything that weakens it strengthens the Kremlin. Scott, Nora?
Liz Palmer in Moscow for us tonight. Bob Schieffer, did you ever think you'd hear that?
Well, all I can say, I haven't had time to do a survey yet, but I think Moscow is going to be one of the few places this is going to be greeted with enthusiasm. I think it's going to create a lot of worry in the capitals of the world. I think the Japanese are going to wonder what happens next. Can they count on the United States? I think South Korea is going to have problems about this, and all across Western Europe. This is going to come as a surprise around the world.
What about,
the
Middle East?
Well, yeah. I wouldn't even know how to assess that. I guess they'll like it in Syria, but we'll see where this goes.
No, we don't want to venture very far from the electoral map. Let us show you that again. This is exactly where the race stands right now. Donald Trump very close to being the 45th president of the United States with 244 electoral votes, 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton at 215. There are 5 swing states still out, and Donald Trump is leading by tiny margins in all 5.
In Pennsylvania, in particular, which has been the keystone state and a key part of her strategy in order to win the presidency, it appears now that he is opening up a bit of a lead in Pennsylvania. John, can Hillary Clinton win without Pennsylvania?
No, I mean, and especially not the way Michigan and Wisconsin are going. The problem for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania is the big areas where she can get her vote just aren't. There's not that much left of her vote in those big areas.
Did she underperform Obama in Philadelphia? All the talk was that if she ran up the vote tally essentially in Philadelphia, which is why she had that huge rally there with John Bon Jovi, with Bruce Springsteen, with the President of the United States and the First Lady, was to energize that because Pennsylvania has no early vote.
Barack Obama got 557,000 votes. She got 559,000, at least as it's counted now. That's only 2,000 votes more than Barack Obama. And so she did better than in, say, in Florida or something. She did better in some of those counties. So yes, it looks like she did not do a big increase on what he'd done.
The presidency in the balance. Stay with us. We will be back in just a moment with Election Night on CBS. Back now with Election Night on CBS. Since we've been away, nothing has changed.
Well,
let's have a look at the electoral votes now. Donald Trump, 244, well within striking distance of the 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton trailing with 215. There are 5 swing states that are still up for grabs, and Donald Trump is leading by slight margins in all 5. John Dickerson, as you go through the exit poll information and all the votes coming in, how did he do it?
Well, I'm still looking at that, Scott. It's in different ways in different states. You know, part of it is that if you look at a state like Pennsylvania, Barack Obama, 13% of the electorate in 2012 was African American in Pennsylvania. So now it's only 10%. So Hillary Clinton's vote didn't turn out a little. His vote did turn out. Then you've got in Florida and North Carolina, you've got Gary Johnson, the Libertarian candidate, got 7% of the vote, took some of the millennial vote, which was up in North Carolina. But because Johnson was taking it, Hillary Clinton, it looks like didn't grab as much of the millennial vote in that close state. In Florida, the Hillary Clinton's strength with with white college-educated voters did not exist. Donald Trump beat her with that group by 20 points, whereas in a state like Pennsylvania, she's up by 20 points with college-educated white women. So it's a bit of some of it's idiosyncratic to the states, but basically, in the rural areas, he boosted his support among Republicans.
I think there are 2 big factors. I think there are 2 big factors here. The first factor is that about 7 out of 10 voters are angry, dissatisfied, sick of government. Number 1 thing. Number 2, amongst nearly every age group, blacks, Hispanics, independents, she underperformed Barack Obama. So the Clinton campaign had talked about that she would build a new kind of coalition different than the Obama coalition. It is a different coalition, and she wasn't able to replicate the Obama coalition of 2012.
I was talking to African American voters in Cleveland, and I said, do you feel the enthusiasm that you did for Obama? And they were telling me, no. I hope we have a big turnout, but I don't feel the groundswell.
Which is why President Obama made such a push to the black voters and a personal appeal to say you've got to get out and vote.
Charlie Rose is with the political panel for more analysis of what we're seeing at this hour. Charlie?
We're with Leslie Sanchez and Ben Dominic and Ruth Marcus of the Washington Post. This is more than a national election.
Absolutely. Talking to a lot of folks, certainly in the Republican Party, they feel this is an epic, certainly a historic global event, especially when you combine it with Brexit, which was very much a big part of Donald Trump's argument. And he's also talking about the fact, and Nora was talking about this too, that in the big cities, you saw the machine, the Democratic machine turn out. But what we see now is an avalanche of rural voters, small cities, the suburbs, the exurbs that turned out in a big way for Donald Donald Trump, and nobody really saw that wave coming.
And you know, there's a saying that ideas don't run for president, people do. I think in this election you had two very controversial people, and ultimately you saw the motivating factor for Hillary Clinton's voters among the Barack Obama's constituencies, the younger voters, minority communities, etc., not be as much of a motivating factor as the motivation of Trump supporters, both for him and against her.
Ruth.
I know you don't want to hear this word, but I'm going to have to say recount. It could be that Donald Trump wins tonight and Hillary Clinton concedes, but if things are close in enough states, it's very possible that we could enter the 2016 version of a recount, which is counting provisional ballots. It's probably not going to happen, but it definitely could.
Thank you. Ben, I've got to go to break. We'll be right back. More from CBS News Election Central. Stay with us.
It's election night on CBS. Let's go right to the board that shows us where the race is right now. This is the electoral vote. Hillary Clinton 215, Donald Trump 244. He is well within striking distance of becoming the 45th president of the United States. This is the popular vote. Donald Trump leading the popular vote by about 1 million votes. We'll be back shortly with more Election Night on CBS.
Live, this is Campaign 2016 Election Night coverage on KBCW.
The Bay Area and the country buzzing over today's historic elections. Results coming in fast. The race tonight, neck and neck. Good evening. I'm Veronica Dela Cruz. The presidential race is running tight tonight. We have team coverage from the Bay Area watch parties. First, Kristen Ayers live for us in San Francisco with Hillary Clinton supporters. Kristen?
Yeah, Veronica, this was a packed house not too long ago, but you can see now the size of the crowd has diminished quite a bit. Certainly a somber mood in here tonight. Earlier tonight, we had a little bit of excitement in the air, a little bit of buzz. People were in here chanting, "I believe that she can win." That has given way to a much quieter, sort of sober mood here at the Holiday Inn. You know, some of the supporters we've talked to say, you know, it's still too early to tell exactly what is going to happen, but this is not how they imagine this night going.
All right, Kristen Ayers live there with Clinton supporters. Kristen, we appreciate it. Thank you. And KPX5's Kate Gagarin is live at a Trump party in Sunnyvale where supporters have already started celebrating. Right, Kate?
Yeah, they certainly have, Veronica, and it's quite the opposite at this camp. It's only getting louder. People are more excited. As you can see behind me, they're actually just glued to the television screen. Some of them are even getting emotional. Supporters talked to me about how difficult it was to campaign for Trump here in the Bay Area, but now take a look at this. All of them are celebrating right now. As these election results continue to come out in their favor, all eyes are on the battleground states. But Trump supporters say they are confident Donald Trump will win this race.
If it happens, I'll be very, very happy. I have a champagne in my car ready to go.
I'm pretty sure that champagne has actually already been popped. We've heard a lot of that going, a lot of celebration in the background, and organizers have already handed out confetti poppers. They're only waiting for that official word, but they're going to be here late. We've actually seen this crowd continue to grow, in fact, since we arrived here. Reporting live in Sunnyvale, Kate Kogirin, KPIX5.
All right, Kate, thank you. Let's take a live look right now from the South Bay. This is the Santa Clara County Registrar's Office in San Jose. You see all of those volunteers there vigorously counting the votes. It is definitely a full house right now. And taking a look at some of the state ballot measures right now, Proposition 64, that is the hot proposition. It would legalize recreational use of marijuana. Right now, it looks as though it is going to pass. 55% voting in favor. And then Proposition 63, this would require background checks for ammo purchases. It would also ban large capacity magazines. 24% of the precincts reporting 63% are in favor tonight. And then in the Senate race, Kamala Harris there, she is the clear winner here in California.
Pennsylvania. 66% of folks voting for her tonight. Let's take you now to the South Bay. Ro Khanna is trying to edge out Congressman Mike Honda to represent Silicon Valley's House District 17, and it looks as though Mike Honda will be defeated. We have more up-to-the-minute election coverage coming up on Bay Area Night Beat over on our sister station KBCW, and we're back here on KPX5 in 30 minutes. Plus, our Emily Turner has updates on Facebook Live. Go to Facebook/CBS San Francisco.
In the West, it is election night on CBS. In the East, it is election morning on CBS. It has been a long night, a fascinating night, Donald Trump's night so far. Let us show you the electoral map. Donald Trump well within striking distance of becoming 45th president of the United States. Hillary Clinton with 215 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 244. The red states are Trump, blue states are Clinton. The white states are those that we have not been able to make an estimate because the race is too close to call. The polls have just closed in the last state, and that is in Alaska. But while these states that you see in white are too close to call, Donald Trump is leading numerically by small margins in all 5.
Scott, this is something interesting from the exit polling team. 73% of the voters say they had made up their mind over a month ago, which means the Access Hollywood tape made very little difference. Neither did the FBI Hillary Clinton email controversy. So it seems that the cake was already baked. If you were for Hillary Clinton a month ago, you were still that. If you were for Donald Trump a month ago, I think that because there was so much speculation about the ups and downs of the campaign, we're switching people's minds. That does not appear to be the case.
Everyone at home is either online or has their notepad doing the math about the different paths to victory. And so let's go through the states to give everyone the very latest tally in those states that we have yet to call. We'll start first with those battlegrounds, which we can show you there. There's one state not on this battleground that I'm going to tell you about too in just a moment, but let's go first through these battlegrounds tonight. First, the state of Pennsylvania. 97% of the vote in the biggest electoral prize still left there. Michigan, Donald Trump has a slight lead there. Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton did not visit the state since the primary. Donald Trump did, spent money there. It has benefited him. Arizona, Hillary Clinton, the Goldwater girl originally, hoped to make a play there, but Donald Trump leaning in the state of Arizona. New Hampshire at this hour, a toss-up. Those are the states still left on the map. The one state we've not talked about in a bit, as we were all trying to do the math here, is Minnesota. Another one of these states that the Clinton campaign had felt comfortable about, had assumed that it was in the Democratic column, but at this hour, as you can see right here, this is a toss-up, according to CBS News.
I remember a conversation with John, and he said he had talked to the Trump people and said, "Why are you going to Minnesota?"
Yeah. Well, again, in the story as we look back on this campaign, I mean, the Trump people had a different set of data. It was consumer-related data. It was not sort of the normal state-of-the-art political polling. And a lot of the people in Republican circles who looked at the Trump polling and their methods thought, you know, it's not the same when you're selling a consumer product as when you're selling a candidate. Well, it turns out that the Trump people knew something. With their special black box of assessing the world, they figured out who their voters were, and they figured out how to get to them, and it looks like they're getting to them.
You know, Kellyanne Conway was just here this morning when we were all here however many hours ago, and she said one of the storylines of this campaign will be about how many non-political experts were involved in the Trump campaign. Their director of analytics, social media, people who had never worked on a presidential campaign before, pollsters who didn't predict this would happen. They were all that traditional class of consultants and pollsters, media buyers, Bob, have made a lot of money on these contests, winning and losing for their candidates.
You know, we still don't know anything about Maine.
It's
there are 4 electoral votes up there, and the polls just closed in Alaska. Let's don't forget old Alaska up there. You know, three
electoral votes, but those three electoral votes may matter.
It might matter.
One of the big themes of this campaign has been the kind of outsider, a populist versus the elites. Well, that's the message part, but it's also through the campaign and the way it was run. This was, we're going to do it our own different way. We're not going to listen to the specialists and the experts, although, of course, they used some of it from the Republican National Committee. But in form and message, it was an outsider campaign.
But, John, talk about specialists and the experts. You can't get a more special and expert than the Clinton machine. What does this say that this comes down for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump? What does this say went wrong in her campaign if it doesn't turn out her way this evening?
Well, you know, if we're talking just about the Clinton campaign, it's got to be that Democrats were not excited about her, and they did everything they could with the state of the art. But as to pull out another cliche of politics, they say that the ground game and all this structure is good for a field goal, but you have to get within a field goal.
And she had the backing of an incumbent president who has very high approval ratings at this particular time.
Well, that's right. And we haven't seen a connection between an incumbent and a challenger like this. Even Bush and Reagan didn't campaign the way these two did.
I just think that that outsider versus insider, and those insiders who make a living trying to predict, turn out the vote, they are all scratching their heads tonight saying said that they got this totally wrong.
The political science books are going to get rewritten.
If my math is right, there's now 67 votes still on the board, still in play here. She needs 55. He needs 26. That shows you how close it is.
Nobody campaigned harder for Hillary Clinton in many of these swing states in recent weeks than President Obama, and Margaret Brennan is at the White House for us tonight. Margaret?
Well, a crowd has gathered here, Scott, but the silence from the White House is deafening. President Obama argued that the very fate of the republic, his words, hinged on this election, and he was on the stump for his successor more than any other president in modern history. Donald Trump, a man he called uniquely unfit for office, is going to deal Obama's historic presidency a serious blow. Clinton had promised that she would protect his signature achievement, Obamacare, which has been damaged in recent months. She had pledged to undertake immigration reform, roll out environmental protections, and defend that landmark nuclear deal with Iran, which Trump says he's going to tear up. Supreme Court nominee Merrick Garland doesn't look now like he'll get confirmed. That's going to leave us with a split Supreme Court. Trump said he's going to renegotiate Obama's free trade deal with Asia and other alliances. So this is going to make it very difficult on Monday when President Obama heads to Europe to try to reassure allies that America is going to stand by their defense, particularly considering that Trump has made friendly overtures to Russia. How is he going to explain this pledge to possibly start a trade deal with China? So this is going to be really difficult for the White House to explain away in the light of day. But Scott and Nora, President Obama said before the polls closed that when the sun rises, America will still be the greatest nation on earth. I think it's safe to say he didn't think he would wake up to this kind of result.
Margaret, it sounds like and it looks like there's a really large crowd around the White House. What's going on?
Well, Scott, there has been a crowd gathering over the past few hours, and it's gotten much larger just in the past 30 minutes or so. And you have seen more Secret Service move towards that front gate of the White House, just trying to protectively get things under control or watch for any threats. But you've got a mix here. You've got chants of Black Lives Matter. You've got anti-Donald Trump chants. You've got pro-Hillary chants. I see red, white, and blue balloons. There were some singing the American anthem and other patriotic sounds earlier. So it's sort of hard to, in many ways, pull through the gate exactly where sentiment is. It sounds just as confused as many of the political experts have been in predicting this outcome.
Margaret, thanks very much. And on January 20th, there is going to be a new resident in the most splendid of all public housing in America there on Pennsylvania Avenue.
It'll be interesting to see the world reaction to this result tonight, however it goes down. Especially, I think people will be surprised that it's gone so down to the wire. Secretary Kerry was saying the other day that parts of this election have just been downright embarrassing.
I do think it is important to point out at this hour, it is 1:10.
Yes.
And the reason that we have not made a call is because this race is so close in so many of these states.
And can still go either way.
It can still go either way. And while Donald Trump has had a very good night, we're still looking very closely at a number of these counties that are coming in, and we want to bring you all of that data as it becomes available to us.
It could go either way, but there are more ways for Donald Trump than there are for Hillary Clinton.
Yes, you want to be, I mean, if you're Donald Trump and you're looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, you're seeing states in which the numbers are growing in your favor in those states. And if you couple that with what has happened tonight, you know, the momentum of the moment is with him. So you would rather be Donald Trump in this scenario.
And he's leading in the popular vote as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, as we talk about all these things, I want to remind you who are watching us right now that the moment any one of these states can be estimated in the favor of one candidate or the other, we will drop what we're doing. We will tell you instantly. You will be the first to know. Having said that, Charlie Rose has some insightful panelists for us to listen to right now. Charlie?
Indeed, we do, Scott. Michael Gerson, the Washington Post, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, and Republican strategist Frank Luntz. I begin with Frank. Tell me, what do you think?
This is inconceivable 5-6 hours ago. First, all exit polling should be banned. The fact is the numbers were wrong all the way across the table on state after state after state. The 5 p.m., the second wave got it wrong. Second, there is still a hidden Trump vote. People who refuse to tell pollsters who they voted for will not acknowledge it, and I think they're going to come out of the woodwork tonight. And third, how do you address that anger? Those are the people who really want to tear up, blow up Washington. They're going to have to figure out a way to work with them, with the House, the Senate. This is going to be the most chaos that we have seen in Washington in a long, long time.
Your belief is that Trump has won?
My belief, yes, I've had a chance to look at the counties. I believe that Trump will be the next president.
Peggy.
I think we should keep this in mind, tens of millions of Americans tonight who are experiencing this evening not only as a political event and a historical event, but as a spiritual event. They feel grateful. They feel they are rebuking a decayed establishment that has richly earned a rebuke in 25 different ways. Spoke to a friend of mine, a major Trump supporter, this evening. He told me, I just spoke to him, I said, how did you react when you realized this was going to happen? He's a tough, hard-boiled guy, and he said, it was 9 p.m., and I burst into tears. He said, this is really going to be something. He said, but it's the right thing, we are certain. I leave it there.
We often saw in this campaign, when the focus was on Donald Trump, his numbers went down. When the focus was on Hillary Clinton, her numbers went down. My question at this hour of this election day, was this a victory for Trump or a loss for Hillary Clinton? Was it about Trump or Clinton?
Well, I think it's hard to argue that this isn't a victory for Trump. Yeah. I mean, his people came out in the right places, in the right numbers, and brought an extraordinary upset, one of the largest in American history. And I think that's all true. The
largest political upset in American history if he goes on to win this.
Yeah, I think that's certainly
in
true.
Our lifetime, certainly.
This is Dewey defeats Truman. This is since 1948.
But I have to add, though, that this is also a validation of a certain kind of politics, more cruel, more ruthless, more personal than any I've seen in my lifetime. He has a huge burden, if he wins this election, to do some form of outreach, to say that this is a single country and not use groups to attack in that way. I don't know if he's capable of that, but every president has that, and this president more than others.
If he wins, it's not only the biggest upset of our political memory, is it also the most transformative election because of who he was, how he campaigned, and what he did? Is it?
I think that's fair. On foreign policy, this is a total change from the Reagan foreign policy.
It's a change from the Bush foreign policy. I mean, it is a removal. It's almost like kicking away from the past 15 years, I think, is how Trump would see it.
50 years.
And his supporters, I must say, you said Trump said he would do this, and it is a remarkable thing. His supporters, too, all along said they were going to accomplish what they accomplished tonight. It is quite an achievement.
But the problem is, I've talked to his supporters a lot in the last year for your show.
Right.
They want revenge. They don't want cooperation. They don't want compromise.
What does revenge mean for them?
They want to get even with the people in Washington and Wall Street who did them down.
But what do you mean, get even?
Get even with the politicians who didn't listen to them. Get even with the businesses who've gotten rich and sent their jobs to foreign countries. Get even with a society that they think is turned against them. The one thing that the Trump people have in common is that they think they've lost their America and they want it back.
There's also confidence in a Trump government. The Dow Jones futures are going down, down, down.
Yes.
With great concern over what it means.
That does feel like Brexit. You know it does. It's a very similar upturning of the establishment and then the financial establishment beginning to quake and quiver. We'll see what follows that.
He won't be able to populate his entire government with loyalists. He will need Republicans to do this. And you could have people like Senator Corker as Secretary of State, which is a real possibility that would be reassuring to foreign countries and our allies. He could make moves like that if he wanted.
Okay, this question too. What's the possibility this election will be challenged and we'll have months and months of...
Well, we'll see what kind of a margin we're looking at the end of the night. If this is close, 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 it looks to me like there may be movement in the area of questioning certain state outcomes. If it seems more definitive than that, I would think it appropriate that it be accepted, and I would kind of expect that, although Mrs. Clinton is not someone who, she's like Trump in that neither of them would be quick to do a concession speech. So we'll see how that goes.
This is not about them. This is about their voters, and their voters are going to protest. We see it tonight in front of the White House. Mark my words, tomorrow those protests are going to grow.
All right, let me turn it over to Scott. As we try to find out if we're any way closer to a decision, we go to Scott at the decision desk.
This is the decision desk, and these are some of America's best political scientists and statisticians and vote counters, and they are looking at those last few states that are going to make the difference, and all of this is under the direction of Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections here at CBS. Anthony, when we were here about an hour ago, the board looked just like this.
Just like that.
Why don't we know what the votes are in these states yet?
A similar story all across here, Scott. It is down to figuring out just how many absentee ballots there are left around Detroit and in Wayne County. Those are places where Hillary Clinton has been doing okay, but if she's going to catch Donald Trump, who has a slight lead in the total vote, that'll have to be made up in there, because you see, he's done even better than Republicans typically do in counties all around it.
And in the remaining states in the upper Midwest?
Yeah, it's a similar story in Wisconsin, where we're looking around Milwaukee. We're hearing reports that there are still ballots outstanding. Not everything has been counted in and around Milwaukee. That is critical. As you see, Hillary Clinton is winning there. The only question is, are there more ballots there that can help her catch up?
Winning in Milwaukee County, but not in the state of Wisconsin overall.
But not in the state of Wisconsin. This is still relatively close for the state if the rest of Milwaukee comes in. Again, you see, we've been seeing 99% in, but this is a story we've told all night, which is the turnout is so high throughout so many of these states that not everyone knows exactly how many ballots are still outstanding.
Now, we've talked about a historic high turnout in Florida. Have you also seen history-making turnouts in other states, or do we know yet?
Yes, there has been high turnout, but I will tell you, it favors Donald Trump in that the turnout has been higher in more rural areas, in more ex-urban areas where his voters have been strong. It's not so much a pattern where people are swinging as it is relative to the turnout that Hillary Clinton got in her strongholds.
So what you're seeing here is a massive turnout of his voters, and that's why the map looks the way it does right now.
Yep.
What do you have to have in order to make estimates on the remaining states?
The ballots that are remaining, you have to have the rest of them counted in and included in those counts, so that once we can say where a state's going. At this point, it's less about models and patterns as it is about raw vote when it gets down to the end of the night and it's this close. So it's once they say, okay, that's it, we're done counting, that's when we can describe the state.
Let's look at the nation as a whole. Let me ask you two more quick questions. What is the path for Hillary Clinton to win at this point? How is that possible?
Well, she'll have to hang on to Pennsylvania. That's going to be extremely narrow if she does, and then all of these states up here.
She has to sweep the
She'll have to sweep them. She'll have to
and
sweep them.
for Donald Trump, what are his paths?
Donald Trump has a lot of paths now. You know, we expect, now not all the votes counted in Arizona, but he's got a slight lead there, and then he would just need one or two of these other states where he's already got that slim lead. Once they finish counting, if he hangs on to that lead, then he would go up over.
Much easier for Trump now than Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump with 244, 270 needed to win. He's well within striking distance of being the 45th president of the United States. We will be back with the very latest vote total information on election night on CBS.
This is the closest presidential election I've covered, and I did cover the 2000 presidential election. In a number of states, we see extraordinarily close vote tallies. We want to go to Anthony Mason, who can explain what we are witnessing tonight. Anthony.
Yeah, Nora, we wanted to look at the exit polls to see kind of what the recipe is for motivating Trump voters. And you could kind of, if you remember the 1976 film Network and Howard Beale, I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore. It's kind of a Howard Beale coalition, because 38% of Trump voters told us they're angry at the federal government. 93% said the country's on the wrong track. 77% said the fight with ISIS is going badly. 57% told us trade is taking jobs away. I remember going back a decade and covering the economy, hearing middle-class voters in Ohio tell me they felt that Washington protected the rich and protected the poor and forgot about them. And in the last 16 years, the median income in this country has not moved. That is a recipe for anger. Nora?
All right, Anthony Mason, thank you. I want to go back.
We were looking at exit polls, Nora, if I could follow up on what Anthony said. One of the things that united the Trump voters is 74% of them said they want that wall, something that he announced on that very first ride down the escalator 500+ days ago. They want the wall.
And who's going to pay for it?
Mexico.
All right, as he chants in those rallies. And then, of course, as we witnessed in the debate we covered, too, though, Hillary Clinton challenged him on whether Trump had the guts to bring it up. I think she used the word cojones with the president of Mexico about who would pay for that wall. We've got a lot more information ahead. We're going to take you inside these battleground states that we have yet to call. Also explain why some of them we're still calling a toss-up. It has to deal with some absentee ballots in some of these Maine cities, in these battleground states. We'll have more straight ahead. CBS Election Night continues at 1:24 in the morning.
There you go.
It's election night, election morning on the East on CBS tonight. We are still waiting for an estimate in 5 swing states that are going to make the determination in the election tonight. They include Arizona and Michigan, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Donald Trump has a small lead in all 5 of those. He only needs to pick up 2, maybe 3, depending on the state. He has many more paths to victory than Hillary Clinton does at this point.
Let's go inside some of these states in particular. Want to go first to Pennsylvania. Again, the largest prize still left on the electoral map, 20 electoral votes. This had been part of Hillary Clinton's path to victory. She needs this if she wants to win. Donald Trump needs to pick it off if he wants to win.
And Nora, she had her biggest crowd in Pennsylvania last night with the President of the United States, the First Lady, Bruce Springsteen, and John Bon Jovi. That that was the biggest crowd throughout this whole campaign in Pennsylvania.
What are we talking about here? We're talking about 60,000 votes, give or take, with 97% of the vote in. Anthony Salvanto at the decision desk says the reason we've called this a toss-up is because there are a number of absentee ballots from around the Philadelphia area that have not been counted at this hour.
And they just don't know how many and how big that could be, that hole could be, and whether that could get her close to the 60.
Do they know if they're from a certain area, John, or are they from all over the state?
I think they're from that area, which is a big area for Hillary Clinton, which is what the pause is, because it's because that would, there's, you know, she right now in Philadelphia County has 560,000 votes to Donald Trump's 100,000. So that's a very strong Hillary Clinton county.
The total vote in Pennsylvania counted is about 5.8 million votes, and as we mentioned, just a razor-thin margin there for Donald Trump.
Now looking at the popular vote, which of course doesn't matter, it's the electoral vote that matters, but looking at the popular vote, Donald Trump is ahead in the popular vote, has been really throughout the night, and he's ahead right now by about 1.3 million voters. 55 million for Donald Trump, 53 million, and almost 54 million for Hillary Clinton.
Let's go through some of these key states that we've talked about tonight, particularly Wisconsin and Minnesota. Wisconsin, the state we mentioned, the home state of the Republican National Committee chair, the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Hillary Clinton hadn't been there since the primary, and looks like Donald Trump swept through the back door.
Well, that's right. It looks like she left the back door open to Wisconsin and Michigan. Minnesota looks at the moment like she's up ahead. She's up by about 70,000 votes in Minnesota. So that may not be on her worry list, but that's quite a long worry list already with Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania out there. And that's, you know, those are strong rural votes that Donald Trump turned out in those states.
He wins 2 of those 3, he's won.
Right. I think, too, we can be talking about whether we will be up all night, whether we will have a tie, the possibility of 269 versus 269. All of that ahead as we continue our CBS News election night coverage.
It's election night on CBS, and we are watching these final vote totals coming in. If you didn't vote today because you thought your vote wouldn't count, how wrong you were in many of these states. Let's have a look at the electoral vote board as the race stands right now. Hillary Clinton, 215 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 244. That hasn't changed lately because the states you see in white are so close, we cannot even estimate who the winner is going to be yet. We are watching the last vote totals come in on many of these states, and it is that we're going to have to rely on in order to tell you who has won them. But we can say at this point that in the 5 swing states that remain, Arizona, Michigan, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Donald Trump does have a small numeric lead in all 5 of those. He is knocking on the door of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and it could be Pennsylvania that puts him over the top. If you'll have a look at the board there, Donald Trump with 2.8 million votes, Hillary Clinton 2.7 million votes. It doesn't get a whole lot closer than that, folks. And now here is Wisconsin, also a very close result. Let's have a look at the battlegrounds in their entirety. There were 13 states at the beginning of Election Day, which was yesterday, and 13 states that were battleground states. It could go either way. These are the states that were going to decide the election. The ones marked in red are the ones that we have estimated will go to Donald Trump. The ones in blue, Hillary Clinton, and the ones that are not colored are the states that are still outstanding. John Dickerson, how has Donald Trump done this?
He's done it by running up the score in the rural parts of America. In the parts when we first met with Donald Trump back in 2015 in his office, he said basically it was pretty simple. He needed to turn out the vote that Mitt Romney couldn't turn out in the conservative base that he knew was there and that he knew he'd be able to turn out. That's what he did.
And the conventional wisdom, sorry, Gail, was that what the Republican Party had to do, must do in order to win, is bring in women, bring in African Americans, bring in Latinos. And Donald Trump has repudiated that and proven that that was not the case.
That's right. There was a bit of a debate whether you had to do that immediately for this presidential election cycle, or whether you had to get on your way to doing it because the demographic changes would hurt the party in 2020. Well, he said, forget all that, and he went and did it his own way and found his own people to do it.
He also said all along he didn't really need the GOP establishment to accomplish what he wanted to do, and he certainly didn't.
And also, we should pile up all the things that were arrayed against him, including all of the ad spending by all of the Clinton team and all of their friends and allies, plus all of the celebrities, plus all of the other the media in the kind of popular media. The entertainers were against him.
No,
I mean, he had a lot going against him.
He actually smirked at the Clinton campaign, I thought, the other day when he said, there's no J-Lo, no Jay-Z, no Jay-Z, no Katy Perry. It's just me, and I don't even sing. And look at the crowd that came just to see me. I tell you, it's a beautiful thing. I mean, and clearly that worked for him.
He was right about that.
We have talked about that money is the mother's milk of politics. In this race, Hillary Clinton raised and outspent Donald Trump by a lot. I looked at the numbers before we began the night. Hillary Clinton had raised about $1.3 billion, including state party committees. Donald Trump, it was about $800 million. She had about a $500 million advantage. She creamed him when it was on the airways during the summer. She way outspent him, you know. She was on the airways when he wasn't. So he's managed to do this well despite some of those structural advantages that favored the Democrat.
About 6 hours ago, there were high spirits at the Clinton campaign headquarters here in Manhattan, but that has changed dramatically. Nancy Cordes is there for us this morning. Nancy?
Scott, I just talked to a Democratic strategist very close to the Clinton campaign who said that no one is considering this over just yet, but they are not delusional either. And he brought up a name that we haven't heard a lot of over the past few hours, and that is James Comey. He argues that the reason that the Clinton campaign was surprised by these close races in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania is partly because no one could have seen this bombshell coming 2 weeks ago, that the FBI director would send a letter to Congress informing them that his agents were looking at new emails related to Hillary Clinton's use of a private server. He and many other Democrats are going to argue that turned off a lot of white working class voters who were trying to decide at that point between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And further, they argued that even though a couple of days ago Comey essentially sent another letter saying, never mind, we've looked at these emails, it doesn't change our fundamental understanding of the case, all that did was inject the email issue, which has always been a loser for her, right at the end of the race, essentially 1 day before Election Day. And so you will see a lot of Democrats arguing that he had a role to play if she loses in her loss. And Republicans, on the other hand, will say if she hadn't used a private email account and email server in the first place, then he wouldn't have had to send any letters at all.
But let's also remember those days before the Democratic National Convention when she was having a knockdown, drag-out fight with Bernie Sanders, who had generated a national movement of his own on the Democratic side. How much do you think that hurt Hillary Clinton?
I think it was very difficult for her because during that race, Bernie Sanders tied her very closely to Wall Street. Over and over again, he called her the candidate of Wall Street. And that was something that hadn't been a huge problem for her historically, but that combined with all of the big speeches that she gave to Wall Street firms in the year leading up to her decision to get into the race really hurt her in a year that people were looking for outsiders and felt that she was the ultimate insider, perhaps beholden to big banks. And so he did come around, obviously, in the general election. He did get behind her, but he was always more convincing making a case against Trump than he was making a case for Clinton. And in some of these states, I think you will see that the margin of victory for Donald Trump could end up being very close to the number of votes that these third-party candidates racked up. And those are votes primarily coming from young people, from disaffected supporters of Bernie Sanders in many cases, who might have otherwise gone for Hillary Clinton.
Loud and clear about the Comey letters and the problems that they may or may not have caused. But we had an exit poll about an hour ago that said 74% of the people that cast their votes today had made up their mind a month ago. Although when you look at the results tonight, I guess the exit polls don't hold a lot of credibility at this particular time. But they do say that the cake was baked in.
Told us on CTM, the CBS this morning, that he didn't think it had that kind of impact.
Yes, he did say that.
The interesting thing, too, is she had an array of surrogates. The president and the first lady, the former president, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders,
Joe Biden,
Joe Biden, all out for her. Donald Trump had nobody but himself.
You know, while Robbie Mook did say it didn't matter at the time, there are going to be a lot of people in whose interests it will be, if Donald Trump wins the presidency, to argue that Comey did this in order to get themselves off the hook, to explain why it didn't work out, in order to make excuses.
But Charlie raises a very good point, because he did say that right after. No, they don't think that that had any effect whatsoever.
Now, in full disclosure, I was a philosophy major, not a math major, in college. But I think for anyone at home trying to do this math, because we've all been sitting here trying to do it, I hope this is helpful. But as we put that up on the board, that Trump 244 and Clinton 215, these are the states that are remaining, that add up to 79 votes. Am I right, Bob? You've been doing...
Right.
We're
my
right.
Arithmetic teacher, Mary Hager, corrected my figures, and that's absolutely right.
So this is where we're hanging, right in the middle. So we've got still a number of states here. Now, while some of these are edging to Donald Trump, we've got a number of them up on the board. We can talk about them. But this is where we stand now at 1:40 in the morning, and this is why we haven't called this race tonight.
Nora, can I just say, you might not have been a math major, but you have very good penmanship. It's very easy to read. Thank you.
It is the least likely possibility, but there's still a possibility of a tie.
There is still a possibility.
269 tie, and then the U.S. House of Representatives would decide who the President of the United States is, and the Senate would decide who the Vice President is.
And Gail, the way that there would be a tie is there are 2 states in the Electoral College map that split their votes by congressional district. Those 2 states are Maine and Nebraska. So Maine still has 4 electoral votes. We've not called that. Those can split 3 plus 1 or 2 plus... Right, John, 2 plus 3 and 1.
There are a lot of people.
And Nebraska still has 1 electoral.
There are a lot of people in bed already looking and saying, when are they going to be able to call this thing?
Yes.
And we don't know.
This, I mean, this made it more clear to me. This is a lot still. This is a lot still to call, with a lot of reports.
You're talking about 90 and 95% of the votes in all of those places.
Where there's razor-thin margins, and Anthony is telling us that they're hearing through the wires, through the Secretary of State, that there are absentee ballots that for some reason or another apparently have not been counted.
Right. Is it all about the absentee ballots at this time? Is that what we're waiting for, absentee ballots?
Yeah, well, in those states that are the Midwestern states that aren't being called, that seems where it looks like, and you look in every county, it looks like 99% of the vote is in.
Well, where are the absentee ballots, y'all? Why aren't they sitting there at the office and somebody's going 1, 2, 3, 4?
Also, part of the problem is, Gail, that they're also, because of the turnout, they're not, they think they've got all the vote in, but they're in the model. They're not quite sure.
Sometimes the registrar, this is particularly true where I grew up in Texas, they would put the votes in the trunk of the car, drive home, and the next morning they'd get up and deliver the votes down to the county seat.
Or see how many they needed.
That's I was going to say, how many ever made it out of the trunk?
Yeah. But one of these states that we're talking about and waiting on is the state of Wisconsin. We now show it, CBS News shows it as leaning for Donald Trump. He has a small numeric lead there. Our Chip Reed has been following the campaign there in Wisconsin. Chip?
Well, hi, Scott. You can see behind me that they've torn this room apart here. This is where Paul Ryan had his victory celebration tonight on his re-election for his 9th term to the House of Representatives. And we are told that earlier this evening, Paul Ryan called Donald Trump and congratulated him on his big night. And they say they had a very nice conversation. It's a very interesting dance we're going to see between these two if Donald Trump does pull out this victory, because you may recall that a month ago, after that tape was released, the Billy Bush tape, in which Donald Trump talked so rudely and lewdly about women, Paul Ryan was so offended that he said he wasn't going to defend him anymore and he wasn't going to campaign with him. That really angered a lot of Trump supporters, and tonight some are saying that Trump should do everything he can to keep Paul Ryan from being reelected as Speaker. So you've got a real drama going on here in Wisconsin, aside from the fact that this race is so close. And by the way, when we first came out here a few days ago to cover this, we didn't even come here to cover it as a battleground state. We came to cover the battle between Trump and Ryan. It only became a battleground state today, really. So people really missed what was going on here.
Chip Reed in Wisconsin for us tonight. And also we should make note that the Democrats needed to pick up 5 seats in order to take control of the Senate, and they have failed to do that. The Senate will remain in Republican hands. We will have the very latest vote totals for you when we come back as election night on CBS continues.
Okay, one more time from our experts. We got Mark Leibovich, Michelle Norris, and Ben Domenech, the publisher of The Federalist, from Aspen Institute, and from the New York Times. Think about this, and what do we add to this conversation? Donald Trump pivoting to governing.
That is the question. I mean, this is someone who has not pivoted really to anything. I mean, it's been one of the more sort of overused buzzwords in this whole election. He never really pivoted to being a nominee. He did it his way. He's now going to get a chance to sort of do whatever it is his way. I think he's obviously promised a great deal. We'll see if he can deliver.
In broad principles rather than laying out detailed programs.
Yes, but I think tone is would be the first thing to do. I mean, how gracious would he choose to be if he is elected president?
If he is winning, we can't forget that Chris Christie is his transition committee chairman.
You have to remember that Donald Trump was elected by people who want him to bring change to Washington should he be elected. That's what they're looking for. Oftentimes, when presidents are elected, people see the pivot almost immediately. When Barack Obama was elected in 2008, people were in the room said they could see something immediately change in his voice and his demeanor. I don't know that you're going to see that from Donald Trump. That's not who he is. That's not, as Mark said, what we've seen throughout the campaign.
The last time you had someone like Donald Trump rise to this level of office, it was Andrew Jackson, and he insulted all the people at the time too. Everyone clutched their pearls in Washington at someone who was coming in and who was wrecking the system. But the truth is that in this role, Donald Trump is going to have to turn to the advisors and to the supporters that we've seen around him over the course of the past several months for advice. People like former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and others who are going to give him advice on how to participate and run the actual office of the presidency. The question, from my perspective right now, is what is the very first note that he sounds? A conciliatory note where he says, we are not enemies, we must not be enemies, but friends. You know, it must be an approach that really makes clear to the American people that that he is not someone who is going to use the office of the presidency to engage in the kind of vindictive behavior that he has over the course of this election.
I do think, I mean, there is sort of a choice, but not a choice, but there is humility and there's vindication. You have a sense that he will take his victory, if he were to win, as a sign that he can, you know, his way was the way to get him here. I think clearly anyone who's ever been elected president will say that a kind of just something comes over you the second it looks like you're going to be elected.
There were so many things during this campaign that we said he cannot get beyond this. Right. It almost began with the McCain comment all the way through what happened on the bus. He can't get beyond this. Right. But it looks like he will.
It's the ultimate I told you so administration.
Although we have not been able to find his way yet to 270 votes.
You know, it is a situation that is unprecedented in a lot of ways. I think there are a lot of Americans right now who are probably concerned about the direction that their country is taking. There are a lot of people who didn't support Donald Trump. But I think that it's incumbent upon us to be hopeful about the fact that a lot of Americans have come out and given voice to concern and to I think a rising level of frustration.
But it's also incumbent on him to recognize the fact that there are great reservations, and an act of leadership is to reassure a nation.
It's important.
We're a nation of states.
We're a nation.
And you may not hear that from him, but you can, I mean, this is, for some people, this is a very scary moment. There are a lot of people, this feels like a thunderclap. And what you may see is that kind of leadership not necessarily coming from Washington, D.C., but coming from the states.
The thing to keep in mind, though, is that while we may look at this as being a moment of chaos, and around the world, and certainly in the markets, I think that they are looking at it that way, from the perspective of the people who voted for Trump, this was an act of democracy. This was an act of representative democracy, not chaos, not something that's throwing the system out, but something that sends the message that the system needs to change.
All right, let's go back to Scott.
Charlie, thank you very much. But wherever you are on Donald Trump's successes this evening, about 56 million Americans are happy about it, and 55 million Americans are not, those being the popular vote totals. Major Garrett is at the Trump headquarters tonight. Major?
Scott, the crowd, and it may start this chant again, but just a few moments ago was bellowing in its very lusty way, call it, call it, call it. There is a sense in this Midtown Hilton, where Donald Trump has his victory headquarters, that they are on the cusp of victory, that they are on the cusp of this historic breakthrough, propelling Donald Trump, a political novice, no military experience, utterly unprecedented in the history of the American presidency, the 45th president of the United States. They believe that moment is coming very, very soon. And to pick up on the point of Charlie Rose's panel just a moment ago, yes, Trump voters do believe this is a radiant expression of their definition of democracy, their definition of what America is, what it ought to be, and what it can possibly be. And they believe Donald Trump is their best voice in achieving that. A couple of quick words about his approach to governing. I've been talking to Republicans on Capitol Hill. They are not necessarily optimistic, but they're sanguine about dealing with Donald Trump for one reason, and one reason specifically. Mike Pence, the running mate of Donald Trump, former member of the House, well-known, well-respected. They expect Donald Trump to lean heavily on Mike Pence for many of his first legislative initiatives, specifically his promise to rapidly replace and repeal the Affordable Care Act. And who is one of Mike Pence's closest friends in the United States Congress? Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. There is some great expectation, Scott, among Republicans I've been talking to tonight, that Mike Pence can be a bridge between Donald Trump and the Speaker of the House, and a productive one at that.
Major Garrett, thank you very much, Major. Let us bring you up to date now on where the election is. What's taking so long? Well, it's just that close. And it really matters what some of these vote totals are, because they are so close in so many of the states. This is the Electoral College map that we have for you. Hillary Clinton, 215. Donald Trump, 244. Well within striking distance of the 270 that he needs to win. Those states that are in white are the states where the polls have closed, but still, after hours of counting, the race is so close in those states, CBS News has been unable to make a projection of the winner. Nora, take us through some of the individual states.
Yeah, let me just show you this real quickly, why we are not able to call this race, because what races still remain on the table. Here is just my rough sketch of sort of Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, New Hampshire, Alaska, and one more in Nebraska. All those add up to 79 electoral votes. And of course, winning those states, the right number of those, getting you to 270 would win you the presidency. Two quick things before we go to the boards. Quickly, we've not seen Donald Trump or Secretary Hillary Clinton yet tonight. Clearly they are behind doors with their closest advisors and their family looking at these results, and we are looking at these results, trying to figure out who is the winner tonight, who's going to be the 45th
supporters seem
president.
to be getting antsy.
Yes. The Clintons' campaign chairman, John Podesta, has left the Peninsula Hotel and is headed now to the Javits Center. So perhaps we'll get some sort of update from the Clinton campaign about what they see from these results. Now let's head to the states. Pennsylvania, which is the keystone state and key to a Hillary Clinton win tonight. We see here that, well, it's narrowed since the last time that we looked at this. He had opened up a bit of a margin. Now we're back to less than 80,000 votes. One of the reasons that CBS News has not called this up until now, the last update I received was there was some question about some absentee ballots in and from the Philadelphia area. Let's take a look at Michigan. That state there, again, look at how close that is. That looks like, to me, less than 70,000 votes in the state of Michigan. Again, some discussion about absentee ballots around the Detroit area. Arizona, what has been a traditionally Republican state, but has the largest number of Hispanics of all of the battleground states. You see Donald Trump with a margin there. Wisconsin, a state that Hillary Clinton did not visit since the primary, and Donald Trump is doing quite well in that state. But also, if you look at the vote tally, it's close. And New Hampshire, look at this, less than 4,000 votes in the state of New Hampshire. It's just 4 electoral votes. But had Al Gore won New Hampshire in 2000, he would have been president of the United States.
Is Gary Johnson the spoiler for Hillary Clinton here? Gary Johnson, the independent candidate?
We'll have to look in places like North Carolina and Florida, where he got some of the, certainly the younger vote, those 18 to 29-year-olds. We'll have to make sure and take a look at the margins and see if they're big enough. But just, you know, we started out the night saying that it was very difficult for Donald Trump to get his 6 different pathways. Now the narrative has completely flipped. It is very difficult for Hillary Clinton, with those deficits in those 3 states of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, to succeed in winning those, and then you'd still have to deal with New Hampshire and Maine.
But isn't it also true that no matter which one of them wins, it will be by a razor-thin margin? Perhaps in some of these battleground.
Perhaps, but because of the number, you know, if he were to win all of them, he'd be up in the 300 range on electoral votes, and that's, you know, once you go over 300, you get to start talking about a mandate.
How likely is that, though, John, that he?
Well, if he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that gets him over 300.
But is that likely that he can do that?
Well, he's up by at least 70,000 in all 3. So.
But to Nora's point, in the popular vote, they're separated by 1%.
Yeah.
Out of 100 million votes, they're separated by 1 million votes. So that just shows you how narrowly divided the nation is. Elaine, what are you seeing?
Well, Scott, so you mentioned Gary Johnson. Our team has actually been doing the math. And so with respect to Florida, for instance, under 130,000 votes separated these 2 candidates. But when you look at the combined vote totals for both Gary Johnson and Jill Stein, that number is in the neighborhood of 267,800 votes. So you consider the effect that these third-party candidates had in a battleground state like Florida. We're also looking at states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. The numbers are fluctuating, but right now, something like 70,000, 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania separating these 2 candidates. Right now, Johnson and Stein combined have about 188,000 votes separating them. So 188,000 votes combined. So you see the effect here of these candidates.
Yes, I can report something right now. I'm hearing right now from the Clinton campaign that the reason that the campaign chairman, John Podesta, left the Peninsula Hotel and left Secretary Clinton is that he is going to the Javits Center to say that it is too close to call. So I think, you know, they know that people are leaving the Javits Center, that we saw the pictures earlier, that people were dispirited, some even crying. Now the campaign chairman is going over to rally the troops, and according to an official inside the Clinton campaign, to say it is too close to call.
Is it too close to call, or not wanting to accept reality? Because some people are saying it's not so close to call.
We will be back with more CBS News coverage of tonight's historic election. It's election night on CBS. It's election night on CBS, and we have breaking news. CBS News has now made an estimate in the state of Maine. We are projecting that when all the votes are counted, Hillary Clinton will be the winner in the state of Maine with its 4 electoral votes. So that brings Hillary Clinton's total up to 218. Donald Trump 244, but still a very steep hill for Hillary Clinton to climb.
Again, we're looking inside those additional states, and really the ones that have animated our conversation in particular.